going on, but I hope you all have a good day. What am I talking about? Howdy folks, EJ here. Welcome to another episode of EJ's bad at writing. Or was. I don't know if I still am. Probably still am. I haven't done too much more practice since then. I mean, I have, but in different mediums. Anyway, howdy, and I hope you enjoy the chaos that we are about to embark on. I'll give it a minute before we start so people can join the chat room and stuff, including my sister, who is not here yet. Is there a cat in here? Nope, that's a sock. I thought there were. I saw something out of the corner of my eye and it was black, and I was like, gasp, Stormy's here, but no. It's a sock. So yes, for those of you who don't know, when I was 11 years old, I got inspired to create this grand work of fiction and get it published and, like, be a child author and have a great life making billions of dollars writing books. None of that happened. I wrote a book successfully. It took a couple years, but I wrote a book as an 11-year-old. And as you can probably guess, the quality is not quite publishable. It's more of a disjointed work of short stories kind of lumped together and forced into some kind of coherent, not really coherent format. And there's not really much character progression or anything. It's just kind of action scenes that follow one another haphazardly because that's what 13-year-old or 11-year-old children guys like, I guess. I don't know. So, hope you guys enjoy me cringing and making fun of my previous mistakes in why I even bothered to do this. No one's here yet. I have no one's chat to read. I assume people will be here. Is my stream working? I hope it is. That'd be sad if I wasn't streaming correctly. I was just talking to the void. Oh, Stu started streaming 49 seconds after I did. Gasp. He was trying to steal the viewers. Clearly. That is the sole reason he went live. Sister is trying to edit something and she's like on the verge of a stopping point, so she's like, oh, I must finish. So she'll be here in a little bit. I've kind of run out of things to say already at this point. There were a couple things that I thought of, like off stream, that I wanted to say about the story, but I can't remember what any of them are anymore. That was my mother. Hi, Mom! When we last left off our story, there was time travel. The story, the title of the book is The Trouble with Time Travel. Let's see if I can show that real quick. Not that it matters. I'm having trouble clicking in the proper location. There we go. It's called The Trouble with Time Travel because that's just a clever book title. Sorry, I got distracted. So when we last left off, the party of adventurers had traveled to medieval times, gotten mixed up with a huge battle with 5 million men that are all trying to attack King Arthur's castle. And there was like magic stuff going on, and there's like time travel shenanigans going on, and it's a big old battle action scene hullabaloo at this point. And I don't really remember what we left off doing. Some kind of time travel shenanigans. We'll get back into it. Hi Pengu, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. I am doing fine. I've had a long day of work and I'm ready to make fun of myself, as always. My charisma levels are like halved whenever my sister's not around. I have no one to riff off of and fill the empty space, so I just talk to myself and feel awkward. Hey Peaches, welcome to the stream as well. Oceana Sky, how's it going? Time to make EJ blush. Oh no, please no. Yes, there's the whole like, who's the main character gonna end up with drama. There's like a love triangle forming and I hate every bit of it so much. I don't know why past me decided to create this situation for himself, especially after the beginning of the book was talking about how weird of a person he is and how he's not like other boys and how he's so Mary Sue's and awesome in every way, and part of it was that he doesn't like girls, doesn't understand why people like girls. That's just such a childish thing because he's got such big science brain and focuses more on the mysteries of life than about romance, but now apparently that's changing because why the heck not? It's a young adult children's book. Of course you gotta have romance forming out of nowhere. Hi sister, welcome.
Hi, hold on, I'm not here yet.
Let's be honest, EJ wanted to be the ladies' man. I mean, I want a lady to be a man too, but I don't need more than one. That one is fine. Millie says, I forgot it was Friday. Well, yes, today is in fact Friday. But yeah, you're right, this whole week has just felt wacky. Monday didn't feel like Monday. Wednesday definitely didn't feel like Wednesday. Today doesn't really feel like a Friday either. My whole week has just been wonked. Like, today feels like a Sunday right now. I think I just lost 2 days somewhere in there. I don't know how, but 2 days disappeared, and everything has felt like 2 days shifted. Today felt like Saturday, yeah. And then tomorrow was going to be crazy because we have family visiting. 2 different groups of family, actually. We're going to visit one, and one is coming to visit us. So tomorrow's going to be really busy, and I'm not going to have any time to prepare my D&D campaign for Sunday, so that might be a dumpster fire. I stream D&D on YouTube, by the way, in case you're interested in that. Oh, there used to be a thing scrolling at the top of the screen telling about that, but apparently it is gone now. Oh well. Hi, DJ Robotnik. Hi, Mean Cat. Welcome to the stream. And my week was just chaotic. I mean, summer break just started, and Pengo! Nice. My sister's birthday was Wednesday, so it kind of wake up, birthday, go to sleep Friday. Wake up, birthday, go to sleep Friday. Huh. So wake up, birthday, go to sleep Friday. I don't know. I don't understand, but I think I get the concept, just not the, like, what's actually being communicated with the words there. Sister, why did you leave me? She left a hat on her chair. It is mine now. I'm totally Annabeth. I'm trying to put it off until I start reading the story until sister gets here, because, you know, it's more fun to sass it when my sister's around. But she's taking a while. She's being slow. So I gotta stall. Just make up words to say into the thin air of bland zone. Do I have a brain cell? Am I lost and confused? How long is this thing? Well, funny you should ask. This story... Oh, I was trying to use the other mouse. That doesn't work. This is 307 pages, but that's like 11 or 8.5 by 11 pages, not like actual book pages. Real book pages are half that size. So it's like 600 pages, and it is 177,000 words. So basically as long as Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, the 6th Harry Potter book, it's about that length, which is impressive that I stuck with it as an 11-year-old, or 11 to 13-year-old, to write that much. And disappointing that I wasted that much of my life on this garbage. If only I had written it when I had slightly larger brain, maybe I could have actually done something with it. But oh well, at least we get to make fun of it and finally have it come to light in this particular format. Yes, I am Annabeth now. The hat is all it takes. I finished Rise of Kyoshi in 3 days max, but my gosh, Rise of Kyoshi is that like an Avatar comic book thing? That's pretty cool. And yeah, we are taking a little bit of time to get through this book because we're making fun of it every 2 sentences, so it's definitely not going quickly. We're getting through about like 40 pages each stream or so, or 30, something like that. This is the 4th stream that we're starting now, and we're on page 107. Of course, to be fair, the first 11 we're just talking about how great EJ was, and a lot of them were title pages or whatever, so... Oceana says, I met a cute farm boy today. Oh, that's cool. Woo. Well, I feel like you just say every boy's cute, though, so... Don't know how much that means. Millie says, Rise of Kyoshi and Shadow of Kyoshi are the novels. I love them! That's great. Reading is good. Healthy for people. That's cool. Sister! I am saying words that don't make sense. I've run out of things to say. Save me.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're here. We are here. We are here. You have closed the door. Does that create
Was I not supposed to do that?
Well, I thought you would become heat.
I might.
You might become heat exhaustion. Oh, would you like your Annabeth hat back?
Oh,
I
yeah.
kind of stole it.
I took it because I assumed someone would hats off upon us.
Probably.
And so
That
I
makes
brought
sense.
my Annabeth hat. Oh my gosh, you turned me into a ghost.
What? Did I? Or did you do that yourself? What is that crunchy thing that you have?
I saw it. It was called a brownie crisp, so I took one.
Why does that sound delicious but look disgusting? It looks like dried seaweed kelp or something. Put with like
Salty paper.
chocolate.
It's like a brittle, crispy kind of thing.
Ew, I hate it.
Why? It's good.
I don't know. That is true, Ethan. I even called EJ cute. Super EJ or just EJ? Yay, hello, yummy brownie thingy. Chocolate bark? Yes. Anyway, we're ready to begin once again. McKay, do you have any memory of what we were doing last? Or like what happened last time we left off reading? Because I didn't until I just kind of like scrolled up a little bit.
Did we finish everything in Camelot?
Nope.
No, we're still
No,
there?
we're in the middle of we're starting off with Evan being extremely tired of like taking the time machine to like siege towers or whatever in Morgana's army and like chaining the machine to it and taking it away and then going back and then doing that again and taking things to wherever. So that's fun. We get to have like a montage of taking away things that are in the army now.
Oh boy.
Yay. So apparently there's a big battle happening, and that's where we left off. Evan was extremely tired of attaching things to the machine and then taking them off again. I'd done it nearly 50 times in the past. Well, the way my watch saw it, it had been an hour, but the way Morgan's army saw it, about 45 seconds. We'd done as many as we could, as quickly as we could, but our fingers refused to do any more. Do you realize how hard it is to undo a knot or unchain something in Antarctica? Brr. And then we also had to keep bringing groups of people back to the times and places they belonged. Because, like, a random farmer in Mongolia just happens to know, oh yes, the date was this and the place was exactly here. That's where you need to bring me back to. I know my time-space coordinates.
Yeah.
My fingers were bleeding, and I'd wrapped a ripped part of my t-shirt around my fingers so I wouldn't drip blood onto the control panel. Wow.
Wouldn't want to pull a Blood of Olympus there.
Yikes. I noticed that Gwen, Nathan, what?
Remember in the Blood of Olympus how, like, the whole point was like, oh, you can't get blood on the thing or else, oh, and then, like, Percy gets a nosebleed.
What?
I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't
you
have
remember that?
any memory. What is this exactly?
In the Blood of Olympus, the last book of the second series, when they're like, Gaia's all like, oh, I need the blood of a half-blood to like exist or something, and they're all like, no.
Oh no, blood doesn't exist.
And they're all fighting, and they're like, we're gonna stab a demigod to get some blood, and everyone's like, no, you heckin' ain't. And they're like fighting or whatever, and then like Percy gets like smacked or something. He doesn't even notice he's bleeding, and then he looks down, and he's like, crap, there's blood on that rock. Oh, I have a note. Great, we just raised a giant Mother Earth because I had a nosebleed.
I'm gonna assume it's a lot more epic than is being described here.
She says, oh, spoilers. Yeah, that was a little bit of a
Dang it,
spoiler,
Percy.
but sorry. It's not anything emotional. I figured the emotional spoilers are what matters.
Anyway, I noticed that Gwen, Nathan, Dad, and Johan had done the same. Had wrapped parts of their ripped t-shirts around their fingers so they wouldn't drip blood onto the
Why
control
are they
panel.
all bleeding?
Yeah, why are all of our fingers in this much pain? What?
Goodness.
How did that happen?
I thought your fingers were so strong. You could hang off a ledge.
I thought it had it's been 1 hour
Ow.
and we've only been in Antarctica for maybe half that time, being generous. How did we spend that much time, or like how? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to question how our fingers are that fragile, but okay. Ashley was just sitting, strapped into the restaurant bench. Why do I call it that? Staring at her cracked fingers in wonder. Wow, look at my fingers snap in half from the cold. It's not even that cold, is it? I don't know. Antarctica is weird. Gwen went over to comfort her.
We weren't allowing anyone to bring weapons into the machine so that we could make sure no one would try to take over the machine. Okay?
That's gonna be a lot of
nobody
guns
can take
found
over a bunch
when
of
the
12-year-olds
archaeologists find Camelot.
Nobody can take over the time machine with just brute strength. These 12-year-olds are too strong. Super EJ is too strong.
Super EJ has 93 abs.
The knights helped us enforce this. Once we had finished bringing the last group of people from a siege tower back to their correct time, we went back to King Arthur's forces to the castle to see how things were going. The entire status of the battle could be summed up as not well. King Arthur's forces were being beaten back miserably. Morgan just had too many men and too
5 million.
powerful of weapons. The walls of the castle had been breached. The keep had fallen, and the enemy poured in from everywhere.
Wow.
The knights bid us farewell as they rushed down to meet the enemy.
Okay.
I watched as Bust was hit by a catapult's
Oh
rock.
no! Oh, I forgot
Spiraled
about
out of
Bust.
control. Bust, my favorite character.
Why is his name Bust?
Because combustion!
That's so dumb!
My birthmark began to get hot, because of course it did. But there was nothing I could have done.
What? Then why did it get hot?
Because it was like, I want to do magic, but I can't.
Oh, about Bust, I see.
Bust crashed into Camelot before falling into the midst of the enemy, momentarily blocking their path. Oh no! Erica and Mom! Were they dead? I thought, staring down from the tower we landed on in horror. Gwen took my hand.
Oh, hey.
T. I was startled and jerked away.
What the frick are you doing? Stay away.
What the frick are you doing?
Gwen, I chided, I don't need sympathy.
Evan, take my hand, she ordered, holding it out. She had removed the t-shirt strip from her bleeding fingers. Some people... I won't say that. I didn't...
What?
I can't. I didn't know what to do, so I did nothing. Just do it. Trust me, she pleaded. I sighed.
I trust no one. I have only trust for my many abs. And Remy.
And Remy. I sighed, turning and walking away. I didn't want to hold her hand. She had evidently followed because she took my hand again, causing me to pull away. I want your hand!
Stop! Stop, woman. I have too many abs for you. Why do you want to hold my hand at a time like this? I yelled. Any moment now, we're going to have to go pick up Merlin and take him back to a little while ago.
Evan, I don't want to hold your hand. Now give me your hand, she ordered. I was confused, but I took her hand this time. She removed the strip of... Oh. This is how you hold hands, guys.
This is like Hunger Games style.
Yeah, honestly. She removed the strip of t-shirt from my hand and laid her fingers on my bleeding ones, and I felt a weird sensation on my hand, like
Are we
literal
mixing
needles
blood?
poking me all over.
What?
Apparently.
Have you given me a disease?
Then they stopped, and Gwen removed her hand. I gasped. My hand was completely healed. Please don't freak out. I'm not freaking out. Are you freaking out? I'm just very interested in your fingers and the magical qualities they possess. How long has it been doing that? She repeated the
I have
process.
magical fingers that glow when I hold your hand.
She repeated the process, and my hands felt perfectly alright again.
Oh,
she had
yay.
healed me with magic. You
Wow,
don't say.
thank you for the explanation. I have never would have figured this out. Thanks, Gwen. I emphasized, extremely confused as to why she was able to use magic. Haven't we been past this before?
Haven't you realized like 12 times?
Whatever. But grateful for the relief from my finger's pain. I noticed that she was rewrapping the t-shirt strips around her own hands. Why don't you do the same thing to yourself? I asked. She smiled.
Hard to explain. I'll tell you later, she promised.
Because no one could possibly explain things to the main character and make anything
never.
make any sense.
I am still such a ghost.
You can't
Look at me.
just say, oh, by the way, you can't heal yourself. You can only heal other people with
No,
this
you gotta
magic.
be cryptic about it.
No, you gotta be like, oh, that is too complex a topic to explain.
You could never
Possibly.
understand such a thing.
The sentence that I would have used to explain that concept is only like 5 words longer than the sentence I am speaking right now, but that is far too advanced of a concept to get into today.
I looked behind me to find that she'd already healed the others. There was no...
What? Did she?
How did she... Wait.
Whoop! Teleports
is
behind you.
freaking dash.
Nani?
There was no sign of Morgan and Merlin's battle, so the 6 of us just stood there wondering what to do for about 5 minutes.
Wait, what? Where are we right now?
I'm
Are we not in the
remembering.
battle zone? How? Are we still in Antarctica? How is there no sign? What? Where are we? Where the heck are we? Oh wait,
We
no.
are there, 'cause-
Yeah, we were looking at the battle.
What happened to the battle?
We just lost the battle.
Where'd it go?
I don't know. Okay. No sign of... Oh, wait. Maybe specifically Morgan and specifically Merlin. The rest of the
okay.
people are still fighting, but we don't care about them.
The rest of the 5 million.
Just looking for Merlin and Morgan. Mm-hmm. All right. So we
Okay.
just stood there for 5 minutes, not helping, not making ourselves productive
Just
in the
standing.
slightest. Alright.
Okay, I say we find Merlin with the machine, Gwen suggested, walking in the hatch. I followed. Once we were all seated and strapped in on the restaurant bench, I set the coordinates for the place we had set for Merlin to meet us at after the battle. Why is there no punctuation?
There should be a period there, but even so, it's a messed up sentence!
I twisted the minute dial back and forth before the screen finally showed Merlin running up the stairs and looking for the machine. I smiled and pulled the lever, quickly forgetting all about Gwen's
Oh
ability
boy.
to use magic.
Because
boy.
that's why. He just has a short-term memory loss.
Apparently.
He just keeps forgetting that he and other people can use magic.
I stood and opened the hatch to find 3 more Merlins heading up the stairs too. All 4 of them smiled at the same time and piled into the machine. It's kind of scary.
Okay. Oh boy, am I tired! One of them puffed. Only one more time to go.
You can do it, Merlin! I encouraged as I set the coordinates and pulled the lever
Okay.
again. We landed behind Morgan during Merlin's speech. The 4 Merlins piled on the hatch and lined up behind Morgan. I pulled the lever again. We landed back where we had just picked Merlin up from. I set the coordinates yet again. Well, this is by far the most complicated and crazy adventure we've been on so far, I thought as I pulled the lever.
Well spotted.
We ended up back in the place where Erica had fought the dragon. I opened the hatch and flicked on a flashlight from my backpack. There was a worn path going towards a cliff that led to the lake, which then continued to the other side of the lake, and went around a bend in the cave. The bend in the cave was completely blocked off by cliffs and the lake. I have no
my
mental image right
is
now.
shattered!
I have no idea what's going on.
I love how Evan wasn't at this place previously, but it's like, oh yeah, this is the place where Erica
Yeah.
fought that thing, and there's that lake and that stuff that we mentioned previously.
He
And I'm
just
like,
knows
what?
Everything.
He has all knowledge.
Um.
You can do it, Merlin. Encouragement plus. As terrible as this thing is, it is impressive how much you wrote for being so young. Thank
Yeah.
you. I mean, he thanks you. I thank you.
My flashlight illuminated the path all the way to the edge of the lake. I noticed that as we approached the cliffs, the lake in front of the path seemed to change. I smiled at my use of a simile. A torch wouldn't have illuminated everything as well as my flashlight did, so I could see things a little differently. Cool! They had disguised the path across the lake as the lake.
Hold on, what?
I need to process
The
this.
bend in the cave was completely blocked off by the cliffs and the lake. The bend in the cave was blocked off by the cliffs and the lake.
I
But that
don't know
wasn't a
what that
problem for
means.
us. My flashlight illuminated the path all the way to the edge of the lake. I noticed this as we approached the cliffs, the lake in front of, and the path seemed to change. I smiled. Oh, okay. So it's robbing from the Indiana Jones like leap of faith thing. There's a path, but it's like painted to look like a death pit, and apparently it totally looks better in torchlight, but I have a flashlight and it doesn't work as well as the tricky
That's
Smokey.
big brain.
So I'm like, wow, heckin' outsmarted you, ancient people. Now I'm gonna walk on your lake path or something. Anyway, I reached the end of the path. The path in front of me was decorated to look exactly like the lake below and the cliffs on the other side of the lake. I bent down and tapped the nearly invisible path with my flashlight. It seemed solid. I stood and stepped onto the bridge. My foot passed right through the bridge.
Awesome.
Oh, okay, maybe it wasn't painted, maybe it literally is magical illusion stuff. And I fell towards the lake.
Awesome.
Ashley screamed. I would have landed in the water, too, had I not been clutching my flashlight as hard as I had been. The flashlight was stopped by the bridge. And I stopped, too. The bridge only supported objects and not people? Then why didn't it support my clothing, or my abs, or my backpack? Or why does it make a distinction between things that are on my person versus things that are in my hand?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Maybe you're just naked.
And evidently not clothing either. I clung onto the flashlight hard as I hung, as though from a monkey bar. I turned around, scooting the flashlight along the invisible barrier and moving myself back to solid ground. Gwen grabbed my wrist and pulled me up with a little help from Dad. As I was pulled out, I lost my grip on the flashlight, which fell into the water below. A flaw!
Ah! Let's just use the machine, shall we? Gwen suggested. My heart was beating like crazy.
Yeah, good plan, I agreed, walking back to it. That had scared me.
A flaw!
Wow, amazing. I nearly plummeted to my death, or at least plummeted to a very cold place that the others would have had to get me out of. We landed on the other side of the lake, and around the curve a few minutes before.
What on earth? Nathan wondered
Fourth
aloud
dimensional
as we
direction
walked out
giving
the hatch.
is crazy. Oh, a Merlin perspective.
Oh my goodness.
It's so short though. What is the point of it?
I don't know. One paragraph.
Okay. Merlin had been fighting Morgan for nearly 5 minutes, blocking spells, attacking Morgan when he got the chance, and aiding Arthur's men when he could. He noticed Kelly and Erica flying around the battlefield in a streak of fire. They seemed to be doing alright. Morgan nearly blasted his head off with a jinx, and Merlin resolved to pay more attention to what was happening in front of him. He had become, what seemed to Merlin, the designated defense artist for all 5 of himself. He was blocking most of Morgan's spells, and he even found it necessary to block a spell heading in one of the other Merlin's directions. Merlin, one of the other ones, not him, shot a violet hex at Morgan, and as she attempted to block the angry violet flames that resulted from it hitting her force field, the Merlin that he was right then shot
My
a
goodness.
blue ray of magic at her. She managed to ward that spell off too, and she waved her hand, creating a redoubled force field around herself that protected her as she ran into the castle. All 5 of the Merlins followed, casting a shield before them in case Morgan tried to attack her pursuers. This particular fight was going well, but because he was preoccupied with Morgan, he couldn't be of help to his friends from the future, or King Arthur's men. He had a sinking feeling that the fight wasn't going quite as well for them.
That added nothing
It
to the
really
story.
didn't. All we got to see was this guy being a little ticked off that he has to protect himself.
Yeah,
Also,
that was great.
I thought about it, and I was like, you know how Evan was talking about how, the grandfather paradox can't possibly exist because etc. etc. I can't like create information out of nothing and like have it loop and have causal loops and that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then that also kind of goes against the whole like, oh no, I would have died, but then I saved myself, and then later I was alive to be able to save myself. That's still a causal loop. If you weren't alive to save yourself, then you can't be alive to save yourself later.
Yeah.
So that it still has the problem.
A flaw in your 11-year-old time travel story.
Yep, I didn't think about that apparently.
Oh, no.
So technically, same thing goes for Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. And you know what?
Well, that one didn't
Time
say,
travel
we can't have
itself-
causal loops, though.
Well, yes, but at the same time, there is still... Ooh, time travel just as a concept is confusing, man. Paradoxes everywhere. Anyway, continue.
Yeet.
You tend out.
Why so shortness?
I don't know. You just gotta keep up with all the characters,
Every character
know
that
what's
we don't care
happening.
about.
Yeah, we can't just give a recap. We need to actually see what's happening in their brain holes.
Kelly, Evan's mom, in case you forgot that by now,
I
like
probably
100
did.
pages into the story.
Yep. I mean, I instantly forgot about people's magic.
True. Was trying to keep the unconscious Erica from being squashed, while at the same time trying to fend off an army that surrounded her from all sides. It
5
was a
million
situation
people.
that she was not very happy about. She had to continually summon fire shields.
Oh, I had no idea that she didn't want to be surrounded by people that are trying to
I thought
kill
she
her.
loved being extremely outnumbered in battle.
Bruh. What is this writing?
It was a situation she was not very happy about. She had to continually summon fire shields, big walls of fire, or just plain fireballs to ward off the enemy warriors. Gee, I wonder what
That's a
kind
lot
of
of
Wizard
fire.
101 wizard she
This is fine.
But even she couldn't last forever. She was getting tired. An unwise guy jumped at her with a spear, but found himself in flames before he even realized that Kelly had hit him with an orb of heat.
Oh.
There were still well over 1,000 men trying to get into Arthur's castle. Suddenly, a large portion of Merlin's castle exploded, because of course it did, sending huge chunks of rock flying into the air along with several of Camelot's warriors.
Pajork stepped aside.
The commotion caused the enemy momentary confusion, as now everyone needed to dodge large falling boulders. This gave Kelly the chance to grab Erica, summon fire, flying magic, and escape from an army of bad guys. Hopefully the others are having better luck, she thought. Oh, Lord.
What is this? These one sentence, like, complete reversals of situations.
I don't know.
It happens so often that it's like a giant portion of crazy feats of heroism are just put into one sentence. And it's like,
I
oh,
did
okay.
the thing.
Yay. Oh, Nathan. I forgot Nathan existed again.
Same. I know nothing about this child.
He literally has no point to exist. He's just kind of there for some reason sometimes.
Please cut down on some of these characters.
Nathan had been gawking at the sight before him for nearly 10 seconds before Evan began walking towards the massive subterranean city. Massive subterranean city? Did I miss something?
What is happening? Where are we?
Did we find out there is a massive subterranean city? Tardenheim. What's the name of that thing from Aragon? The underground city.
You expect
place?
me to remember anything
Never
from
mind.
Aragon?
That's probably what it was inspired by. Apparently there's a massive subterranean city. It was made entirely of white stone. Oh wow. I am apparently plagiarizing myself all over the place without even remembering it. And
Is that the thing? Is Whitestone the Aragon thing?
what? No, I said I'm plagiarizing myself. Because I have in my D&D campaign
Oh, that thing.
a place made of a city made of white stone. You know, I guess it's just kind of a common thing. Oh, whatever. And looks nearly exactly like the castle that was above their heads. Why would they have a
Double castle.
Why would they have a spare castle lying
backup
around?
castle.
It's in case one of them explodes, like it's
Yeah.
currently happening. They've got a
Gotta
backup.
have one you can raise from the ground.
Yeah, you know, it happens. Just
Olympus to
Spare-
preserve or raise.
the entire chamber that enclosed the underground castle was lit by 100,000 hovering orbs of flame. It's Hogwarts Castle, guys, which were lazily floating around the chamber. The giant cave they were in was nearly 600 feet high and so wide that more than 8 football fields would have fit inside it laid end to end. Why does it give an actual feet measurement and then a number of football fields? Okay.
Gotta be specific.
Gwen clapped his jaw shut for him, making him realize that it had been open.
Oh, thank goodness you've come! A man cried as he ran up to Evan, having come from the castle. Welcome to the
Oh no,
underground
it's the
portion
exposition
of
man.
Camelot. Oh, here comes a paragraph.
Oh no!
We usually call it Dartroth.
Oh, do you now?
It is protection from detection by Merlin's magic. What is apprentices? Who are over there?
Oh
he
my
said.
gosh, why are you just here to exposit all over the place?
Hello, time for exposition.
Hello, random person who feels the need to tell us all this useless information.
He doesn't even give you a
What-
chance to respond before he just
Who are
launches into the
you?
speech.
Who are you and why should we care?
His apprentices who are over there, he said, gesturing to Gwen, Johan, Nathan, Evan, and Ashley to follow him, say that Morgan's spells she's been weaving are specifically purposed to undo
Bruh,
the enchantment Morgan
How
has
does he
done.
know this? Why
They
does
say
he
that
know
the
this?
protection is now so weak that Morgan could easily find this place, destroy every last man, woman, and child of Camelot. We need your help to seal
Oh
off
my
all of the
gosh.
entrances to this chamber as quickly as possible, he announced, leading the group over to where a large rock slide had evidently just taken place. How can you tell it just happened? I don't know. There was a large pile of rocks
Smoke,
that
dust.
went all the way up to the ceiling, and 2 dark figures stood near the base. Nathan began to make out their conversation as they approached.
Why is this like the most insistent tour guide the world's ever seen? He's just like, come group, we now must talk about the ancient Hebian that's not... I don't know. Here's everything you would ever like to know about it. I didn't want to know any of this. Well, that's too bad!
Now you do! Oh.
It won't hold Morgan long, one of them sighed.
Well, what else do you have in mind? The other, who was apparently a girl, retorted. A girl!
Wow. That's so surprising. Apparently they were a girl.
Apparently.
Why? Okay.
Apparently.
Hello, Merlin's apprentices, have been called as they approach the 2 people. You can't just say hello, you have to specify what they are.
Apprentices. Please call us, the girl apprentice began before she was caught off by a microwave-sized rock that tumbled off the tower of rocks and nearly hit her in the head. Hey, you idiot! I
can't
told
say,
you we
like,
needed
Any, a microwave
a
size.
microwave. Hey, you idiot! I told you we needed more support on that side, she yelled.
It wasn't my fault. Oh, forget it. Anyway, we're really glad you guys are here, the other apprentice began. We need you to help collapse some tunnels to block off Morgan's easy access entry points. Bruh. TM. We wanted to hold her off as long as we possibly can. Those of you who know how to use magic, come with us. Those who can't, go with Quiche? Kitch?
Can we please call him
Ki-
Quiche?
Why is it... this is another
I love
keyboard slam.
Quiche.
Why is his name Quiche?
That is the best thing I've ever read.
The king is having another meeting concerning battle tactics, he ordered. Quiche was apparently the man who had led them, not us, to the apprentices.
Oh, so he's the tour guide? Yeah, okay.
Yes, Quiche is the expositor.
Okay.
Yes,
I had his.
Oh, wait.
I had his,
You got it.
Oh, yes, I had nearly. He cried, his eyes growing wan. I'm supposed to be there right now! Anybody who's coming, follow me! He shouted, beginning to waddle quickly back towards
Is this like a chubby man?
He ate too many quiches, I guess.
Oh shit, this is like the egg food? Yes.
Yes.
The names are getting better and better.
Yes, Bust and Quiche.
Don't worry,
These are
Nathan
so
is just
good.
some random hot guy. If you saw his real life counterpart, I'm sure you would agree.
Who is he? What? You said he was hot. I have to know.
I haven't even seen him in like a decade.
But who is it?
Do you remember who his sister is?
In the story?
Yes, use the backup. Like the relationships hold true.
There's so many people. I don't remember.
Okay, it was supposed to be Sean, Mary's brother.
Okay, I don't really remember what he looks like, so I can neither confirm nor deny.
All I remember is like one image I had on him on the Nintendo DS. That's the only like I remember the picture, and that's it. He had red hair or
He
orange
did.
hair, whatever. That's about it. That's all I know anymore.
Yeah, I haven't seen that person in like a really long time.
Anyway, quiche.
Penger says, quiche is a French tart consisting of pastry crust filled with savory custard and pieces of cheese, meat, seafood, or vegetables. The best known variant is quiche Lorraine, which includes lardons or bacon. Quiche can be served hot or cold. It is
guys are
popular
making me
worldwide.
hungry.
That's what I imagine when I hear that name. Yeah,
I know.
was imagining the little egg pies as well.
Waddle back towards
oh.
Dartroth.
Evan, his dad, Nathan, and Johan looked
By
at each
the way,
other,
we usually
shrugged.
call this place Dartroth.
Dartroth. It's like the backwards
Dartroth.
Mordor. Shrugged and then began to jog after quiche.
Hey, what about us?
What about everything we've been through? And what about trust? You know I never wanted to hurt you. And what about me? What am I supposed to do? I'll stop.
It's okay, I don't know that song. Otherwise, I'd join it. Hey, what about us? One of the apprentices yelled as they followed Quiche away.
Quiche.
Quiche led them back inside the castle, along a few corridors, and into an exact replica of the council room they had seen in the above-ground castle. Oh, so they literally just have an exact duplicate of the entire castle. Alright.
Interesting.
Nathan turned to say something to Gwen, only to find that she was not there. In fact, he was not even sure if she had been behind him at all since they had left the apprentices. He had just assumed that she had followed behind Quiche as well. He realized Ashley was not there either. He was about to speak up, alerting Evan or his dad to that fact, to find that they had already taken their seats around the big wooden table. Nathan, the standing and reacting to everyone else man, does the same, just as King Arthur begins to lose his composure.
Oh boy. If Morgan's army destroys Dartroth, she will destroy the last of my people, and she will rule in my stead. Oh, the tyranny of fate! I almost wish I had never pulled that sword from the stone all those years ago. I wish Excalibur, my faithful sword, would run me through and spare me the humiliation and defeat.
It's okay,
One
sir.
of you, my faithful
Bro.
knights, you must kill me,
No.
so that the enemy cannot claim the glory of doing so.
Can you stop?
I will remove Excalibur's sheath from my waist so that I cannot be healed. One of you, kill me! He cried. The knights
Calm
scared to
down.
see their king in this state,
We have
shouted
a
their
time
protest and cries of
We
disapproval.
have the Hulk.
They attempted to seat the king, who is now in a rather angry mood. You don't say. He tried to sab himself. But his knights prevented this. Then the king caught notice of Evan and his group. It's their fault! It's their cursed machine's fault! If they had never come, none of this would have happened! King Arthur shouted, pointing at Evan.
While accurate, that is also kind of unfair. Hey.
It was the goat's fault. Be fair here. It was the goat's
It was the goat's fault. Blame the goat.
We might
No, wait.
find a
Clearly that's the
place
same
in
goat
this
that
world
ended up
someday.
caught in a bush for Abraham to sacrifice instead of Isaac. Never mind.
I gotta go my own way. I heard you though. That was
Oh, okay.
funny.
Thank you. So, I don't remember anything about, like, King Arthur, actual legit lore.
Yeah, I
Does
don't either.
Excalibur's sheath heal him or something?
I guess. I assume you would have looked that up.
I guess so too, but I have no memory of that. Neat. Okay. Also, why is this like what's the king's name of Rohan?
Theoden.
Abdathaden.
It is.
It kind of has the same hopeless
Just like,
vibe.
oh, everything's the worst. Let's just die.
Let's just die in Helm's Deep, bruh. We need an Aragon. Snap you back into
Honestly.
reality. Hey guys, seriously, we didn't mean to do that. It was a stupid goat that got us all into this mess, but I've got an idea that just might work. Now, will you guys listen for a moment? Evan cried. Didn't we just do an idea? Alright. The knights rose up as one angry mob intent on skewering Evan's group.
Jeez.
Evidently, they were not going to go with the rules of chivalry and all that. Johan jumped to his...
Yumped.
I didn't mean to do that. Johan jumped to his feet and dashed to one of the tapestries, hiding behind it.
Like in Minecraft.
The rest of the... Yes. What?
Like you have a picture and you put it behind it.
The rest of the group pressed themselves against the wall as the knights drew their swords.
And shot each other. A deaf policeman heard the noise. He came and killed the two dead boys. If you don't believe this lie is true, go ask the blind man. He saw it too.
Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the tapestry, and Johan poked his head out from behind it. Nathan looked at Johan in confusion.
Come this way, guys, unless you'd rather be a shish kebab before a knight in shining armor, Johan yelled.
Okay.
Without question, Evan followed, disappearing behind the tapestry.
Why are we running? There's no more time
Why
for
are
talking.
you running?
All right.
Nathan and Evan's dad quickly followed, finding themselves in a tunnel. Johan yanked Nathan into a small crevice in the wall, which he had not even noticed until Johan's hand had come out of the wall. It was the perfect hiding place, blending perfectly into the wall. That
Oh,
was
wow.
the word wall a lot of times.
Ah, yes.
Shh, Johan warned.
Okay. Ha ho hee.
Hee-ho-ha.
One of the knights laughed from the other side of the curtain. They're trying to hide behind a tapestry? Such fools! He continued as a sword sprouted from the tapestry. When the sword failed to strike anything the way the knights doubtlessly expected it to, the laughter died down. The tapestry was shoved aside, and a collective shout of surprise arose from the chamber. The knights then began shouting simultaneously and charging down the tunnel. They evidently all entirely missed the small group hidden in the crevice. Nathan grinned.
Nice work, Johan. How did you know this was here? Evan asks as they waited for the knights' clamor farther down the passage to lessen. Whew.
Boy.
Wording.
You couldn't have said waiting for the knight's clamor to lessen. You had to say waiting for the knight's clamor farther down the passage to What? Why?
Gotta be specific.
Anyway, it wasn't here until a few seconds ago. I somehow knew that if I really wanted the wall to make a secret passage and crevice for us, it would crack
The
and
rule
do
of
just what I
crevice.
wanted.
I mean, the crevice of requirement.
And it did. It was awesome. But I still don't know how I knew that, Johan replied.
Alrighty.
I love how we haven't even given, like, usually we give voices to every character because they have, like, their own unique personality or whatever.
Only Quiche has a person.
All of these people are the exact same voice except
It's at Merlin
Quiche.
and Quiche and Bust. He might have a voice.
I don't even know. Like, we haven't had enough distinction or anything to give the main character people.
Oh, and Ashley has an annoying voice, but other than
Fair
that,
enough.
that's all we got.
The knight's noise died down, and as we crept back into the chamber, where we found the king holding his sword backwards, ready to slay himself,
Oh,
they
boy.
all just abandoned him. His chaperones left him. He barely had glanced up to find the group standing there before Evan was snatching King Arthur's sword, Excalibur, away from him.
What are you, a coward? Evan
Oh
shouted
no,
at the king.
Evan's gonna lay into him with righteous,
boy.
scary stew justice.
Facts and logic. You'd rather hide in a cave and commit suicide than ride out to meet Morgan's army. We've just given Merlin a huge advantage, taken away most of Morgan's big war machines and lessened her army considerably. Are you stupid?
Yes.
We can win this, Evan yelled at the king, who
Oh.
cringed under Evan's reprimands. Oh yes, cringe of the 12-year-old child is yelling at you.
13,
The
yeah.
king sighed.
He became 13, like a moment
Well,
ago.
then it's okay to cringe under his reprimands.
I know. Well, that's too old. Sorry. I know. I have been acting most foolishly. Thy name is more worthy than such a name as this. What does that even mean?
I have no
Thou
idea.
shalt be the new king.
Bruh!
King Silver Agent.
Why?
I have now become lessened, so I am no longer worthy of kingship. What does that
I hate
mean?
you.
I hate you too. I belong lower in the social order. Even peasants have courage, for they are the ones fighting for me now. Nay, my good lad, thou art worthy, not accurate in the slightest. I belong betwixt the swine and the peasants, not amongst royalty. You must lead Camelot to victory, not I, the king told Evan dejectedly. Nathan was awestruck. His eyes were wide and his mouth hung open. Evan, Johan, and Evan's dad were having a similar reaction. Evan began to shake his head in denial, shoving the sword back into the king's hands. Because he's so humble, too.
You know
Wow,
when,
I hate
you're having
this.
a breakdown and
I
then a
hate this.
child just comes up to you and is like, don't do that. And then you're like, oh, you fixed everything. You be the new king, for I am
No!
too stupid and
No.
bad. So you, child, will be the new king.
No!
Also, why is King Arthur the only person to speak this way in this
I
entire kingdom?
don't know! Wait, what do you mean with the
With his, like,
dejectedness?
betwixt and, oh,
You
now
know, that is a
must
good
be-
point. Not a single other person has spoken with, like...
Quiche sure sounded normal. He was like, hey guys, I'm Quiche.
I hate it so much. Also, my spine is being broken constantly.
Don't
Currently is what it is.
constantly.
Snap, 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 snap.
Crapsalot says, what did I miss? Super EJ just became the king of Camelot.
Did I?
By saying, hey, don't be a coward.
I basically told the king, please don't commit suicide, and he was like, you're right, you're king now! And that somehow solves things. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
Another tunnel is over here! The apprentice called again.
Oh my gosh, how many tunnels are in this stupid chamber? If it's supposed to be a defensive keep, why did you build so many entrances in the first— I have no idea who's speaking right now, but I'm going with it.
Gwen, I think.
So many entrances in the first place. I mean, the enemy won't even have to dig to get in here if we have so many tunnels, Gwen shouted back. Gwen was not very happy.
Oh!
Her fingers were still cracked and bleeding from Antarctica's caper. Why is it a caper?
I don't know.
Alrighty. And the apprentices had been working her like a mule. It was always, here's another tunnel to collapse, or we'll leave you this entrance. She was sick of using magic to collapse tunnels. This cave was so smooth and perfect in most places that there weren't any cracks or flaws she could widen to break the wall. A flaw! She had to employ explosive fire magic in most cases, and the collapse and rock slide that ensued was extremely loud as it blocked the tunnel. Gwen, though the cave was damp and cool, was sweating because of the effort it took to collapse all the honeycombed passages throughout the rocks in the area. Gwen was rather surprised that the ceiling of the entire chamber wasn't caving in, now that she and the apprentices had undermined the cave system's integrity and lower supports. There were a number of large cracks along the ceiling of the chamber as well.
Oh no.
From magic blast, but they were a little too well placed. Alrighty.
Don't worry, this is the last one, the apprentice shouted excitedly. All you have to do is block the main gate off with some reinforcements. They're going to get in here sometime, so why not make them a marked path so we know where they're coming from, they called. They called in unison? Okay, whatever.
All of the apprentices are saying the exact same thing.
Gwen trudged over to find the main entrance to Dartroth, a tunnel blocked by a truly enormous gate made of wood. Wood!
Wow, Gwen marveled, examining the huge structure. How are we going to reinforce this thing any more than it is already?
The girl apprentice,
The
I
singular
hate that
girl
wording,
apprentice.
winked at Gwen. I'm sure you know what we mean, she implied. Why does no one communicate with each other?
Don't.
Why does everyone give these knowing looks to each other but never talk about what is
Oh my goodness.
Gwen had an inkling, but didn't want to find out if she was right, because for some reason, she noticed that both apprentices seemed worn out as well, which pleased her. At least being Merlin's apprentices doesn't make them tougher, Gwen thought smugly.
At least we have a little bit of characterization for Gwen, I guess. She's annoyed at everyone.
All at once, which is another way of saying suddenly.
Suddenly, Gwen realized that Evan didn't really know how to use magic.
What? What?
I told him
What?
that
You
I would
didn't
explain
realize
things
this
later.
18 years ago?
18 years.
He's not even 18.
He barely even realized it existed.
Yeah,
he
you
must
did-
be so confused right now.
Yes!
Or is he?
What?
He seemed to be too surprised by the existence of magic.
What?
Yes, he literally did.
Bruh!
Then again, none of the other passengers seemed too taken aback. Maybe accepting magic becomes easier after accepting the existence of a
Why
time
don't
machine.
you just freaking talk to people?
That would be nice. Maybe the danger
The
made them
audience
focused. Or maybe
is so confused.
no. Never. Impossible, Gwen thought. They all are confused. They all don't know about magic. I'll either have to explain it to them, please do, and make them swear not to tell, or erase their memories.
Obliviate!
Except Evans.
What?
He has
'Cause
some
he's too
explaining
special.
to do himself, Gwen thought. Ha! To most of them, this probably makes no sense.
Stop! You're torturing the audience intentionally.
Time travel, magic, and legends from the past. They must be wondering if they're dreaming.
Gosh!
None of the things that could possibly tie together in a way that made sense.
We're in her head already. Please tell us what's in her head.
If only they knew how it's done. Herself.
I hate this so much.
Oh yes, it all makes perfect sense.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
sure it does, Gwen. I've just got to find out if Evan already knows before I tell him. Why do you have to find out if he knows?
It doesn't make any sense.
I must be patient. He must be patient before I hate everything.
Oh, it's literally just. I don't even know. I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I'm just gonna cry. I think the reason that it's so frustrating is because, like, in order for what had previously been written to still make sense, I had to, like, add in foreshadowing, but I couldn't have that. Those things I added in change the way the story went because it already was written. So, like, when I added things, I could only change so much without having to completely rewrite everything and scrap it all or make a mess of it, which I should have done. But it's so frustrating. This is not how you should write a story. Please don't write a story like this.
Please don't.
Hey, you awake? One of the apprentices yelled, jolting Gwen back to reality. Now, what we're gonna do is...
But we won't tell the audience because they get to know nothing.
Yay!
Also, Ryan says, I am late, but now here. Also, Yankees fan.
Welcome.
Not at all. I know nothing about the Yankees. This is just my hat from Percy Jackson because there's a character that has a hat that when she puts on her Yankees hat, she's invisible. Woo! Sorry.
I can see you.
But in the Mark of Athena, it doesn't work. So maybe I'm just Mark of Athena era. Did you just retch at me?
I'm sorry.
Okay, chapter 12.
You're chapter 12. Oh.
Evan's mom was I already messed up. Evan's mom was standing on a parapet.
Throwing
looking-
yourself from the high stairs.
That's what I would like to do. And Panker says, Annabelle! I agree. I almost died. Woo! Alrighty. Actually, I recorded myself singing a song today that's Annabeth's song, so...
Ooh.
I'm
You got your ticket for the long way around.
Oh, I watched my Maze Runner parody of that song recently.
Hmm?
And first of all, I made two versions, remember? Because, like, I had one and then I remade it, like, a year later.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was so much worse, so much more unbearable to listen to. But it's still like, oh, wow. I hate it. Anyway. Good, because I'm a... I don't even...
Orioles found.
You do that. I'm just being invisible. That's all I'm doing. Aha! Evan's mom was standing on a parapet, looking out over the battlefield. She was waiting for what Erica did not know. Erica was just beginning to wake up from being clonked on... That's a word. Clonked on the head by a club. Luckily, only getting a lump as opposed to Johan's amnesia. Erica
There's so much head trauma.
had not spoken and was trying to collect her thoughts. Comma splice, oh! Her brain was scrambled, fried, and felt like eggs rattling around in her head.
Oh.
Erica had a massive headache, which was a... Why would you type that out?
No.
Why would you type that out?
No.
Which was exasperating as well.
That's such a clever literary device and not something that breaks all the laws of existence.
The door behind her was hit from the other side. Evan's mom turned. Her makeshift barricade didn't take long for the enemy, who had completely infiltrated the castle, to break through. Erica noted the flaming sword Evan's mom had been using a moment before. Only now it wasn't flaming.
Whose perspective is this from?
Erica?
Evan's mom or Erica?
I think it's Erica.
I guess so, because we're talking about Erica's scrambled brains, but it started off talking about Evan's mom and ended off talking about Evan's mom. Okay, whatever. Hey, Mrs. Thompson? Erica voiced tentatively. Evan's mom turned to face her, not speaking. Can you, that is, I was wondering if what you did... Can you use magic?
Nope. I tricked you.
Fooled you!
Get tricked. Well, Evan's mom replied, I suppose I have to tell someone.
Do you?
Yes, I can. Don't tell my husband or children, okay?
Because we gotta keep everyone in the
Keeping it a
dark
secret from
about
them.
everyone.
I'm trying to test Evan, see if he
But
can
do all
use
of what?
magic, see how powerful he is, and see if he can survive in things like this. I'm just testing my child to see if he can survive. It's not like I want him to survive or anything. Like, what?
Let's do that. Can my child survive a 5 million person army challenge?
Just for kicks and giggles. I never meant to get separated from him because I always wanted to be there and save him in case he can't save himself.
Oh yes, like when he died when he was an infant.
Oh yeah.
And then came back to life.
But that's the way it worked out. I'm really worried, she continued, obviously voicing something she'd been wanting to say for ages. She hugged herself nervously in the cold night air.
Oh.
Erica, Evan's mom began before something terrible happened.
Oh no.
A bolt of pink lightning shot over the parapet and hit Evan's mom,
Oh
who had been
no.
standing right next to it.
I care so
Evan's
much.
mom...
I'm sorry.
Evan's mom froze, a surprised expression on her face, then fell backwards over the parapet.
Oh no.
Erica
She actually did
screamed.
throw herself from the highest turret.
Ran to the parapet. Merlin and Morgan's battle was raging, magic spells flying back and forth. Another blast of pink lightning resulted from their battle and almost struck Erica.
Oh, blame them. Heckin' Merlin.
Mm-hmm.
Erica ducked as the enemy pounded on the door to the small parapet on which Erica now stood alone. Thank you for that sentence. Evan's mom had just died. This
Did
was
she though?
probably not. We didn't see it happen. It was really unclear.
Yeah.
This was supposed to be a fun little adventure back in time, not a real life and death situation. Yes,
Well,
it's the
surprise, you are
whole-
in a battle.
Yeah. Erica was scared. She didn't want to do this anymore. She half wanted to go and give herself to the enemy, be killed, and then wake up from this wacky
Friggin'
dream
King
in
Arthur.
her own bed. But this was real. This wasn't a dream. If she died, it would be... Oh,
Only
sorry.
just a dream.
That would be it. No more life, no more nothing.
Thinking about me, thinking about us. What
Is
we
this
gonna
another
be,
Glimmer character
be
development?
alive, but it was only just a dream.
Yeah,
Sorry.
dream.
Poor Erica. Can there be a day when she does not get hurt?
Aw. Hold up. EJ's mom just survived a lightning strike? Because she is magic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for her to come back and be like, surprise, I'm not dead. And we're
Wow.
like, wow, we care so much.
Surprised! I am so surprised.
The enemy broke one of the hinges on the door. Erica's instinct took over, and she grabbed the sword Evan's mom had left.
Oh.
Should she fight? No, she stank at swordplay.
Okay.
Maybe she could stab the stone wall with the sword and climb to... Where hadn't the bad guys already taken over?
I hate to tell
Nowhere.
you this, but stabbing swords into stone doesn't typically work that well.
She-Ra.
Oh, paper mache, sorry.
It was hopeless.
What?
Wait, what?
Hold up. First sentence. Ashley was now 18 years old. What?
The frick is happening, man?
No, she's not. I hate to inform you, Story, that she is not,
Can
in
we,
fact, that way.
stay in an area that makes sense for, 1 second? Thank you.
My brain is being overloaded by this, okay?
Me too.
How? I bet you're confused. We'll explain it never.
Oh, you're supposed to be confused.
Okay, how? Well, after Evan, their dad, Johan, and Nathan had followed Quiche away, Gwen had left her alone. She had wandered back to the time machine as her normal young self and had gotten bored, so she began to fiddle with some of the coordinates.
Oh my.
Oh no. She found the papers that explained how to pilot the machine. Isn't she 5? How does she even read?
I mean, I was probably 7 or something. I
Whatever.
don't know.
Curious, she had begun to read the papers, sounding out each word phonetically.
Oh,
Once she
boy.
had finished skipping the big words she didn't know, she was very pleased with herself, and she wanted to try what she'd learned. She decided to go somewhere quite normal without crazy magic stuff happening, so she attempted to set the coordinates for her birthday that year, or the year that she normally lived in before they had ended up in Camelot. She did remarkably well for her age, ending up exactly 21 years and 3 months away from where she had intended to go. Keep in mind that she was really young. Oh, wow.
you can't kill
So you
her.
can't blame her for... However, she got the location that she wanted correct, because in all of time and space, she knows how to figure out Earth.
Oh, of course. When she opened the hatch, she found Evan when he was 34 years old in his backyard playing with 2 kids who appeared to be about 6 or 7 years old.
Oh, wow!
It was at Ashley's house, the same house Evan had lived in as a kid.
Remember when Albert was like, "Oh yeah, Ashley's my sister."
Wow. My head hurts already.
Mine too.
It was at Ashley's house, the same house Evan had lived
it does make
in
sense.
as a
You just have
kid.
to wait for it.
Oh, I love waiting for
I
this
hate-
great payoff.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate
Only it was
I
about
hate
10
it.
years
Oh,
older than it should
that's
have
up
been.
to us.
I already have my hat.
You did it.
Hat. It was about 10 years older than it should have been, and it was bigger. Ashley found this strange, so she walked out of the hatch through the trees that hid the machine from the people in the backyard and right into older Evan's backyard. As soon as Evan noticed her, he took a double take, rubbed his eyes, then remembered something from years and years ago. Oh yeah, because that's gonna be the first thing that pops into his head when he sees his... Okay. Evan invited Ashley to play with his two sons, one of which was deaf, and Ashley agreed enthusiastically. She found her new playmates to be even more fun than the young Evan, so she kept playing the entire day. Older Evan offered her extra room in his bigger version of Ashley's house, and she agreed to spend the night. She agreed to spend the next night as well, after another fun day with her new friends. However, Ashley did decide to go back to Merlin's castle about 1 week after her arrival at older Evan's house.
She liked older Evan's house a lot better than normal Evan's house, which is her house. What?
Confusion.
Okay, so she decided to go back only for a visit. She crept back to the trees where the machine was, and landed in the middle of some strange island, which will be described later. What? I'm multiple layers of confused already.
Me too.
She landed somewhere. We're not gonna describe it now, but she's somewhere.
It's Calypso's
In an
Island.
abandoned warehouse. Okay. She wandered away from the machine for some reason, got lost for some other reason, and asked an adult to help her get home for a third reason. That will also be mentioned later. Thanks. Great.
Why would you put that in the narration?
Why do we have this segment here? Why not just have everyone else react to why is she 18 now?
Yeah,
just skip
you're not gonna
whatever
tell
this
us anything.
nonsensical explanation is. The next time Ashley found herself on that same island, which is to come later,
Bruh!
she found her way back to the machine and decided to visit the people who were nice to her. What? I don't even know what's happening. She found her way back to older Evan's house about a second after she left. What? After several weeks of doing this, what? Doing what? What is she doing? Ashley forgot all about the machine hidden in the trees and began living a new life at a different time. As you do. But the machine wasn't even hidden there anymore. After about 2 weeks, Evan had gone to bring the machine down to his secret basement for safekeeping out of the elements, only to find that someone else had already taken it.
Oh boy.
Moldy fart!
Moldy fart.
Wow.
After 14 years of being taken care of at older Evan's
Was
house.
she 4 before? How does she read?
I have so many questions. I think we just got a canon age for Ashley, and I don't
What?
agree with this.
What?
Oh, we're supposed to stretch and posture.
What is happening?
Her
Why is
mom
my
and dad
throat
were now
dying?
grandparents and thought it best to let Evan take care of her and let her grow up with his kids. He just doesn't question
what?
it. He doesn't send her back to her own time. He's just like, okay, whatever.
I guess the machine's gone.
Okay. Ashley was at her friend's house in the same neighborhood for a slumber party, and she stumbled across her friend's basement while searching for the bathroom. She noticed the slight glow coming from the closet in her friend's basement, and she opened the door to find the time machine. Ashley had all but forgotten about her old life, Narnia, but the machine brought back
Fair
memories
enough.
that made her head swirl.
Okay.
The papers were old and yellowed, and the paint on the side was chipped and scraped, but it was undoubtedly the same machine.
She asked her friend how many times she had used the machine, and her friend truthfully replied that she had just never used it, merely keeping it in the basement, too scared to use it. She explained how when her family had moved in, they had been wandering around the neighborhood when they noticed the unattended time machine sitting in the woods, and they never used it. Well, alright, they didn't think it was a very good thing to be left on the ground, whether real or not. So they dragged it out of the meteor crater
Logically,
again.
as you do.
Dragged it back to their house, which was still under construction at that point, and stuck it in the basement's foundation before the first story was built.
Okay.
they had the construction workers build a room to keep the machine in, paying the workers never to tell anyone that they had put the first floor on top of a time machine.
What the freak?
But when he told someone, they thought he was crazy and pushed him away. Hold up. So we're in the perspective of Ashley, who doesn't know about her friends who paid some construction worker to tell some other people about this thing. So we're like 4 layers of nobody was there to pay attention to this. Why are we talking about how this construction worker tried to tell someone about, oh man, I built a house on a time machine, and they pushed him away like, nah man, that didn't happen. It's crazy super fun. What is happening?
I have no clue.
Okay. The rest of the workers were happy to accept the money, but never really believed it was a time machine. Glad we know what's happening in their heads too, just to keep track of everything.
That's necessary.
Gotta know all the things, even though the character doesn't know the things. Wow.
Ashley explained her story, and her friend gladly gave up the time machine.
Oh,
Which had been
I
doing
have a
nothing
functional time machine? Cool, yeah, you can have it.
which had been doing nothing but collect dust and block off a room for the past 14 years.
Wow.
Ashley had used the machine to go back to older Evan, now 48's house. Ashley explained to older Evan what happened, though he already remembered the short version from when the
Wow,
same
because he has a
Ashley
perfect memory,
had
except
explained the
most
story
of the
to
time.
him about 35 years before.
Oh, the math.
Ashley then told Evan that she was going to go back to her true time, at least just to apologize for leaving all those years before. She also told him that she didn't know if she'd be coming back, so she gave a thorough goodbye. She then set the coordinates for exactly the date and nearly the same coordinates as the ones she had left so long ago, because she remembered that at 4 years old. She remembered exactly the time and the coordinates.
What?
In the cave in Merlin's castle, young Evan, Evan's mom, and Evan's dad had missed watching 14 years of Ashley's growth, though young Evan will soon become older.
What is happening?
As was stated above, Ashley was now 18. Please kill me. I did not need any of that. I did not want any of that.
Let me just, hold on.
The heck?
Hold up. There we go. Oh, sorry. There we go.
No! Stop!
No. What?
No, but he wanted.
Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna accept only the sentence. Apparently, Ashley is now 18?
Yep.
For some
I
reason.
have been aged up. I wonder if I will still act super annoying or not.
Probably.
Ryan says, what they look like. Try to figure out the mother. Doesn't say what they look like.
As someone who has experience with working under construction, EJ's family must have paid off the construction workers really well for them not to spill anything. EJ's parents are billionaires secretly? I mean,
not EJ's parents.
it's just
but
these random friend people. I don't even know who they are. Nobody knows who they are. I'm sure 11-year-old EJ writing the story didn't know who they were.
Yep.
Anyway, Merlin had fought Morgan 4 times already, all the way through until the 5th Merlin told the other 3 Merlins and him that he had it handled from there.
Bruh.
Ah! Sorry. I just need to let that out. Let out all the sounds inside your head. He had then gone to meet Evan at the designated meeting spot. Then he had been tossed back into the toughest battle of his life again. He was now fighting Morgan for the 5th and final time.
Oh boy.
And hearing her trash talk was becoming tiresome. I bet he was like mouthing everywhere. Well, I lost my place because I'm stupid. Morgan shot a magenta blast of energy at him, and he deflected with his own spell. When the magic collided, it sent tendrils of pink and blue lightning everywhere, some hitting the ground, some hitting other objects.
Priority. Awesome.
As Morgan repeated this tactic, Merlin heard a scream from above. Momentarily distracted, he searched for the source of the noise.
Wouldn't there be like a lot of screams considering there's 5 million people fighting?
That's a good point. His eyes quickly locked onto Evan's mother, Kelly, who was falling from a parapet high above.
Oh boy, she's not gonna die.
Oh yeah, for sure not. Morgan's next spell was countered by one of the other Merlin's spell. What? By one of the other Merlin's spell.
Okay.
Merlin reached out with magic and caught Kelly, gently bringing her to a stop by his feet. She was unconscious, but alive. Who had screamed?
Oh, I do.
This is not really relevant. You're fighting someone, but okay. Merlin was nearly hit in the rear by one of Morgan's spells, and he turned to rejoin the fight. Suddenly, he heard his name being called from a nearby... Oh, I thought it said floor. From a nearby door. A man rushed out of it, ending up right by Merlin. He looked vaguely familiar, but Merlin just couldn't put his finger on it.
Merlin, it's me, Evan, the man exclaimed.
Oh no.
Merlin stared.
Are you like me in the future?
This is me after I grew up. Anyway.
Okay, why not?
You remember that green dust you say you found?
Okay.
The stuff that negates sulfur?
Bruh.
I need some, because this is the time to ask. Could I please have some, or could you tell me where you found it? He asked. The man did look remarkably like Evan. Merlin trusted him.
Good enough. Yeah,
Okay.
it's definitely not Morgan in like a disguise or something.
I could never.
Yeah, okay. Well here, just take the pouch. I'll keep a handful in case I need it. And the place I found it is no longer in existence.
Okay.
Don't need to know any about the backstory of that, because that just...
But we need to know about the construction workers.
Yes,
not
we need to
this.
know about what the construction workers told and didn't tell the random people.
Of course.
Okay. The thing that could is something that could only happen once, though what it is, I will never tell. And this is the only powder that there was. I can definitely say that this is the only powder like it on the planet, and indeed, perhaps in the entire galaxy, Merlin replied, removing a handful of powder, which he placed in his pocket. Pocket sand! He then passed the pouch to older Evan.
Isn't he like right in the middle of the battle right
He
now?
is!
Why is he just being like, oh, this place
He's
does not
got
exist
4 other
here.
Merlins to cover his butt. Why did we even bring 5 Merlins if he doesn't need them?
Thank you so much, Merlin, older Evan cried, rushing back to the door he had come from. Merlin didn't understand, but didn't really want to. Suddenly, he heard his name being called yet again from the door that led to the path to Dartroth's main gate. The younger Evan, which Merlin was used to, ran out of the door, closely followed by Gwen, behind whom came Johann, Nathan, Dave, and Merlin's remaining 2 loyal apprentices.
Merlin! Evan shouted. We need your help! I've devised a plan! Okay, sure. Thanks, King Evan. That should help us win this battle, he yelled as his group appeared. I have gone from caring about the story to not caring and being angry at everything. The other 4 Merlins had... as his group approached, the other 4 Merlins had pushed Morgan back farther. Evan's group reached him, Merlin, just as Dave noticed Kelly. He ran to her and knelt at her side, babbling like a fool. Merlin assured him that she was alright, because he knows that, after she was struck by purple lightning, before returning his attention to Evan, who began talking a mile a minute. Okay, here's my plan, Evan continued. We've already gotten all the women and children out of Dartroth, somehow, along with... weren't they collapsing all the entrances and exits?
I thought so. I don't understand.
Apparently they missed one. Along with nearly all the warriors and all the servants. Okay, just gotta get all the bases covered. They're waiting in the forest on the other side of Camelot from where Merlin's army is breaking in. The apprentices have been so kind as to unblock... They blocked it, and now they unblocked one passage opposing the main gate. Now my plan is this. Since Gwen and the apprentices have collapsed a ton of tunnels and weakened the infrastructure of the ground directly underneath Camelot, I figure it won't take very much from such a powerful magic dude like you to break the ceiling of Dartroth and bring the entire castle of Camelot crashing down upon Dartroth. Gotta break the backup castle with the original castle. Now, King Arthur has graciously agreed to act as the bait for Morgan's army, who will in turn get pretty upset, charge him, and end up all in the middle of Dartroth, attempting to be the one to kill the mighty King Arthur. In order for the entire army of Morgan to know, you'll need to do one of your voice projection announcement thing. Okay, that. King Arthur then has 2 choices. 1, stand and fight an army of infinite people with incredible weapons, attempting to be heroic before he dies. 2, run for his life towards the other tunnel that the apprentices unblocked. We've told him to choose option 2, but who knows if he'll do it. As soon as he gets out of the way, we'll give the signal and you'll blast the ground to smithereens. Camelot will fall on top of the enemy, squash them, and as long as you defeat Morgan, we'll all live happily ever after, and all the people of Camelot who are waiting in the forest can go build another castle somewhere else. Apparently they had a backup, but not anymore. They'll just make another. It's perfect, except for the fact that you'll need to build a new castle. I know there's a lot of stuff that could go wrong with this plan, but it's the best I've got right now. Your thoughts?
Thank you for that 500-word essay, Evan.
Thanks, Quiche.
Quiche.
Quiche probably gave us this plan.
Merlin shook his head in confusion. Say it. Please don't ask me to say it again. Say it one more time, please. Slowly, Merlin pleaded. After Evan's second explanation...
he actually explained the whole thing again.
Merlin agreed. It's now like 3 days later. Merlin agreed with the plan reluctantly. We'll have to rebuild this fine... We'll have to rebuild this fine castle. Ah, well, there can be no victory without loss. Alright, onward. What's the signal, he asked.
The time machine will appear in front of you, okay? Evan asked.
Alright, I'd probably better get back to destroying Morgan, or at least as soon as I finish my announcement. Hello, I would like to announce this is the closing of Walmart in 5 minutes to you battling people. Let me just
Hello,
listen to my
everybody.
announcement.
By the way, King Arthur is waiting for you to kill him. This is totally not a
Could not
trap.
possibly be a trap.
Definitely, it is not a trap. Repeat, not a trap. He's standing alone in the center of a big, shattering cave that could not possibly kill 5 million people. How is this gonna work?
I have no clue.
And you know it's going to, but why? Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot about Erica. Why is my throat killing me? I'm sorry. My lungs are filled with death.
Oh.
Erica stood, holding her sword at the ready. Every possible means of escape she could think of was impossible.
She needs to think of more battle strategies from Super EJ's
She
mind.
needs to stop thinking of possible methods. She needs to think of the possible ones. Erica was prepared to fight for her life, hopefully doing better than she ever had while training with Evan, because Evan is so perfect and crazy. She was scared in case she hadn't figured that out. She was trapped like a rat. She was going to die 1,500 years before she was born. Tears began to leak into her eyes.
Into her eyes?
Oh no, it's coming from somewhere. Obscuring her view. Stop it, Erica thought. I've got to be brave. What? Where did this come from? I'm gonna die fighting for Evan? That's not accurate in the slightest. Okay. Erica stopped and blinked, surprised. Where did that thought come from? My thoughts exactly.
From the stupid author that's writing you right now.
Why? How? What? No. No. Okay, thanks for the shoehorned in.
Romance!
Whatever that is. That's not even romance. That's just. Why?
Erica then heard a metallic clink behind her, and
Oh no, someone's got a gun.
He turned to find the machine.
He is transgender now.
And he turned to find the machine.
It's like when we teleported to a plane and then teleported back down.
Yeah, Erica just became a male, became Eric for 2 seconds, and now is Erica.
Yep.
With a cry of joy, Erica rushed through the hatch, which, in being opened, had caused the click. Erica ran right into someone, knocking both Erica and the person to the ground.
Congrats.
Erica, you're using the name Erica so much. Erica quickly got up and offered a hand to the girl she had plowed into. The girl was taller than Erica, obviously much older, and looked remotely familiar from somewhere. The girl stood, obviously not too pleased with Erica's collision with her. Before speaking, she examined Erica thoroughly, as though trying to remember if she had ever met her.
Do I know you? Erica asked tentatively.
That depends on whether or not I know you, the girl replied. However, I am sure we knew each other at one point, otherwise I would not be talking to someone dressed in a t-shirt and jeans during the medieval times. You obviously came with Evan, as did I, before I left and grew up. I'm trying to remember your name. I remember that you liked Evan, or at least seemed to. Ah, Erica! Good to see you again, the girl cried, hugging Erica, who was taken aback. Whew.
Weren't there like 5 million people displaced from their times?
Yes.
Any of them could have been wearing t-shirts and jeans. Okay.
We'll go with it.
Sound assumptions. Who are you? Erica asked, pushing the girl away. And what do you mean I liked Evan? She continued indignantly.
I'm Ashley Thompson, she
Are you
replied,
now?
breaking into a smile.
Bruh.
Erica's mouth dropped open at the door as the door to the parapet
the door.
cracked in two.
Oh no.
Enemies began pouring through the doorway, and Erica slammed the hatch as Ashley jumped to the control panel.
Okay.
Amazing.
I support the girl squad. Dave, Evan's dad in case you forgot, was waiting for Kelly, Evan's mom in case you forgot, to wake up.
Why? Why does everything have to be about Evan?
the only definition any of these characters have is their relationship to Evan.
That's so true.
So really, that story with the construction workers was like 5 layers of abstraction.
Yeah.
Evan had helped carry her, his mom, to the forest that encircled Merlin's castle on 3 sides, where all the people of Camelot were hiding, waiting for the plan to be put into action. What was the plan again? Nathan and Johann stood with him, looking at Camelot through the trees. All the women and children were hidden farther back in the woods, just in case the enemy found their way to the other exit from Dartroth, which the apprentices had cleared out recently. So much redundant and useless information. The tunnel entrance was hidden in the rocks a mere 50 yards from the forest. To someone not looking for a tunnel entrance, it just looked like a rock outcropping. But to someone who knew it was there, it looked like a yawning mouth ready to swallow any traveler who wandered too near.
Kelly stirred and Dave dropped
How
to
does
one
it
knee
look
by
so
her
different?
side.
Oh, look, that's a rock. Oh, wait, no, it's a cave!
Oh my
Wow, it's gonna eat somebody!
Kelly stirred and Dave dropped to one knee by her side. Her eyes fluttered open and she looked at him. Hey, Dave, she groggily greeted him, sitting up with difficulty. Ugh, I feel like my joints are frozen over because she's 1,000,000 years old, she complained. Dave helped her to her feet. I'm too old for this kind of thing. How old did you think our parents were? They have a 13-year-old child. I don't think that they're like having arthritis quite yet.
I don't know. Whatever. Merlin claims that the effects of... Wait, what? Oh, who's speaking? Oh, yeah. Merlin claims that the effect of the spell you got hit by should go away after about 20
That's
minutes.
specific.
Dave relayed. What's been happening... Wait, what? Is he saying what's been happening to you as she's waking up from being knocked out? What's been happening with you? What's up, wife that almost died by being struck by lightning? How are ya? What's up, bro?
I am great.
Good to hear.
Oh, all
I'm not
sorts
worried
of
about
things.
you or anything.
We crashed a dragon. Where's Erica?
I don't know!
Kelly shouted.
She's probably thinking about Evan.
Suddenly, the machine appeared in the woods near them. The hatch opened and none other than Erica watched out conveniently. Kelly ran over and began asking questions while Dave trudged over to the machine expecting to find Evan. Instead, he found a girl as tall as him. I am now as tall as Dad.
Yes.
That
'cause
is
that's
normal.
how you grew up. You didn't quite grow up that way in real life.
I'm not
but
quite that tall.
You got to,
Sorry
you got to be
disappoint
much
you.
taller in this version.
Expecting to find Evan. Instead, he found a girl that was as tall as him, who appeared to be around 20 years old.
Wow.
I'm 20 now. I thought I was 18.
Okay.
It's me. It's canon me now. He was taken aback by this newcomer. The girl looked at him, her mouth hanging open for nearly 5 seconds. Oh. I am a 20-year-old girl that says, Daddy! She shouted, flinging her arms around him.
Okay.
He was very confused.
Why does she have this much affection for a man she abandoned for 14 years?
She just didn't care to go back. She was like, I'll stay here with my older brother who's like 30.
Okay.
Okay. And she didn't really know what to do. Oh, he didn't really know what to do besides stand there. Kelly came over and peeled the girl off of him. As the girl began to explain her story, Dave became so mesmerized that he didn't even realize that Merlin's announcement was booming across the land. However, the girl, or Ashley, did notice and stopped to listen.
And our king, King Arthur, now waits below to challenge the whole of Morgan's army. This is not suspicious at all to mortal combat. He waits in the center of Dartroth, armed only with his sword, Excalibur, and its sheath, which heals him, just in case you didn't know, so that you can take it away from him and kill him easily. He will destroy each and every one of you, alone.
And in the other corner, we have an entire army of 5 million people with guns.
Oh boy.
Merlin claimed. This made little sense to Ashley, who was having trouble remembering what had been going on when she was 4. We're having trouble remembering what was happening last stream 1 week ago, and who didn't know the plan. Dave and Kelly explained what had been going on recently. Then Ashley finished her story. Her story left Dave and Kelly in tears.
Okay. You made me miss seeing you grow up, Kelly cried, beginning to sob. Ashley began to cry as well, quickly followed by Dave. Johann tapped Dave on the shoulder. Dave turned. Johann and Nathan put fingers to their lips, then motioned to the tunnel entrance. Amazingly, Dave's remorse had deafened him to the large part of Morgan's army that was now tromping past the forest and into the tunnel entrance. Dave quickly silenced Kelly and Ashley, then resumed watching the enemy.
Okay. This wasn't part of the plan, Johann remarked quietly. Now the king is going to be surrounded on both sides. He won't have an escape route.
Oh no!
Guess he'll die.
He kind of wanted to anyway, so...
Kill me and I'll give you a heroic death. Go die! Evan was panicking. Oh, we're having an Evan perspective again. Yay.
Oh boy.
I had gone back...
Evan was panicking. I hate this.
Gotta specify, man. I had gone back to find the machine, only to find that the tunnel we left it in was collapsed. How could Gwen or the apprentices have collapsed the tunnel? The machine was clearly visible from Dartroth. Was the machine moved? I ran to find Gwen, who was waiting at the reinforced main gate of Dartroth. It was no longer a gate, more like a huge piece of solid wood that was still growing, like part of the huge tree. That was so secret you weren't supposed to see or something, I don't know. It was growing slowly, but still growing nonetheless. Evidently, the apprentices had transformed it into a living plant that grew about a centimeter wider every minute.
How can you even see it growing if it's growing a centimeter every minute?
I have very impressive eyes!
Whoa, I think that's growing by the teeniest little hair's width.
It couldn't grow any taller, but it grew thicker, blocking the passage more and more securely. Gwen! I shouted. She turned. Where's the machine?
I thought you said you were going to get it.
I thought you had it!
Don't you know where it is? She yelled back as I reached her.
The passage we left it in is collapsed, and there's no way someone could collapse it without noticing the machine.
Well, when I collapsed the tunnel we arrived here from, I made sure the machine wasn't there before I squashed it. It's not there. I assumed you moved it out of the way or something.
Well, I don't know where it is, and Nathan, Johann, and Dad were with me the whole time, so they don't know any more than I do, I replied as a low rumble began to reverberate through the chamber. It was Merlin's voice making the announcement. King Arthur was in position.
What about Ashley? I'm going to...
What about her? I thought we left her with you while you were collapsing tunnels.
I thought she was with you.
Uh-oh. You think that Ashley is stuck traveling through time, probably end up in really dangerous places?
Maybe he's dead and we're stuck in this time forever, not to mention not being able to give the signal so we can't defeat Morgan's army, and we're all going to die? Gwen finished.
Yeah, that.
We looked at each other. The ground began to shake.
The ground began to shake!
As Morgan's army entered the tunnels.
Oh dear. We're doomed, I stated.
Awesome.
And apparently that's all the Super EJ we get. Now we gotta go back to freaking Johann. We have too many characters here. EJ must have thought Erica was cute. I don't know when that was in reference to, but yes, apparently.
King Arthur
Pocket sand.
Sick beats to defeat the entire army. Yeah, just reverberate those walls. Johann still wasn't entirely sure what was going on, but he had the main idea.
Me neither. No one is.
He had gotten the shortened version of what happened before he got amnesia, mostly because people were tired of explaining things to him over and over again. But he realized that if the machine was there in the forest with Nathan, Erica, Evan's parents, the older Ashley, and it probably wasn't with Evan where it should have been. He also realized...
That doesn't follow technically because time travel exists.
Yeah. He also realized that the plan specifically called for the second entrance to Dartroth 50 yards away to be enemy-free. This was not the case, as thousands of Morgan's men were now pouring into the bowels of the earth through that entrance.
Yay.
The third thing he realized was that Evan, Gwen, and the king had no way to escape. They were probably dead already, considering the number of enemies running into the tunnel.
Yay.
Johann relayed his thoughts to the rest of the group, who agreed with everything. Unfortunately...
Because everyone has the same brain. They're a hive mind
of characters. Evan's parents then became even more heartbroken, believing that Evan was dead and their daughter was old. I'm not young anymore, you can kill me!
Hey, we can kill you now.
Because we can't think about how young she is.
Once again, time travel exists. You can't say, oh yeah, they must be dead by now. You could have just... You have a time machine. You know that they were in a bad situation. Time traveled 12 minutes ago. Get them. You're good. Yeah. They didn't die. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You can spend all the time you want just chilling in that forest and saving whenever you feel like it. But okay.
But okay.
Just let the parents suffer. Johann was pretty sad too. Okay, but he also knew he had to let Merlin know when to blow up the ground. He resolved to use the machine to appear in front of Merlin exactly 1 minute after the last enemy disappeared down this passage. Nathan began mourning the loss of his sister. I don't know if he would do that. Alright. And then Erica began trying to maintain her composure. Erica? Oh, Erica's there? I forgot she was there. Erica began to plan with Johan, mainly concerning their plan of action. They would leave the mourning people, teleport to Merlin, then go back to the forest. They would watch... No mention of trying to, go back and save her, what's-his-face, the main character man, and
Evan.
Gwen. Just let him die, that's fine. They would watch the castle crash into the ground, then leave with the crying people, going back to their own time. What?
Their plan came time to be executed when the last of Morgan's army rushed down into the darkness. Johan went into the hatch and began setting the coordinates while Erica watched the entrance counting down from 60. As Erica reached 10, she entered the machine and closed the hatch. Johan strapped in and pulled the lever as Erica reached 0. They landed right in front of Merlin and Morgan. Johan peeked out of the hatch only to be nearly hit by Morgan's spell. Morgan began trying to fight her way to the machine, obviously trying to escape, but Johan quickly stopped her by moving the machine up to a tower about 50 feet above the fight. Morgan didn't know where they had gone, so she screamed in frustration.
She does not even have eyes.
An orange beam of light shot like a palm at one of the 5 Merlins, and he easily blocked the spell. Morgan screeched her displeasure. Why is she just screaming? No words. Just screaming. This would probably make me pretty mad too, Johan thought. Why? I'm just...
Isn't, like...
5-year-old level
Merlin
pups.
the bestest, most awesomest sorcerer ever, and Morgan was, like, his apprentice gone rogue or whatever? Even if she, like, tapped into dark magic and became a little more powerful than Merlin, but they were still, like, close matches. Having 5 of him is an extreme advantage. How has he not beat her by now?
I was wondering why the fight is still going.
Yeah, like, how is she this good, and or how are the 5 Merlins this bad? Is she just, like, walking backwards and all 5 Merlins walk in a row and she throws one spell and it hits all 5 of them and knocks them over?
They're taking turns like Wizard of Nolan.
It's like a bowling, I don't know. Yeah, they gotta take turns.
I've got it handled from here, guys.
One of the Merlins yelled. The other 4 nodded and ran off. The Merlin that was left smiled at Morgan. Morgan's body language showed her defiance, but also revealed how exhausted she was.
Thank you for describing like what her body language actually was.
In a final desperate attempt, she charged Merlin, letting loose a scream of rage as she drew her sword that she apparently now has, and shot a blade of shot a black ray of magic at Merlin simultaneously. Merlin held out his hand almost casually, and Morgan's spell bounced off an invisible barrier, hitting part of the castle and blowing it up, because, okay. Morgan bounced off the same barrier, flying backwards in a slow flip. Morgan landed on her feet, and the ground around her burst into a circle of flames. Morgan's eyes reflected the fiery hatred she had for Merlin. As she tried again and again to destroy him, Merlin evaded her spells and laughed. Dejected, Morgan stopped everything. She stood there, breathing hard, arms hanging at her sides.
Does that mean it's finally my turn to attack?
You haven't even attacked yet? No wonder she survived! They're this long!
Without waiting for a reply, he thrust his hands forward. Morgan flew backwards and smashed into a wall.
Crunch.
Merlin began speaking in another language, and Morgan tried to reply in the same tongue. She was
Who's watching this? Is anyone? I guess Johan? Okay.
I guess.
I was like, whose perspective is this from? Is this just happening?
She was pinned to the wall by an invisible force, and she hung her head, defeated. A powerful wind was blowing from Merlin's hands towards Morgan, blowing her hair in all directions. Merlin continued to speak to her, and she replied in the other language. Merlin then stood in the middle of the spot in which Morgan and he had just been fighting, and lifted his hands. The sky grew darker, if that was possible, and tendrils of blue magic and lightning began swirling in the air around Merlin's hands. It was obvious that he was preparing to blast the ground with a really powerful spell, sending Morgan down to die with her enemy.
Oh, that's obvious.
Yeah, of course. The lightning condensed into an orb of blue magic hovering above Merlin's hands.
He's gonna Kamehameha.
Haha!
Johann was about to jump back into the machine and get out of there before the ground got blasted when he noticed another person standing about 10 feet behind Merlin. The newcomer threw an object towards Merlin, and it hit Merlin's orb of magic right in the center. It passed through and hit the wall of the tower that the machine stood upon, and Johann noticed that it was a knife made of yellow stone. How do you notice that? You'd have to look over the edge and be like, oh wow, look at that thing that the... Okay, sure, whatever. He noticed that it was a yellow knife, or a knife made of yellow stone.
Blue plastic hairbrush.
The knife had cut right through Merlin's magic, creating a hole in the energy, and his orb then began to unravel.
No! Merlin cried as the orb exploded, releasing an enormous amount of energy, which knocked Merlin to the ground.
Katham.
The ground was hit by the explosion as well, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. Morgan was released, and she approached the fallen Merlin with smug satisfaction. The third person approached too, and Erica whispered to Johann that she recognized him as the third apprentice.
I recognize that as the third apprentice. The betrayer apprentice.
The betrayer apprentice. Morgan grabbed her sword and stood above Merlin. She said something that Johann couldn't quite hear, and then stabbed Merlin with a sword!
Oh no! I mean, no! Erica cried, alerting Morgan and her bodyguard to their presence.
Nice going.
Merlin gasped, regaining Morgan's attention for an instant, but then Morgan cackled evilly, ah! And ordered the betrayer to get the machine so she could rule all places for all time, wahaha!
Wow.
The apprentice prepared to cast a spell, but then was distracted by a rumbling. The ground began to shake. Stones of King Arthur's castle began to come loose, and the cracks began spreading in the ground. Johann wasn't doing it. That much he knew. A huge crack split the ground as Morgan... A huge crack split the ground Morgan stood upon, and she stumbled, falling on her back. The ground was cracking. Camelot was crashing down. The tower that the machine stood on began to collapse as Johann and Erica climbed back through the hatch. As Johann closed the hatch, he could have sworn he saw two more people that are unexplained jump from inside a large crack, standing near Morgan with obviously hostile motives. Then the ground gave way and Johann closed the hatch. Okay.
Wow.
Chapter 13. What the heck is happening anymore?
Ryan says, I am back. That's the last 20 minutes since Ashley was 34-year-old EJ. Anything big happen or worthwhile?
I adopted my sister.
Yeah, basically just, oh no, people are in King Arthur's escape route.
I can't wait till this adventure ends.
Honestly, we've been in Camelot
I don't know what's happening. It's so convoluted now that I don't know what's happening, and I'm just
And
baffled.
does this even have anything to do with Multifart or anything, or are we just...
No, we just kind
I
of...
love having no overarching plot.
Yeah, literally, if the characters just decided, you know what, let's stop being stupid and getting ourselves into adventure terrible situations that are going to get us killed, there wouldn't be a plot.
Mm-hmm.
It relies on the characters deciding, you know what, even though we almost died, let's go almost die again, because that's fun adventure times. And then they do it, and that's why they have to avoid dying again. There's not really any goal other than let's go have some fun and almost die.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't tie together very well into like a coherent overarching
says, you
plot.
just missed a giant paragraph that lasted 30 years.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of those.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow.
Yeah, so...
I think we're almost at the end, like the thrilling conclusion of this segment though, so hopefully we'll get to have something new that's maybe slightly more interesting. I don't even remember what though. I'm scared.
Evan was still trying to figure out what to do. The enemy had made short work of the barricaded main gate with their grenades and stuff.
And stuff. And the things.
The stuff
and
things.
the objects.
Now bad guys poured from both entrances to Dartroth, which was not part of the plan.
Oh no.
I was sitting, because we got to switch perspectives
Yep,
again.
of course, for sure.
I was sitting on top of a big pile of rocks with Gwen, hiding high above the enemy. We were elevated nearly to the ceiling, and we watched as many enemies flooded into Dartroth, forming a circle around King Arthur. The enemies weren't attacking us,
Why not?
merely surrounding the king on
Why
all
not?
sides, giving him about 30 yards of space.
He has challenged them. He has said, I can defeat 5 million men at once.
Gotta be chivalrous.
And they're all there now, and they're like, alright, let's wait till every single person gets down here, file in for those in the back. Okay, now we're ready to get squashed by the ceiling.
The enemies weren't attacking yet, merely surrounding the king on all sides, giving about 30 yards of space. The king was obviously not pleased, but he wasn't showing it. He was obviously not pleased, but he wasn't showing it.
That's very obviously not being shown.
Obvious. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait, what? as the last of Morgan's army entered the massive chamber, he shouted at the top of his lungs.
I have one question.
What is your question?
Who were these 5 million people fighting when everyone other than the king got evacuated? Were they just fighting no one? They were just kind of standing there going, yeah, we did it. We won.
I mean, I guess I thought that the people in the underground kingdom were different than the people in the above ground kingdom.
So they just had both kingdoms filled up with people the whole time? So did they just sacrifice everyone in the above? I don't think that's what happened.
I don't know. I can't keep track of this plot.
Whatever. So probably a lot of people died because bad planning, but whatever.
Yay.
That's just a background thing. We didn't discuss it, therefore it's still PG-13. I don't think it's PG-13 anymore, given how many people have died and how bad everything is. Oh yeah, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Any of you who believe you are worthy to slay King Arthur, I'm still king, by the way, even though I renounced my kingship to a child.
13-year-old.
I dare you to take a step forward, he screamed. Morgan's army looked at each other and laughed, and as one, took a step forward, the wave of motion flowing through the crowd. Any of you who do not think you will die today, take yet another step forward, the king yelled. They're being so chivalrous. They're just like, ah yes, I will meet your demand. Let me take one step forward and casually chill as I wait for you to finish monologuing. Then I will kill you. The army advanced once again. Absolute silence somehow reigned in the cave. What?
With 5
I don't know
million
if I've heard
people.
of many, like, groups of 5 million people that aren't at war who were that silent.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The king stared down Morgan's army, and for some reason they're intimidated enough to not kill him yet with, like, a rogue arrow to the face. Any of you who are prepared to be slain, take the first swing. Okay, Jesus. The king challenged, and the ferocity of his voice. Oh, I was supposed to be ferocious, sir. Any of you who are prepared to be slain, take the first swing. And the ferocity of his voice, and stare unnervingly. What? And stare unnerving many of the people. Wow, sorry. For a good 5 seconds, no one moved. Then, slowly, one of the people on the front row stepped forward, aiming his machine gun at the king.
Why would you be nervous if you have a machine gun?
He has a sword! You have a machine gun. How is this possibly going to go not your way?
A 27 on intimidation.
He must have. Wow. This man rolled an out 1.
Yeah.
Oh, apparently everyone else did, actually. I lost my place. Okay, the king stared at him, raising his sword slowly. The king began slowly advancing upon the brave gunman. The man who is scared, even though he has 499,000... Oh, whatever. The man took a step back. Okay. The man took a step back and then shot a single bullet at the king. It hit him, but did nothing to stop him. As the king had claimed, Excalibur's sheath healed him instantly from most injuries. I wish I had that kind of thing. Also, how can we see this? Aren't we like on the ceiling on a corner far away from like the king in the center of the chamber? We're like 4 football fields away, and then however many feet tall the chamber was.
I don't know.
So we're like very far away, and we're just seeing, ah yes, that bullet hit him, but he is being healed by his thingy. Also, what is the official lore of the Sheath of Excalibur? Because I have no idea. I have a hard time believing that it heals instantly bullet wounds.
Just doesn't even slow him down.
Okay, Google. What does the Sheath of Excalibur do? The power of Excalibur's Excalibur. The power of scalloped potatoes. The power of Excalibur's scabbard is similar to the real Arthurian. Wait, hold on. This is Sonic News Network.
What?
Is this a Sonic fan? We need something from real things. This is what I wanted to ask. Please tell me.
According to Sonic News Network, fandom.
That's not what I want. I don't care about Sonic. I hate this. Hang on. We're gonna look it up properly. Excalibur Scabbard Powers.
Oceana says, it's definitely rated R with all the historical references that we were afraid would be in there that ended up being in there.
Yeah, fair enough.
And Ryan says, could it heal him if they all shot him at the same time? But probably could have ended this battle in 5 seconds.
If they all shot him at the same time, it would be like a sphere of metal closing in upon him and he would be crushed to death. There would be no puncturing, he would just be squashed. King Arthur's legendary sword Excalibur had extraordinary powers in battle, but its enchanted scabbard was far more important than his blade. No weapons could harm its bearer, who made it invulnerable. Oh.
Well, that's OP.
I guess it is. He just can't die. He's literally unkillable, unharmable.
Wow.
His evil half-sister, Morgan Le Fay. I didn't know it was his half-sister.
I didn't either.
Huh. You gotta watch out for Ashley. Anyway, that's interesting factoid to learn, I guess. Cool.
Oh boy.
Okay, so maybe it isn't complete. I mean, yes, in reality, it's complete and utter what in the world, but according to the official lore of King Arthur, that's acceptable. All right. At least I didn't make that up. I could have sworn, randomly adding this in again, of course.
Oh boy.
I could have sworn I heard something behind me as Moldy Fart's incredible, invisible presence. I'm dying. Invisible presence grew stronger, and when I turned, I thought I saw a shadow duck away from my sight. But it could have been a trick of flickering torchlight. You've seen him before. He's freaking chopped your arm. Why do you doubt? Oh, he forgot magic existed.
Yeah.
King Arthur then threw his sword, which decapitated the gunman that had shot him, then stopped, hovering in midair like Thor's hammer.
Oh boy.
It then spun at high speed like a propeller and flew in a circle, killing all the enemies in the first row.
Remind me why he wanted to stab himself and die?
The bad guys near the front were all screaming and panicking, attempting to back away from the king. The ones in the back hadn't been able to see and were just standing there trying to figure out why the first few rows were going crazy. The back rows thought the swarm attack on the king had started and surged forward. The middle rows didn't know what to do, so they just stood there trying to act as a barrier and stop the stampeding people to restore order. Once they had succeeded, the enemy seemed more wary and knew they were going to have to all swarm him at once in order to kill him. The tension grew. How does the tension grow after the king just freaking threw a propeller that decapitated 1 billion men?
Oh.
Okay, Google. In the official lore of King Arthur, can Excalibur freaking become a lightsaber with the Force? Because I don't think that's something that... Maybe I forgot my King Arthur lore, but I don't think that's something that happens, is it?
Not that I'm
Is this
aware
another
of.
time-traveling Merlin disguising himself as King Arthur? Or something? Because what? Okay.
Why am
I don't know
so
why he wanted to
tired?
surrender. You're right. He could have killed all 5 million men by himself.
Just propeller that sword.
Yep.
Anyone else want to slay me? Anyone? King Arthur challenged. Gwen bit her upper lip. Her upper lip? It's a little weird.
Why?
We exchanged a glance. The entire army charged forward with a cry of defiance.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Isn't this
Gwen...
the perfect time to like squish everyone? Like
You
the
would
plan
think
was?
so.
Why are we waiting still?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh boy, Gwen mumbled as she jumped to her feet and charged down the hill into the fight.
Why?
Guess what
Isn't this the
now?
plan? Isn't... Okay. Gwen, what are you doing? I cried before noticing the new crack in the ceiling. Was Merlin doing it? I charged down the rock pile, for some reason, away from the ceiling. Gwen had evidently stolen a sword from one of the people and was fighting like a fiend, Professor Fiend. But instead of fighting her way to the main gate, she was trying to reach the king. I jumped from a rock, propelling myself high above the crowd, angled myself the correct way, which is something, then landed and rolled to my feet next to Gwen, in the 5 million people that gave me room to do that. Thankfully, she recognized me before stabbing, and we made it to the king. How? One sentence. We fought our way past 5 million men. Okay. And made it to the king, who was completely overrun within seconds. Within seconds? Like 20,000 men just fly in the air as we like blast past with our swords blazing faster than the speed of sound. He was on his back, being shot, stabbed, and stepped on from all sides, and yet he refused to die. But not a single one of the bad guys thought to go, you know that sheath that heals him? Maybe we should take that off.
Yeah, the one that Merlin explicitly said heals him.
Wow, amazing. Thanks for telling the readers, but having all the 5 million men not be smart enough to realize, oh, that's why he's not dying. But his sheath had its limits, and the enemy were trying to yank the sheath from him. Okay, maybe they are dumb. Just not dumbest.
Come on, Merlin, I muttered to myself as Gwen began defending herself from the people near us.
You realize you're still under the crash zone, right?
I didn't really have the stomach to actually kill people.
Oh, it's such a good man.
I'm too young. I practice weaponry all the time, but actually hurting people intentionally, it was just wrong. What practice Gwen had with swordplay, I didn't know, but she looked like she had been born with a sword, though she was trying to use it. That would have hurt.
Yeah.
Though she was trying to use it only for defense. I was amazed that neither of us had been hit by any bullets yet.
I too. I mean, I guess if they're in the middle of so many people that you can barely have elbow room, firing bullets just randomly into the crowd would probably kill your own guys more than the 3 people you're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
As Gwen held off the people around us, I tried to help the very tired king to his feet. He had lost his sword and was having
everyone is
difficulty
targeting him. How do you help the one man everyone is attacking to his feet?
I don't have a clue.
It's not like a battle where there's a bunch of people fighting each other. You are the only target.
I'm sorry about this, your kingness, I told the king as I lifted him onto my back.
You are more worthy than I!
Alrighty, Super EJ, with your many, many, many muscles.
God.
Wow, he weighed a ton. Gwen helps protect the king and I with her sword.
I'm 13. I don't have the muscles for that.
You're just picking up a grown man, putting him on your back.
I threw a car-sized rock 30 feet up, but I guess this is just an average workout.
Gwen helped protect the king and I with her sword as we attempted to move through the crowd, but Gwen's protection was unnecessary.
Because I'm so cool. I am so cool.
I noticed a shimmery blue sphere around us that blocked all the bad guys' bullets and weapons and stuff.
Oh.
I also noticed one of the apprentices hiding on top of another of the rock piles, no doubt using magic to create the almost imperceptible force field around us.
Oh, we're cheating.
That's why we weren't being hit by anything.
Hacks.
Looking up in that direction, I also noticed that no new cracks had appeared in the ceiling. I stopped moving through the crowd, paying no attention to the enemy that was trying with little success to break our protective sphere. The ceiling wasn't breaking. Why wasn't it breaking? If it didn't break, there was no point to our escape.
Come on, Merlin, I pleaded. A grenade exploded next to our sphere, and our sphere vanished, but only for an instant. Then it was back, and we were safe again. The apprentice must have been getting tired and was starting to become unable to maintain the protection spell. If we were going to live, that ceiling was going to have to break now. I felt my birthmark suddenly grow infinitely hot! Infinitely!
Roast a steak on this side.
The entire planet engulfs into fusion. And I swatted up my birthmark, half thinking I'd been shot or stung by a wasp. Then I got really tired, as though all my energy had just been sucked out of me. Then the ceiling began rumbling, it began shaking, and finally it began to crack into pieces. Camelot, going down to floor 1. Welcome to Dartroth.
Thank you for that. Be
Sorry.
calm.
Bruh.
Super EJ could take on 5 billion, so 5 million is nothing for him.
Yeah, just an average day.
I thought he already killed people except his sister who was too young. I don't know, has he actually killed it? I feel like not directly.
He has killed zombies and robots. He has indirectly caused people to die, but not specifically murdered anyone, I think. Totally a good character.
Oh yes, so good. Ashley was watching the castle as it began to break apart and fall into the ground.
I think I used the same kind of concept of like the main character brings a mountain down on someone and sacrifices himself in the process in another book that I was writing, because I knew as I was writing my other things after this that I was like, you know what, that book's bad. I'm gonna borrow the good ideas and use them for other things that are better. And yeah, so
How much did you write of other things?
a fair bit, but I never got anywhere close to finishing a book, so I never really did anything with it. But I have a lot of other things that I tried to write.
I was reading, whenever I would start to write things, I would only get 3 pages in and then stop forever. But I was reading like the little snippets of like a Percy Jackson fanfic that I started. I had 3 different ones that I had started. Where did I have that? Oh, but I was dying a little bit inside because it was just like a little,
Little centipede, the one in your water.
yeah, it was a centipede in my water, man. I mean, it's just because, you know, I was a simp, and I remember exactly when I wrote it.
Did you
as well.
self-insert yourself as a romance opportunity for someone?
It wasn't entirely a self-insert because I've never really liked self-inserts because why would I want to write about myself? So, I mean, like, there were some similarities.
Apparently me.
I would not want to make myself a main character. I'm boring, man. But it was like a character that was like kind of like me, I guess. But she would like had some sort of thing with Leo because cringe. That's why. I only wrote like 2 scenes though, so it was okay. I didn't die too much, but still, like, yikes.
Only mostly dead.
I'm gonna say my Leo portrayal wasn't horrible though. Like, he had some kind of funny lines, I guess.
That's where you learn to do mean, huh?
Whoa. Shut up.
Shut up, homie.
Yeah. It's not the same.
How has he not killed anyone with his pyromancy? Oh, pyromaniac is he. Okay, yeah, technically I did kill an entire town of people. But you didn't see it. It was off camera, so it doesn't count.
I didn't see it. Yeah, like, my character, like... I don't need to talk about this. I don't know why I'm talking about it, but yeah, that was fun. I wish I had written more so I could read it. I had like a whole plan. It was gonna be like a tragic sacrifice and all that, you know? Love those.
Can you talk about how I used an elevator reference for an entire castle falling on 5 million men?
Amazing.
That's what I thought was the proper epic conclusion.
An elevator. Ding.
Yes. Wow. Sorry, what were you saying?
What the heck was I saying? I was like saying something.
I thought you were saying something that didn't exist. The chocolate was not good.
Why?
It's waxy and weird.
Huh.
And like somehow too sweet as well. Try it.
Okay.
Give your expert opinion on this chocolate.
It looks
I am a critic.
slightly
a
old,
connoisseur.
I don't know, that's just the wrapper.
It's
maybe.
ancient.
It is as old as
It is as old as the reincarnated Super EJ. What are we doing? Ah, yes, reading. Ashley was watching the castle as it began to break apart and fall into the ground. She had been reminded/brought up to speed about what was going on. She knew where Evan was. The machine reappeared as Merlin's tower fell, and the group continued, watching as the entire castle plunged into the ground, opening up an enormous crater in the ground and raising a huge dust cloud in the air. After 3 full minutes, Ashley asked the question that was on everyone's minds. Are they all dead? She asked. Johan nodded.
Oh.
You forget you can time travel and save them before that happens, but okay, they're dead, I guess.
I don't see how it could be any other way, Johan replied.
Because you freaking... Oh, whatever. I don't even care. If they die, they died. I'm okay with this. Story ends.
Yeah, this really isn't that good, but also, I don't really care about milk chocolate either.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it's just inferior, even for my tastes.
Oh.
The same kind of goes for this chocolate. I was having similar issues, just not quite as much.
Issues.
Would you like to try a bit of this?
Sure, we're turning into a chocolate review
Chocolate review channel. I'm gonna... Because I had this chocolate, and I was like, you know, I don't really want to eat that, And this is what I was saving for after it, but I might have to go with this instead because this is just objectively better. So, what? How, I don't see how it could be any other way. I do. It's just a hope, but it's possible, Erica sniffed. Evan and Gwen were with the apprentices when we last knew, right? They can use magic. I'm sure Evan and Gwen are safe if they stayed with the apprentices, Erica explained.
I suppose it's possible. Why is everyone sniffing?
Because they're... Oh no, they're dead. I cared so deeply about them.
Dad sniffed, standing and
Super
walking to the
EJ.
machine. All aboard, we're going to find the apprentices.
Why not find your child?
I have no idea.
Alright.
Yeah, I think I prefer Hershey's to...
Yay.
Yes.
Opinions are validated.
But dark chocolate's still better.
Opinions are invalidated! Triggered!
When Anton Ego from Ratatouille goes to Hershey's.
Okay. And we're not leaving until we see proof that Evan and Gwen are dead or alive, Mom added. Everyone piled into the machine because they all move as one and have the same thoughts and agree with things the same way and whatever.
Whoever needs any disagreements.
Yeah, of course. Who needs dialogue? Who needs explanation? Nope, we don't need those scenes. We just need to summarize what happens. And they moved the machine as close as they dared to the massive crater. Once there, they noticed a torch, probably belonging to the apprentices, on the other side. So they moved it over there. Okay, their guess was correct, but only halfway. One of the apprentices was kneeling there. Sorry. One of the apprentices was kneeling there, but it was only the loyal boy, and the girl was nowhere to be found.
Boy.
He was crying. The body of Merlin lay beside him. Ashley sat down next to him.
Hey, you okay? Ashley
Oh
asked
yeah, I
gently.
forgot Ashley is like a sensible human being now. Physically, yes. Emotionally,
Who says
no.
that? Hey, are you okay? Yes. Emotionally, no.
I am so deep and nuanced as a character.
He replied. The torch was stuck into the ground beside him, and he clutched what looked like a black rock in his arms. Morgan killed Merlin, and then my fiancée sacrificed herself to capture Morgan. Now both of them are stuck in this idol? He spoke thickly through his tears as he showed her the smooth black thing, which was shaped like a Russian doll. Are you okay?
This is all like setup and consistency-ness with the Sorcerer's Apprentice movie I talked about. Remember that?
Oh.
It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. I just wanted to use the magic
Stupid,
system. I
it's
shouldn't have.
stupid,
It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's stupid. Whatever.
But is it stupid?
It's stupid. I'm sorry about your loss, but could you tell us whether or not Evan and Gwen are alive?
Yeah, forget about your
Ashley
fiancé,
asked.
but like, what about our friends?
Wait, so a second ago, she was like, hey, you okay? Hey, I'm sorry to hear about your loss, but hey, are the people we care about alive?
Yeah, I couldn't care less about your friggin' fiancé.
Oof.
The force field of protection had shattered after being hit by the first falling
Oh, we're
boulder.
alive still.
So Gwen and Evan were forced to
Time
dive
travel.
out of the way of the other rocks. But when the entire castle fell, it was unavoidable. Gwen just stood there thinking, oh gosh. All Evan
Oh,
could do
gosh.
was crouch on the ground in fear as this huge weight fell. The enemy army was trying to run to the exits in vain, being squashed by the numerous rocks that fell from above. Not one of them remained. Sorry. Not
In
one of
my
them
face hole.
survived. Gwen and Evan, however, stayed in the middle of the chamber, desperately trying to think of other ways to survive.
Wait, so not one of them has survived. They're all dead now. We're still surviving.
Somehow, I don't want to question it.
I think it's time anachronism. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, wait. Hold on, Evan called. I've got an idea. Gwen, help me position the king in such a...
A smaller boulder crashed
This
to the
is why you
ground.
don't say long sentences.
Honestly, a smaller boulder crashed to the ground between Evan and Gwen, cutting Evan off. The sudden wind from rocks falling and stuff extinguishing. From rocks falling and stuff extinguished all the torches and fire, plunging the world into darkness. Evan had an idea, and Gwen trusted Evan, so she figured being with him would give her a better chance of survival. Stop trusting him. She began crawling
Don't
over
you?
to the
You know magic. You're not convinced he knows anything about anything. Just like use your magic and like yeet.
Yeah, honestly. She began crawling around the big boulder, trying to reach Evan. Another boulder crashed into the ground mere inches from her, and splinters of rock flew through the air, cutting her arms and legs. Gwen screamed in pain, but continued crawling.
Ouchie.
Gwen couldn't see anything, so she didn't know how long she
can't see a thing
had
without my
before
glasses.
the castle hit. But she knew it was above her and would kill her if it squashed her.
Yeah, no kidding.
Gwen's cut and bleeding face crashed into something in the darkness,
Congrats.
causing pain to explode all over her face again.
It was Ija's
She
abs.
cursed to release her pain. But it hadn't felt like a rock that she crashed into. It was
Ija's
her abs!
abs! Gwen, Evan shouted over the sounds of crashing stones. Get underneath me!
My abs!
My abs shall shield you! Get underneath me, he yelled. Gwen groped in the darkness trying to find Evan, whose face she had just crashed into.
Great.
Ow. Finding Evan's arm.
Whoa, she crashed into him with her face. Oh, they kissed!
Oh, no, don't what to think about. Perhaps it was thought of by the writer. Oh,
Erica is shaking and crying. right
Oh,
now.
gasp! Well,
Where's Sam, by the way? He needs
I don't
to get
know.
over
He
here.
needs to be sassy.
He might have slept in by accident.
Oh no. Okay. Finding Evan's arm, Gwen began feeling around, trying to figure out what position Evan was in. Is this your ribs?
These are abs.
She found his side, and he yelled. He yelled! Hey, that tickles! Hurry, get underneath me!
I mean,
I'm
that's
on my
accurate.
hand. Okay, in the amount of time it takes to say, hey, that tickles, hurry, get underneath me, I'm on my hands and knees, Evan shouted, understanding that she was trying to figure out how to get underneath him. In that amount of time, 200 feet of height or whatever it is for a castle to be falling, it definitely hit the ground. They're dead. They have been dead for a while.
Oh my goodness.
It should not be falling as slowly as it is, but okay. Also, that tickles, he says, as they are nearly dying. That is the top priority here. Okay. So, stop! No! That tickles! Hey! Oh no!
Look, his feet these.
Can, help.
How am I supposed to help?
Oh no, my faces! Oh no. This is acceptable, but like the opposite kind. Is Ethan ticklish? Yes.
Yeah, he's very ticklish.
I defend. No! Stop! I am
Cannot be
offended.
tickled.
I am offended. Okay. Gwen slid underneath him, finding the unconscious King Arthur already there. Just gonna say, I don't think underneath the small body of a 13-year-old is enough space for a full-grown adult man, and also whatever age Gwen is.
He pulls a Mrs. Incredible and just like poofs out like a parachute.
Remember pulling Katana out from between his 53rd and 52nd abs? So he's just tucking them in between his abs.
Oh yes.
He's got pocket universes at his disposal. Okay. Gwen wrestled to keep both the king and herself under Evan at the same time as Evan let out a grunt.
What's your idea, Evan? What are you doing? Gwen shouted at him, prepared to give up on whatever idea he had and just use a force field to stop the immensely heavy castle from killing them, which would in turn kill Gwen from the effort. Okay, cool.
Thanks,
Evan's
Violet.
arms began to shake.
This is my idea, Gwen, Evan yelled. I put on the king's belt so my bones won't crack! Or if they do, I'll be healed instantly! I'm holding up the castle! The only problem is my arms! I'm trying not to let them bend so I don't fall from this position and make you two get squashed, he shouted.
Didn't it say, like, it protects you from weapons? Does it protect you from holding up castles, too? Like, does it just protect you from any form of harm?
Well, it said invulnerable, like, unable to be harmed.
Jeez.
Unable to be vulnerable. But at the same time, bruh, I'm literally, like, I'm doing a push-up with, like, 54 million pounds of sand, that's one thing. Holding up a gigantic stone castle and however much, like, an amphitheater-sized stone mountain upon my back, with the sheer might of my biceps.
Are you gonna
It's an entirely new thing.
Are you gonna get a gray streak in your hair?
Yes, Atlas shrugged.
I wonder if there was any inspiration from that in this part.
Just neck vein bulge. How am I gonna get out of this
There's
position?
no way.
What do we do
possibly
now?
Exit from this.
Someone's gotta bring the time machine. How am I there's no way you can move from this position now. I'm just stuck like this forever. Unless I just use the might of salvation. I don't know.
You just are Atlas now, just stuck there forever, just holding.
I
up
am
the
a titan.
world.
Well, okay, my brain has trouble
Awesome.
accepting this. Suddenly the huge rock... Wait, what? So he shouted, suddenly the huge rock slab that the castle was built on, and that Evan was propping up, cracked and fell, half on one side of him and half on the other side of
His
him.
back was just too strong.
The entire castle was built on one stone slab, and it just snapped in half on his back and
Apparently.
fell on the other side.
Jeez.
Okay, so they're now in a crack. All right. Evan released his breath and began breathing hard. Oh, what a relief! I feel like I just did 1,000 push-ups. Evan cried. Gwen felt sorry for him. Then smaller rocks and stuff, and objects
stuff.
and things began falling into the crack that had just been created. A bowling ball-sized rock hit Evan in the head, but didn't knock him out. Evan
45th
bared his
concussion.
teeth, which are now on the ground, and groaned as a ton of rocks collapsed and fell on him. Again, part 2. But she and the king were safe underneath him, even though smaller
Questionable
stones
space,
and pebbles
yeah.
probably, sidewaysing. Evan was given another load to hold up as the many rocks piled on his back. Gwen just hoped he could hold it. I'm so done.
Crapsalot says, okay, hee math time!
Yes, please, we need the calculation.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, what were the measurements of... Okay, it was like eight football field lengths and like 200 feet tall.
You said like 600 feet, I think.
600 feet tall? Okay, so there was a dome of some kind of stone that was 600 feet high and like the length of 8 football fields, that kind of shape. That was like just supporting itself, this massive cave structure. Then on top of that, there's like, the whatever land that the castle was built on, and then there was Camelot, the freaking castle, on top of that. All of that came crashing down onto EJ's back, and he held it up with his measly little 13-year-old
Twig arms.
biceps, and he did the world's most massive push-up.
Oh my gosh.
And the stone cracked in half and gave up because he was just too mighty.
It was that Old Spice.
Old Spice?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Ravioli says, oh, I love stuff and things.
Oh my lordy.
Why didn't you just do that when the hospital collapsed on you as a baby?
I know! Maybe that's what I did. Maybe that's how I survived. And why I had no
Whoa.
injuries, so I died for absolutely no reason.
Yep.
Just the physical
I
exertion
wonder
of
why you
being
died.
existing and being so cool. That's what killed him.
Wait, EJ's holding up the entire castle? Yeah. Just the
Yes.
entire thing.
Maybe not all in one piece, but the entire castle nonetheless.
Just went ka-chunk. And he's like,
It's like when you have a sandcastle and you just kind of scoop.
yeah. Mega Chad. Okay. Nathan watched
We're
as
well on
Ashley
our
began...
ways to galaxy power level.
Oh, yeah. Nathan watched as Ashley began talking to the apprentice. Nathan got bored almost instantly. Well, I'm bored of you, Nathan, because you have
You
no
don't do
personality.
anything. Why are you here?
I
Go
don't
home.
know. He serves no
Just
purpose.
Go back to 23 AD Jerusalem where we should have left you.
However, and walked to the edge of the crater, looking out over the rocky bottom of the crater far below. He overheard the apprentice say that he didn't know whether or not Gwen and Evan were alive, or if survival was even possible. That's what the apprentice thought. Nathan was sure Evan and Gwen were alive. Any moment now, a hand would reach up out of the ground. It would happen. It had to happen.
Can't you just use magic to locate their dead or alive bodies? Evan Mom asked the apprentice.
No, magic doesn't work like that, he replied.
You would know, Mom,
Yeah, exactly.
if that is your real name.
Aw, but if you like, I can search for a unique item they might have with them.
Didn't they have like a search mechanism with the machine that found that Johann ended
Oh,
up at
yeah.
the Holocaust? Why don't they use that? Or does no one else remember about that?
But yes, no one else remembers.
Not even Johann remembers about the thing that
Well,
saved
he
his
has
life.
amnesia, so...
Oh, that's a good point. I
Green.
forgot about that. Okay. That's good. Anything unique about t-shirts and jeans? Nathan asked. Well, now there's 5 million of them under the rubble.
Not clothing, it has to be something like an earring. That is clothing.
Is that not clothing?
Or something, Evan's
Okay.
mom replied, because she knows.
Evan's watch, Evan's dad suggested.
What's a watch? The apprentice asked.
Oh, and that totally stops them from just explaining what a watch is. That solution would never possibly work.
Haha!
Never mind. What about King Arthur's jewelry or something? King Arthur was down there with him, and I'm sure they were trying to save him, Erica piped up, because...
Wonderful idea!
okay.
The apprentice congratulated. He then closed his eyes and began to concentrate very hard. After 5 minutes, the apprentice opened his eyes again. The jewelry is moving, the apprentice announced.
The king kept his jewelry? While he's trapped underground?
Could have just
Why-
tracked Excalibur or something.
Yeah. Also, how did they know that they were going to try to save the... Cannot question? Cannot question
Cannot
the logic.
Cannot question.
And so they waited. Nathan watched the ground anxiously, hoping for any sign of movement. Nearly 3 hours later, they woke up in a hospital bed. Nearly 3 hours later, the sun was beginning to rise. Wait, did we just take, like... This didn't need to be there.
Yeah, I was
It's the
wondering
same
why
perspective.
it was gonna be there.
Okay, it's there though.
Is that one section still just replaced with no? There we go.
There we go. we
But
fixed
still
it.
no.
Still no. Alright, where were we?
Somewhere. Not that far.
Oh, that was way too far.
Oh, that's way too far back, probably.
Oh yeah, that's the gunman.
Can you be good at this?
And so they waited.
Okay, there we go.
Nathan watched the ground anxiously, hoping for any sign of movement. Nearly 3 hours later, the sun was beginning to rise. Erica and Johann were attempting to make up a game to play, and the Thompsons were talking about Ashley's life. Meanwhile, Nathan sat alone on the cliff, forgotten by all, including the writer, who was sitting by the crater a little ways away. The apprentice had pointed out the spot he should watch, and he was now watching with renewed interest because the apprentice had told him that the jewelry was getting close to the surface now. Finally, the tension became too much for Nathan.
And he kissed. Sorry. Wrong kind of tension.
No.
Lower me down, okay? Capital O for some reason. What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at Oceana saying, how about Ethan eating chocolate in general? Cute, huh? It's stupid, at least there.
Stupid!
In pain for that. But is Ethan, a flaw. Looks like McKay loves a way to annoy her brother. Lol.
8 football fields. No magic besides a belt. No, didn't say anything.
No.
Just the
Yeah,
belt.
just the belt stopping my bones from shattering instantly, apparently. That's it. It's just the not death part and his own muscles, I guess.
You can see his bones are no longer broken.
Also, it didn't mention anything about the birthmark this time, although it was from Gwen's perspective, so it probably was like on fire, but who knows?
My birthmark!
It was infinitely hot.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go.
Oh, I am so excited for the math.
That'll be great.
Has he got it? Has he got the calculations? Oh no, he's working
Calculating.
on it. Okay, gotcha.
Lower me down, okay? Nathan called to the apprentice as he swung his legs out over the crater. The apprentice let him float down slowly, and Nathan immediately ran to where
Use
the
a rope.
apprentice had told
Don't
him the
be
jewelry was.
hasty.
He's like, catch me! How deep is it now? Nathan shouted to the apprentice.
Yeah, he wasn't even there when everyone else was jumping and saying, "Hey, catch me, guys!" Whatever.
Oh well.
Only about 20 feet down.
I mean, only about 20 feet down, Nicolas Cage called back. I mean, the apprentice called back. Encouraged, Nathan began to dig through the layer of dust that had settled on top of the rocks. I was gonna say, how long have they been there, but I guess it's like rock dust after an entire collapse of death. After reaching the layer where rocks were, not just dust, Nathan began lifting small rocks out of the hole. He lifted one that was perfectly spherical, only covered in dust. Curious, Nathan wiped away the dust with his shirt to find Merlin's crystal ball. He tossed it out of the hole as well.
Okay.
After about 30 more rocks, he heard rocks moving on the other side of the rocks.
Rocks.
Rock for the Wi-Fi. All at once, the rocks gave way and fell downward past Evan, Gwen, and the king. Wow. We dug a well.
We made it, Gwen squealed,
Yeah,
hugging
speaking of
Evan.
wells.
Oh, hugging Evan.
Were there any functional wells in this area? Because that would have freaking flooded Dartroth and or this crater.
I don't know.
Aquifers be darned.
Maybe they just get their water from the rain.
Oh no.
They just go.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Consume.
Hugging Evan, who was frightened by this.
Oh no, they're hugging!
Who
Oh
was so
no!
frightened by this that he nearly fell back down in the hole, which was about 3 feet in diameter. It was just
I
a
don't
quick little
believe
excited hug.
Spoilers.
But Nathan, regardlessly, made a mental note to kill his sister for it
But then he
later.
remembered
how young she was. Evan pushed Gwen away gently, eyeing her warily. Why do you freak out when a girl touches you? You're like,
I've been touched! Oh no! What does it mean?
it is my weakness.
Very ticklish, that's why.
Gwen playfully punched him.
Ah!
Lighten up, Evan,
Bruh.
she said.
You have hit me! Why you hit me? Mr. Valty, always you hit me!
Baldy, always you hamster. Evan grinned half-heartedly. We're alive, Gwen rejoiced. Evan snorted as if to say, obviously.
Obviously we're live.
He
I
went-
have so many muscles.
I could have held up that castle for 3 more years. He then reached down to lift the unconscious king out of the hole. He passed the king's arm to Nathan, who used it to pull the rest of the king all the way to the surface. He then helped Evan, whose backpack got caught in a rock as he climbed out, and Gwen out of the hole, finally clambering out himself. Evan took off the strange belt he was wearing and put it on the king. The king groaned.
Hey, apprentice dude, we need a lift, Nathan yelled. The apprentice quickly obliged. As Nathan, Gwen, Evan, and the king flew upward, Gwen saw the idol the apprentice was carrying and gasped. What's wrong? Nathan asked. Gwen shook her head and refused to answer.
Because of course, why would you ever answer
no,
anything?
No explanation for anything ever, for surely. As they reached ground level, Johan, Erica, and the other Thompsons caught sight of them, because no one was aware of the excitement before then. Also, I'm just thinking about... So the only thing that the sheath was doing was stopping Evan's bones from literally, turning to dust. So he's still feeling the pain of his bones being shattered and then instantly healed, and then shattered and then instantly healed over and over again in every place at once.
You should not be able to speak through that. I have been in pain that is hard to speak through, and I was not holding up a castle, so I don't think that he can talk.
Just imagining that hurts.
Alright, before we begin, do you remember how many pounds of sand would have crushed Super EJ if we were realistic? No.
I think it was 54 million pounds of
That
sand.
sounds right.
If you want, you can check McKay's edited version of
true.
the stream.
My
She put it on her
slightly
channel
edited version.
recently.
I forget who's supposed to read.
Everyone was exhausted, so Evan and the rest of the group decided to take a break from time travel. Thank
Finally.
goodness, a long break. Evan had the idea of going back in time to shortly after his family had left to go to the Grand Canyon. We then took up residence in the empty house, resting and recovering from our experiences.
Oh, 'cause the food that was
Oh, the
gone.
food! Oh, the food
the
is gone!
foods is-
Oh, wow, it is so clever and stuff, and wow, how, wow, wow.
Wow, how,
Wow, 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 wow. We then took up residence in the empty house, resting and recovering from our experiences. Johan still had amnesia, and no one wanted to try banging him on the head again to see if that would help. Yeah, no.
Why would you think that would help?
I mean, it works in the movies, but, you know, that repeated head trauma is probably not the way you fix repeated head trauma.
No.
Gwen's hands, however, healed on their own from the Antarctica caper.
Stop
It
saying
wasn't
caper.
really a caper. You
Yeah.
were there for like an hour max during our week-long stay, during which we all attempted to recover from the crazy adventure. You already said that we were resting and recovering, but okay. We spent most of the week resting, but it was still pretty eventful, was it now?
Boy. 3 days into the week, a car drove up to the house and dropped off Ashley, the young Ashley.
I was gonna say a car drove into the house.
The young Ashley, that is, who
what?
had left the machine somewhere
what?
and asked for. Wait, what?
What?
The young Ashley, who had left the machine somewhere and asked for a ride home. Older Ashley and younger Ashley.
What?
So I guess it's just sometime with her time travel shenanigans, and she came by the house. I guess.
So now there's a young Ashley and an older Ashley? For
Yeah.
some reason?
Because we need more characters right now.
Why did you make her old if you didn't want to actually have to deal with the consequences of making her
I
old?
am waiting for any reasoning of why she
Why?
needs to be old now.
I don't think there was a reason. I think it was just, oh wow, this would be cool if this happened, so it did. I don't think there's any reason or it has any bearing on anything in the slightest.
Has Evan even reacted to seeing his sister 18 now? I don't think he has.
No! We're just skipping
He's
that
like,
entirely.
Oh, this is fine.
Bruh. I would have loved to see 11-year-old self try to write a scene about that. Just have any emotion in the slightest.
He probably just would have been
He
like,
probably just would have been like, oh hey, you're not annoying now, that's cool.
yeah.
Why are you kind of hot? No wait, I don't like girls, sorry.
Oh, no. But then
Oh boy.
he'd be like, oh no, now she's bigger than me. Now she can boss me around. I'm
Oh,
only
no.
13.
I'm supposed to be the one who's cool. Now you are Super McLeila. I mean, Super Ashley.
Super Ashley. She gets her revenge.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. A car drove up and dropped off Ashley, the young Ashley that is, who had left the machine somewhere and asked for a ride home. Older Ashley and younger Ashley had fun talking together, since older Ashley was the only one that understood what had happened to the younger Ashley. My parents were amazed,
No one else
overjoyed,
does.
and confused about
Not
Ashley
even the
being
audience.
back to the younger person again. Older Ashley had to explain it. Another minor thing that happened was that older Ashley asked whether I wanted to know who I would eventually marry, to which I angrily answered,
No! Insert no.
but all the viewers want to know. That's the only thing that we're invested
Yeah,
in is
that-
the ship.
Wow. Are we though? Are we? Gwen was the one keeping me sane after all my bones were constantly being shattered 20 times a second.
Crackslot says, alright, so 8 football fields approximately has a perimeter of 8,320 feet. It would actually be less, but there's stuff in the middle of the castle, so I'll ignore the fact that there's actually less perimeter, and with the castle being an average of 10 feet wide by 39 feet tall, the wall is a total of 3,244,800 cubic feet of stone times 157.0063 pounds of stone per cubic feet. Oh boy.
Except, hold on, we're not calculating based off the area of a football field. We're talking about the length of 8 football fields and then the height of 600 feet. And then that's like a diameter kind of thing. So we're not just going based off that little squarular area. We're going off of much bigger area. That's just the distance measurement. So I don't know if you calculated that or if that was just unclear. Holy heck! 509,454,042.2 pounds of stone on top of him being bench pressed, and there's likely even more stone, dirt, wood, etc. on top of him. This is freaking past 54 million sand pounds.
10 times
think
the
that was
amount
clear.
of sand. Oh my.
And I think if I was correct that he used the wrong interpretation,
My brain's not big enough to figure that out.
because like we'd need to bring pi r squared into this. We'd need to bring all the fun stuff to
I
get
may
like
wear this hat, but I do not deserve
that's a lot of damage. This cheese
A lot
ravioli.
of damage.
So
Oh my
it's
God.
probably more like 10 pound or 100,000 times more than that? I don't know.
Oh no.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oh no. Ryan says, so 5 million people died from different times in history. Wouldn't that mess up a
Oopsie.
lot in the present? You
Well,
would think so. It's like getting
no, we're
Thanos
going
snapped.
with the internal, consistent method of time travel. So anything that happens doesn't change what happened in history. It just was always what happened in history. So these people just disappearing from all throughout history, they're just people that disappeared, and no one ever knew what happened to them, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And apparently
Okay.
archaeologists never dug underneath this big pile of rocks.
Find 5 million skeletons.
And a big fossil of EJ's abs. Okay, so let's see here. A football field is 100 yards, and we have 8 of them. So 8 times 300 feet for each of them equals 2,400 feet across. And that's just like the base diameter. So then in order to get the, hold on. Let's look up the area of a circle formula. I believe it was pi r squared. Okay, yes, pi r squared. Area equals pi r squared. So radius squared, we need to have this in order to get the radius. Whereas
I'll be right
Divided
back
by
while
2.
you're doing math.
Okay, so 1,200 is the radius. Now we need to square that. So 1,200 times 1,200, and then times pi. Oh no, I need to multiply times pi. Do I have? Okay, I'm just gonna approximate it. Times 3.14159. Good enough. Okay, so that right there is just the area in feet. This is 4,523,889 square feet. That's just the straight up circularness of that area. Then I don't know how thick the stone was between the ceiling and the actual like surface above it. We don't know what the thickness is, but we would have to assume, like, we could figure it out based on the amount of material that needs to be there to support that much weight of a castle being on top. But let's just assume that it's like 100 feet thick of stone or something. How about that? So that if we're going based off, this is the area, and then multiplying by the. So we've got the like width dimension. Now we need the height dimension. So let's just times 100 or something. And that'll probably take into account like the weight of the castle too, because like the castle has got a lot of empty space inside it. Assuming that there's a couple more feet or a couple less feet of thickness supporting that castle, we'll just assume this takes into account the castle's weight as well. And then multiplying all that. So this is the total in feet volume of how much stone was on EJ. Now we need to multiply this number, the amount of feet of stone being weighed. Now we need to multiply that by the average weight of stone, which I believe Sir Crafts-A-Lot got. So let's see. Average of... Hang on. Times 157.0063 pounds of stone per cubic feet. Okay, so let's multiply this by 157.0063 equals a big number.
Oh dear.
Let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 71 billion pounds.
I won't question how you got that number, but I'm terrified.
71,916,770 pounds of stone resting upon the might of EJ's back, shattering his bones into pieces constantly each second. And yet he somehow survives the immense pain. Okay, Sir Craftsole says, "Gah, please look at chat." Sorry, okay. We need the perimeter, or circumference. Yeah, that's... Well, no. Not really. Do we? I don't know. No, because we're calculating in 3 dimensions, so we don't need the circumference, we need the area. That's my thought process. If someone helps with burials. I wish I could go on the call. Chance math stream. But we don't need the area. The castle isn't 100% stone. Yeah, but I'm not calculating based on the castle's like what's supporting the castle. I was going based off the stone that is supporting the castle, because the castle is minuscule compared to the amount of stone that needs to be underneath as a solid foundation for the castle. So this cave is like a kind of curved area, and I was just going based off the area of the zone, and then like straight up. Well, technically not all of that weight is actually on Evan at any one point, because like it all kind of falls straight down. So maybe we should just go based off of more of like the area near him. Whatever, it doesn't even matter. How could you possibly calculate something so ridiculous?
Yeah, I'm not even.
We're gonna go with 71 billion pounds of stone because it sounds funny.
71 billion.
We're up to 71 billion pounds
See,
level of strong.
Someday.
Yep, I'm sure. I mean, jump starting the rotation of the Earth probably qualifies as a feat of strength that's stronger than that. Like literally, the weight of the planet is yeeted with little effort. So anyway, I angrily answered no. I used the spare time we had to calculate how much weight was shattering my bones, and we used that spare time to use the machine's locator, which we forgot about apparently, in an attempt to discover anything useful about Moldy Fart.
Moldy Fart!
I searched all of time, because I downloaded the internet, resulting in many instances of his presence. The machine found Moldy Fart in every place we had traveled to with the machine thus far, plus a few other locations I assumed were places that I'd go later. There was also a big, long occurrence of Moldy Fart deep in the past, but I didn't have time to check that out, even though I literally have a time machine and I have all the time in the world, since it was a period of time that lasted years. Okay, fair enough. Don't want to spend 10 years standing
Moldy
for
Fart that I was able to study, however, was Moldy Fart's new look. Moldy Fart paid me another visit when I had been searching for him in the machine and had appeared as a handsome, perfect young elf man with disturbing red eyes.
Not DJ!
Moldy Fart had again chopped my arm, and I had had a difficult time explaining how I had re-injured my arm to my friends and family. Because nobody can ever be allowed to ever communicate with each other about Moldy Fart, about magic, about anything.
Surely not. That would make things progress in the plot. And we need to keep them the same way so that the stories can continue the way they were and before needing to be written. What?
Also, speaking of the supercomputer, I find it funny that you introduce it and you never even use your downloaded internet capabilities before it gets destroyed in the first adventure and then it never comes up again.
We did use it once. The only thing we needed it for was to look up, oh yeah, Jericho was 30 feet tall. Apparently not. And then it blew up.
Amazing.
Yep.
Thank you for this.
Also, it survived getting dunked in water first. Okay. Just a moment. If Moldy Fart had a twin, they'd be named Rotten Toot.
Rotten Toot.
Who else could it be but Rotten Toot? Rattlebones.
Rattlebones.
Other than that... Wait, hold on. Other than that, the only noteworthy occurrence was the fact that the group ate most of the food in the refrigerator. Wow, it's so spooky! The rest of the week was uneventful, as everyone was just trying to relax and regain their strength. At the end of the week, everyone was ready to return to normal life. However, they collectively decided to go on one last adventure before they returned to their real-time are you dumb?
Why would you not be like traumatized?
Like, there's nothing to accomplish. You keep just going, you know what, this will be fun! And then you almost die 18 times, and you're like, alright, that's fine, let's go die again!
Johan got amnesia. Erica got killed by a dragon almost.
Everyone got a healthy dose of trauma.
Ethan got his bones shattered 5 million times.
How would I
and
still want to do
50
anything after
concussions.
that?
Ashley grew 18 years. Who else even exists? Nathan...
He existed.
got forgotten.
He did nothing. That poor
Mom
man.
got struck by lightning.
She did.
Dad just kind of was
she
like,
okay?
oh no, my family. I don't think anyone wants to go back on another adventure, but
Yeah.
apparently they do, because
After 1 week,
character
everyone-
consistency.
I don't know if anyone does, actually. Maybe some of them do, and it's just saying
Maybe
the
you're
rest
just
of the
bullying
group
them into
totally
going.
decided to do that.
Because they're a hive mind, so...
Yeah, they don't have a choice. Oh no. Okay. At the end. Oh wait. Oh, hold on. My mom still disapproved of this, but didn't have much of a choice.
Hive mind.
Younger Ashley was now deathly frightened of the machine, so older Ashley decided to stay behind and entertain younger Ashley for another few seconds. Oh, for another few seconds while everyone else went on their crazy adventure.
So you just wrote in older Ashley to be able to write out both of them.
I guess.
Yeah.
Guess. Wow.
Thank you.
Okay. You gotta babysit yourself. That's how irrelevant you
Oh
are.
my gosh.
Okay. Everyone was hoping that it didn't turn out to be quite as crazy as the last one had. Yes, the readers included. Johan wanted to go to Egypt to learn about stuff. And I especially wanted to go to the same place so that I could talk with Jason and Albert about the future, as well as... Wait, what? As I was extremely confused about everything that was going on, because no one explains anything. I thought Gwen wanted to have a conversation with people, or something. Didn't she say that she wanted to talk to them and explain things or something?
Maybe?
I don't know. I desperately wanted answers, and I believed that Jason and Albert had them. I was willing to risk going to Egypt rather than put off the inevitable. Oh wait, yeah, Moldy Fart was like, oh, after you go to Egypt, everyone's gonna die, or something.
Gonna die.
And I'm still deciding, you know what? Going to Egypt sounds like a great idea. I could really go for some death.
Oh my gosh.
Can you not just be an idiot? Just don't doom the universe. That's how simple is it to not press the kill everyone button? Apparently very
you are
hard.
Groot. You are
I
baby
am Groot. Okay, so which button do you press? I am Groot. I'm Groot.
No!
That's the button that kills everyone. Oh boy.
Capsulot says, thought of another math question. How many times did EJ's bones break?
A good point, but technically we don't know the refresh rate of Excalibur's healing magic.
True.
So...
I mean, but if it took too long, you would, like, melt into the ground, so it
you
must,
would become a puddle.
must be pretty fast.
I guess so. We can go Minecraft physics 20 times a second, just every tick.
And
let's
how many
see.
seconds was he talking? I have no idea.
Even though, well, I mean, weren't we under there for like... How long was it? Nathan was like staring there for hours, waiting for us to get out of there.
I don't know.
But I guess technically we must have been digging our way out or something at part. So I don't know how long. Too long. Too many bones broken.
Capsulot says, oh, I'm dying. Super EJ's bones would have broke over 37 million times, assuming 74 billion pounds of stone. Oh no.
I don't know where you got that number.
Oh, is it like
Oh,
how much
no.
weight a bone can take before it breaks? So maybe that's what that means.
I mean, if you go too much over the amount of weight a bone can take, it doesn't like break multiple. It's just powder. It's
But still, that's a funny number. 37 million bone breakages.
I could go to the femur ward and say 10.
Say 8.
Say 10.
Say a million.
Okay. Even though Moldy Fart had told me I would die after that adventure,
Oh boy.
no one else had a locational preference, so off to Egypt we went!
Why are you stupid?
I don't know! I just hoped that nothing totally crazy would happen, like a Camelot or the other desert place I had recently Been to
100 pages ago.
Jericho. Oh my gosh. What is going on?
I'm dead.
That's a bleep 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 worth.
That's a bleep,
that's
bleep,
that's
bleep.
a chapter break moment if I've ever. I guess we just had one, didn't we?
No, not
Did
really.
we not? Oh. Well, that's a good place for a chapter break, honestly.
But no, it is a bleep,
Because
bleep,
we're
bleep.
starting another full adventure now, but it only gets a bleep bleep bleep.
I don't think I understand this chapter
the dolphin
separating.
whales. I don't understand either. Do we want to continue the next adventure? I feel like that's a... whatever. Alright. I guess we're continuing.
Okay. Oh great, where are we now? Erica asked as she, Evan...
You just traveled to a place! What do you mean?
Oh,
Can you
boy.
not choose a better location?
As she, Evan, his parents, Gwen, and Nathan, and Johan. Why does it say and Nathan? Oh, Gwen and Nathan because they go together, I guess. I don't know. And Johan piled out of the hatch.
Why
It
did we
was
bring our
extre-
parents again?
Don't
They hate
know.
everything about this?
I do.
Their daughter just freaking got aged up.
Yeah, don't they want to like spend time with her or whatever? Whatever. Evan could not see a thing. Save for the ground a foot in front of him, illuminated by the glow from the machine. His eyes had not yet adjusted to the light. Whose perspective is this from? Erica? Wait, why is it?
I don't know.
Because if he can't, but you use
No,
first
it's starting to
person.
say I. So I guess
Oh, help
this
me.
is how it begins, but we hadn't had a chance to establish that it's from this guy's perspective yet. So we say Evan could not see a thing, and then we get to say, wait, what? Wait, what?
But then,
what?
what? I hate this. I hate it.
Vomit!
I hate it.
Projectile vomit everywhere!
His eyes had not yet adjusted to the light, and he had no clue where they were. Evan felt his ever-present backpack for a flashlight. Then I
thought it was
remembered that I
ever-present multiple.
lost the one I'd put there back in Dartroth.
Oh no!
I found the bottle of
lost my
gasoline
flashlight.
and put a
Oh.
little drop on the ground,
Hold up.
igniting it with my flint and knife.
That's not a good replacement for a flashlight, sir.
No.
You just got here. Just travel back and get a new flashlight. Or better
too
yet,
hard, too much
travel
work.
to where it fell in Dartroth and catch it and bring it to... Oh, whatever.
A small amount of light illuminated a 5-foot area around me, but I still saw no walls or anything. The light was just consumed by blackness.
Oh,
I
no.
looked up in an attempt to locate a ceiling to find a huge face of a monster with glowing green eyes. Oh boy.
My heart jumped into my shoes.
What?
Do you remember that story how you know how I used to, like, every time there was a metal pole between two doors that opened and closed, I would like kick it and snap my head back so it looked like I went dong.
Oh, I think I know where you're going
And
with this.
I did that to Mr. Ward one time, and he went, "Oh, are you okay? My heart just jumped into my shoes."
Oh, he's so cute.
Yeah.
I love him.
It's been so long. I don't even remember what he looks like.
Yeah, I can't really conjure his face anymore,
remember
but I
this
would
one.
know him if I saw him, probably.
Jesus makes me HAPPY.
PPY.
I remember the phrase, just don't remember anything else
Aww,
about
I
it.
never even had him as like principal or anything, but I still love him.
Anyway, he was an old principal of ours. Really nice guy.
Did you have him as principal?
I think I was there for 1 year, and then he
Aw.
left after that. So my heart jumped into my shoes, and my knees buckled as I yelled something like, "Oh my gosh, what is that thing?" I landed on my back on the hard stone floor, giving me a better perspective to see the giant Egyptian statue with emeralds for eyes standing near the machine. The firelights danced in its eyes, giving the strange sensation that it was alive, staring at me. Its teeth were shiny and menacing too, which gave my heart a good reason to race. Nathan looked up to see what had nearly given me a heart attack, only to have a similar reaction. He fell with a scream, landing right on top of my stomach, squashing the butterflies within and replacing them with knives!
Jeez.
Okay. My bones.
My bones.
Imagine if it left, like, fracture marks on every part where his... Wait, hold on. When a bone is broken and then re-heals, doesn't it get stronger at that point?
Super!
So, they're all made of titanium now.
That's his theme song's Titanium.
Yeah. Then Erica, who had evidently licked as well, fell on top of Nathan because everyone, their initial reaction to seeing a statue is just fall over, squashing me still further into the ground. Erica's hair fell into my face and I turned my head to breathe because hair stops breathing apparently. My parents had seen it too and had jumped backwards into the hatch. Everyone is scared of this statue. Even Gwen had been startled by the statue, but instead of flinching, Gwen punched the statue, shattering the teeth, which were apparently brittle. I shuddered. Those Egyptians sure knew how to freak out grave robbers.
Pinch your left hand banana mountain. Ouch! You two weigh a ton, almost as much as that entire castle. I
Ouch,
groaned.
I say as two people are laying on me. Meanwhile, Gwen just punched a rock and is fine.
I groaned.
Erica.
I was about to say that. She pulled Erica, lifting Nathan and Erica off of me. You weigh a ton. Lift.
It's no problem. I've lifted 71 billion tons.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, no, I guess if it was tons, it would be divided by 2,000. Whatever.
Help. As I stood, I unscrewed the lid of the gasoline bottle again. I splashed a little gasoline in an arc in front of the machine.
Whee! Gasoline everywhere!
This is so safe. A small wall of fire appeared around the hatch, illuminating the rest of the statue, an area about 20 feet in diameter. A wooden bridge and another statue identical to the first, minus Gwen's new dental work to the first, which stood on the other side of the bridge. The two statues guarded the side of the bridge we could see. The fire also illuminated the hieroglyphs on the stone floor. I was curious and interested already. I loved Egyptian stuff.
Including my death.
I wanted to check out everything, but then I remembered our crazy mix-up in medieval times. We were here for a short, purely informational trip.
Were we?
Because we're nerds.
No.
No danger this time, or at least that was the plan. Moldy Fart told you would friggin' die! We had to be careful not to make things any more dangerous or complicated than they had to be.
So that's why we decided to spawn in the middle of a tomb instead of, like, on the surface
Of course.
of the land.
Someone has to stay to guard the machine while we take our short trip, I announced. We don't want another goat messing up history.
I agree. But before we go wandering, where are we? Erica asked. We looked around. I saw no stars. So we were off, probably indoors, in some sort of chamber. Imagine that! Wow!
Wow!
Either that, or it was cloudy.
Oh.
You can't tell with, like... I thought it said that he just, like, fired and lit the cavern, whatever.
The ceiling is so high, you cannot see.
high. My jumpsuit takes me so high.
We knew we were in Giza, Egypt, around 1430 BC. That's very specific. But we weren't entirely sure where in Giza we were. Was it daytime?
No. I mean, I guess...
Were we in an underground chamber or one open to the world? Would we find Albert and Jason?
I don't know, I confessed, answering Erica's question. So, who's gonna guard the machine while we go find out? I asked. No one volunteered. My mom surreptitiously made a few quick hand motions to Gwen, who nodded. I didn't know what the hand motions were, but it had evidently convinced Gwen to decide to be the one to stay.
Okay.
They have a secret language. She raised her
Sneaky
hand,
person
walking to the
language.
machine. I suddenly felt the urge to assign someone else to that post as well. Having two people guarding seemed more secure. Not that I considered Gwen weak and in need of protection or anything.
Oh wow,
Just as
so
a
sexism!
Just as a precaution in case someone from this time came snooping or something happened that Gwen wasn't able to cope with. But then my brain convinced itself that she would be fine, and I didn't need to
This
ask
paragraph
for...
is useless then.
And I didn't need to ask for some... Well, I think it's maybe implying that, like, oh, he want to protect her, oh... I don't know.
I'm gonna cry.
Same. My brain convinced itself she would be fine, and I didn't need to ask for someone else to stay as well.
Everyone's scared of a statue. They all failed their constitution or fortitude staves.
Okay then, it's settled. We'll go up and check out some stuff. Gwen, you find us and rescue us with the machine if we're not back at this chamber in 3
Buster
hours.
Dick.
Got it? I asked. Gwen nodded sullenly, obviously not wanting to be the one to stay and babysit the machine.
Okay. Well, then why are you?
Because hand gestures.
I will kill you.
She says no.
I'm just gonna find the place where you guys are done and ready to go back. What? I'm just gonna go find the place where you guys are done and ready to go back with the machine, Gwen told us. Whenever you're done, or in trouble, I will have already found that point with the time machine's screen and follow function and go there and save you. But I may leave you in trouble a bit, just watching you try to get away on your own first. If you're doing alright on your own, I won't come. I'll just fast forward to when you need me. The first time you're in trouble that you can't get out of, I'll help. Gwen finished with a playful smirk. She just wanted things to be entertaining. Great.
That was so long-winded, ma'am.
I'm going to slam my face on the desk.
Here's
except I
exactly what
shouldn't
I'm
because
going
that
to
will
do.
hurt.
Oh,
Well.
sure, just leave us to save ourselves. Great idea, Erica sarcastically stated. Thanks a lot.
Why are
That's
we
very
friends?
comforting.
Why are we friends?
No idea.
Are we friends?
Don't know.
Anyway, well, isn't it? Gwen asked. You know if I don't come, that I've watched you do whatever you're doing, and you'll make it out okay. If I do come, you'll be saved anyway. You can't lose, Gwen explained. I sighed.
Just get us when we're in trouble, I told Gwen. Make sure you don't leave any chance that one of us could get hurt or killed, I told her.
Relax, I got it under control.
Why do I not
Unless
believe
Erica
you?
dies, in which case I'll let it happen.
Competition!
Oh no! She promised, closing the hatch. Shortly thereafter, she disappeared, presumably going to our house to use the machine's screen to find when she should save us. Why hadn't I thought of that? Waiting at our house was much safer.
Okay, guys, Dad called, bringing our group together. My mom and Dad, Johan, Erica, and Nathan and I were the only people left in our group now. The only people. There's like 60 characters that nobody cares about.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, me.
Haha, so small group. Let's go find some cool stuff.
Cool stuff.
Cool stuff.
That's our goal.
We're going
That's
on
our
one
character
last
moment.
adventure before Johan, Erica, Gwen, and Nathan have to leave. We're going to make it good, right? Dad encouraged. I stared at Dad incredulously.
Why does he even want to do an adventure? He has had nothing but trauma and sadness. His wife got struck by lightning, his daughter aged up, his son got his bones shattered infinite times.
I don't know. His pep talk had been wasted on us. Of course it would be fun.
Hey,
yeah.
Stormfrog, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
Hope you're having a good one.
You missed Ethan's bones shattering 6 million times. Oh no, sorry. 37 million times. That's how many times his bones shattered.
I got crushed by something really heavy again. This time it was an entire castle and the foundation upon which it stood and the entire cave that was below it, all crashing down upon my back. And I had like this magic thing from King Arthur that kept me alive, but I still had the pain of being squished, and I was like, wow, I am very strong.
Basically Atlas, but a
Pretty
small
much.
child
Yep.
dying.
Yep.
But he's super EJ, so he's fine.
I'm fine. I'm not even traumatized by having my bones instantly shattered.
Of course not. Who would be?
Everyone is the answer to that.
Of course it would be fun. Right.
You know who
it's-
didn't have to deal with the pain of having all their bones instantly shattered? Jesus! And he dealt with every other pain.
Come on, Jesus. You should have gotten crushed by a castle and got your bones shattered 37 million
He was crushed
times.
but not destroyed.
Right. Dad answered his own question weakly. Okay then, what are we going to do? He asked.
Explore, Johan answered. First, let's light a torch with this fire and use it to light our way through the... whatever this place is.
Good idea, I agree.
Even though I have amnesia, I'm still okay with this completely weird situation.
Each of the statues held a stick in its hand, seemingly supposed to be used for that very purpose.
Okay.
Because people are supposed to spawn down here without torches. Johan and I
Yeah, the torch dispenser in the middle of this cave.
Johan and I each grabbed one of the sticks and dipped the tips into the burning gasoline. Once the torches were lit, Johan and I brought out the flaming sticks from the fire. I held my torch beside me in a level orientation as to avoid the very thing that Johan did not think about. Johan lifted his torch to head height, the way adventures do in movies. Then the gasoline that the wood had been unable to absorb trickled down the side of the torch, unnoticed by Johan, until it touched his hand, soaking his hand in flaming gasoline.
Oh, now I notice this! Oh no!
Why?
I am so smart!
The flames were burning the gasoline fumes only. The gasoline fumes only, not Johan's hand, but the shock of looking down to see his hand in flames and feeling the heat caused Johan to drop the torch and begin shaking his hand violently while jumping up and down. Johan quickly sat on his hand on the cold stone floor, quenching the flames, while his torch rolled and touched one of the support ropes, oh my gosh, to the rickety wooden bridge.
Why is everyone an idiot?
Oh no.
The only possible ways the plot can progress is if everyone is stupid. I hate it.
A torch flaming along its entire length caught the rope on fire, which began burning and would soon catch the wooden planks of the bridge on fire. We all looked at the flaming rope. Oh my goodness.
Why?
I have no idea. I don't know why everything is terrible.
Run across! Erica cried as the rope burned all the way through and the flames began working their way along both ends of the rope.
No!
You don't run across a flaming bridge, typically, if you want to stay
Typically.
alive.
Yeah.
If anything, use the time machine, or like, don't jump across death.
Craftalot says, he was crushed for our transgressions. Super EJ. Yeah, right. I love that.
Jesus got flayed like a fish. Super EJ got crushed. Oh, where are we going? Sorry. Oh yeah.
We're reading.
Run across as the rip burned all the way through. Johan jumped to his feet. In doing so, stepping on a part of the floor slightly higher
Oh my
than the
goodness.
other parts.
Of course.
Bruh, did he just freaking light his hand on fire, light the bridge on fire, and activate a booby trap all within 5 seconds?
Yeah.
A click sound came from the stone as it sunk into the floor, and then an enormous grinding sound ensued, and the next thing we knew, the giant slab of stone we were standing on began to tilt slowly. I hadn't suspected booby traps in a Egyptian tomb,
Of course not.
but the Egyptians had been well known to make them. The tilt quickly began to turn faster, and we struggled to run to the bridge. As we all jumped onto the bridge, the giant rumbling stopped, and the big slab of rock fell off of whatever had been supporting it, falling into the deep pit with spikes clearly illuminated by Johan's fallen torch at the bottom. What? What am I reading? The torch, the rock, unfortunately, was attached to the burning bridge to which all of us now clung, and as the rock fell, the bridge fell too, becoming a ladder against the stone cliff on the other side of the gap that used to be spanned by the bridge. This is oddly, terribly specific, and I hate it.
But somehow I still have a mental picture,
Yeah, me
unlike
too.
the other 57 times.
The rock's weight broke the second rope that held the rock to the bridge, and the rock fell down into the spike pit.
Yay.
Okay, but is everyone hanging, I assume?
We'll find out. Nathan
Everyone
lost his
except
balance and or grip and nearly pitched backwards off the ladder and down onto the spikes below, but Johan managed to grab his wrist just in time, pulling him back to safety. Johan did something useful!
Yay, good job, Johan. You're the MVP today.
I had somehow managed to hold onto the bridge and the torch at the same time, unfortunately lighting the other ropes of the bridge on fire in the process. I shouted for the others to hurry as the second rope on the right side gave way.
I don't really care if they die or not.
Yeah.
Because, like, what is the point of this scene? There's no stakes. There's no nothing. We're trying to accomplish nothing, and we've gotten ourselves into a bad situation for no reason, and we have a backup plan of Gwen will come and save us if we're actually in trouble. So there's no stakes. There's no point to this. There's no risk involved. And things are just happening because they're cool to happen.
We are 130
why?
pages in.
Why?
And nothing has happened.
We need to know anything about the why. Please
Yeah.
stop being so stingy with your details about the overarching plot that eventually, probably, maybe someday will happen. Urgh.
I would like to know why I am reading this.
I would like to submit a complaint to past self. Let me get in my time machine and slap his face. And then slap it again. And then crush all his bones.
I shouted for the others to hurry as the second rope on the right side gave way. With both ropes on the right gone, all the planks either fell, sagged, or drooped, being clung to by 6 people and being held
I've never
by-
seen a plank droop before.
being held by only 2 ropes now. I quickly shimmied up the rope, which was easy considering the plank footholds.
Okay.
I made it to the top and reached down to the rest of the group. Dad was already pulling himself up while Johan, Nathan, Erica, and Mom struggled to stay on the rope as it swung violently.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Mom being there.
The plank Erica was... You really should just have an adventure with, like, 2 of these people so
Honestly,
they can
yeah.
focus on
We need to
anyone.
have just a couple of characters bond.
Yeah,
Because so far, it's just a giant group of people and no one
This
matters.
feels like my role plays where I had to be every character and could give none of them any attention
Yep.
because I just had to move the plot forward. And I was like, I hate this. Please kill half of these people. Anyway,
We need Thanos to help out.
we really need Thanos. Where am I?
The Infinity Stones exist in this, by the way.
Excuse
Because I
me?
predict the future, obviously. No, like, basically the Infinity Stones exist at some point, and
Gee.
I get them, I think. I don't remember.
Get to them, I think.
I don't know what happens. I like eat them. I don't know. I become
love it.
as powerful as a potato because I always was powerful, but now I'm even more. I don't know. We'll
Awesome.
get there, but just thought I'd
Amazing.
mention that I
Fantastic.
I thought of the Infinity Stones before. Wait, no, the comics existed before the movies existed. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I was obviously inspired by things, but yeah, sometimes I didn't even ever see the things that I'm ripping off.
The plank Erica was holding snapped in half and she nearly fell, but Mom reached out and grabbed Erica around the waist, saving her from this untimely demise. I noticed that the machine
How did
had
the spikes
appeared.
not get crushed by a giant rock? How are they still spiky spikes?
I don't know. I noticed that the machine had appeared below the rope swingers in case any of them had fallen.
Okay.
Gwen was doing a good job so far.
Thanks,
Once
Gwen.
Nathan had climbed
did
up as
the
well,
best.
Dad, he and I began to haul up the remaining hangers, pulling on the rope.
Hangers.
Hangers.
Hangar.
Hoverers, pulling on the rope as hard as we could. Once Johann the Giant had gotten up,
Oh.
the pulling became easier as we had less weight to pull and more people to pull it. Erica and Mom got up without a problem, besides being slightly peeved at being the last ones up. Whew.
Whatever happened to ladies first? Mom asked Dad. He blushed in the darkness,
Oh, blushed.
illuminated only by my torch. I tried to see what was ahead, but was unable to, as the 5 foot wide as the 5 foot wide and high tunnel went on long enough to swallow the light entirely. The ground in this passage felt squishy, and I looked down to find that a half-inch layer of coarse sand covered the ground.
I don't like sand.
Beautiful hieroglyphs covered the walls. I marveled at the artwork as we walked along the passage, realizing only at Mom's impatient elbow that I had slowed to a crawl. It had become evident that we were in an underground chamber. Wow! I didn't know that! The tunnel slanted upward slightly, and I wasn't entirely sure if we were going the right way to get out of the chamber anyway. What? And I wasn't entirely sure if we were going the right way to get out of the chamber anyway, but we continued walking, amazed at the artwork. There were many twists and turns in this passage, and many tunnels that branched off on either side. Many were just dead ends, which we could see the end of from where we were. We continued following the most decorated route, hoping against hope that we were going the right way to escape the ground as we were going ever upwards. Why don't we just use the time machine and, go to whatever? We came to a section where there were several passages branching off from the main one, and the main one had a huge hole in the middle that seemed to be in the process of being covered up and hidden with tiles that made the ground look solid. Oh, okay. They're building a trap, I guess? They have this trap under construction. Please come back later, says the DM. 2 of our alternate passage choices were marked by skulls that lay on the floor near the entrances, while the third had no skull. I was beginning to get the impression that we were inside a tomb or something while it was being constructed. Okay, I'm calling my past self. Creepy. We chose the one without a skull. Thankfully coming out back on the main passage safely, already past the partially completed trap. Okay.
As we continued up the passage, we began to hear voices coming from up ahead. Uh-oh, how are we going to explain our attire to ancient Egyptians? As we watched, I searched in my pack for a useful object. Finding my ropes, I drew one out, thinking of a stupid idea that would never work. I decided to try it anyway, as you do.
Okay!
Oh no.
Storm Progress says, the question is not who is Super AJ, the question is why is Super AJ? I'll do you one better.
Oh.
Everyone asks who is Super AJ and why is Super EJ, but no one asks how is Super EJ. I don't know, he never tells us anything about what he's feeling, he just says what he does.
Yeah. And that he hates girls touching him.
But no one ever asks, what is Super EJ? That's a good
I have
question.
no idea.
A reincarnated alien apparently is the answer. I don't know.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know.
Oh boy.
There is no answer to any of those questions.
Guys, take this rope and wrap me up like a mummy, I told my group playfully.
Why?
They stared at me, suppressing laughs.
Why?
Yeah, I know it's a stupid plan, but the Pharaoh, whose tomb...
A pharaoh.
The Pharaoh, whose tomb this is probably... Oh, whose tomb this is probably hasn't even died yet, much
Okay.
less put in this uncompleted tomb. I'm hoping they'll just get freaked out by someone they didn't know was down there coming out with a bunch of ropes on them that looks remotely like a mummy.
Wow.
Maybe they'll think the gods cursed them or something.
Maybe they will
The
think you are
gods
stupid.
hate me. Some people lose their mug or their knife. Well, not me. I managed to lose an entire dragon. I agreed. Dad took the ropes and began wrapping them around me. I stopped, putting my backpack back on as they began.
My backpack back on.
As the new trees and beeswax.
Backpack and fudge.
Ooh, Evotech is raiding with a party of 3.
Whoa.
Hello.
Hey, Evotech, welcome. How's it
Welcome
going?
to this.
How did Stu's whatever he was doing go?
What was Stu doing?
I don't know. Let me check Twitter real quick. He was doing Prof Rag's kill race tourney. I'm assuming that's something with Apex, although I don't know
what these words mean.
I think he was doing some kind of tournament, and I guess maybe it ended. So, hope he did well.
Hello, Stick and Mancer and Ducky.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It was Ducky, not Stu. What?
Oh.
Well, I thought it was Ducky. Oh well, my bad. Sorry.
Thought it was Ducky? You did not think it was Ducky.
Well, I mean, the tweet was from Stu's account, so... Oh wait, no, Stu is live. Sorry, it was not Evotech. Wow.
Are you okay?
I just checked Twitter for like a half a second. I did not actually notice what is happening. Sorry. Anyway, welcome guys. We're currently in ancient Egypt with a time travel story that I wrote when I was 11. None of these characters have any personality or depth to them. You didn't really miss anything, and you don't really need to know anything. We're just frustrated about everything that's going on. Things are happening for no discernible reason, and we're just kind of back in time now.
We're 130 pages in, and literally nothing has happened. All you need to know is that there's this guy named Malazord,
It's
but
so
we call him
bad.
Moldy Fart.
It's so bad.
And he's just like, oh, you're gonna die. Ooh.
Wow, please make it happen. Just end it. Kill
Kill
us.
him.
Kill him. Just
Anyway.
kill him. Alright, so yeah, and also the main character is a self-insert Mary Sue
Oh, he's
with
such a Mary Sue.
unlimited power.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
It's crazy.
He is held up. First he survived getting crushed with 54 million pounds of sand. Then he literally bench pressed 71 billion pounds of stone as all his bones were shattered but didn't actually
oh my
break.
goodness.
And he's also got multiple girls that are interested in him, but he's not interested in them yet.
They tried to like show him any form of friendly affection, and he's like, ugh, why would you do that? They hug him, and he's like, ugh.
Oh, it makes me want to cry. It makes me uncomfortable.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so bad.
Okay, where was I? I stopped, putting my backpack back on as they began tying me up. They made sure I could still walk, but made me look like a reasonable mummy. Obviously. I looked ridiculous. It was a stupid plan.
Yes, it was.
The Egyptians there probably would just think I was a worker making a fool of myself and start laughing.
Okay.
A brown lizard, the lizard, scampered across the
It's the
wall,
lizard from She-Ra! It finally arrived!
seeming to snicker at me as I lumbered down the passage.
Sorry. Johann was now carrying the torch, taking care to not let the gasoline spill down the side of the torch. Okay. Unfortunately, he was concentrating on that so much that he locked into me the torch, coating a part of my ropes in flaming gasoline. My ropes burst into flames. This is going very badly, very quickly.
No!
Which quickly spread across the ropes around me. What do you have? A flaming mummy.
No!
Luckily, we were right at the end of the tunnel, and with another turn, we found dazzling sunlight. I ran out of the entrance to the tomb as a menacing mummy wreathed in flames. The Egyptian workers near me took one look and ran, screaming about the god of the underworld. I still did not feel the heat from the fire because of my insulated wrappings?
It is rope. You should be.
You're on fire! Okay, but I was going to in a minute. I needed to find water, and fast. I saw a small irrigation canal nearby, and I thought to myself, I thought the Nile River was miles away from here. Is this a trench all the way from there? But as the ropes began to burn through still more, I didn't really care. I waddled to the water and flopped in backwards. The warm, refreshing water quenched the flames, unfortunately nearly drowning me as I was still tied up. I managed to break through most of the burned and weakened ropes, which allowed me to sit up in the 2.5-foot deep water. I rubbed the water out of my eyes to find Egyptian people running in all directions in total chaos. Evidently, Johann's flames had been a knife's touch to cause utter chaos. I stood and splashed back out of the watering hole, being hit by the hot desert breeze of the Sahara. I seemed to dry instantly as I tossed aside the useless rope giblets. Well, that was a crisis and a half that was averted, but kind of not really. What just happened?
You caught on fire, but we're totally fine, because who needs consequences?
I don't know what just happened. Maybe Gwen.
Maybe.
I can neither confirm nor deny the statement. And oh yeah, you're right. Sir Capsalot. Insulated wrappings from ropes reminds me of Catcher's inconsistent bondage from ropes to vines to just a wrist being bound. Fire is nothing for Super EJ. Wow.
I looked up to the entrance of the newly being constructed pyramid that we had just come out of. Evidently, the flaming mummy routine had been unnecessary, as the Egyptians were extremely scared even of the foreigners who just wore jeans and t-shirts, as opposed to most of the Egyptians who were wearing what seemed to be as little as legally possible. Okay, I mean, it is kind of toasty, so alright.
As little as legally possible. Brings images to my mind that I do not like.
The Paroa is going to arrest them if they wear...
The Paroa?
Most of them had shaved heads, and all of them were fond of jewelry. They must have thought we had blue skin on our legs. Strange light
that must be what they thought. There's no other options. They're so stupid that they don't have the concept of what clothing might be if you have it on something other than as little as legally possible. Why would you put on more clothes than you need?
Legally possible.
Okay. I feel like that's my new catchphrase. This story is giving me a new catchphrase of okay.
Okay. Sure.
Why not?
Why not? Strange light hair colors compared to the black wigs and hair of Egypt. The hair of Egypt, which was the only thing the Egyptians were used to. And colors and various colored chests depending on our t-shirts, because they don't know.
They don't have a concept of having shirts on?
Apparently not.
Wow, is 11-year-old EJ okay?
No. No, not at all.
I'm pretty sure they would be able to figure out what's happened.
Yeah.
With, the wearing clothing situation. I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with what cloth is.
Yeah, fabric, it exists. They must have been thinking we were from another planet.
Yeah.
Aliens built pyramids.
Oh.
As soon as they found out we weren't gods,
it's
you're gonna
tough to be a god when you get the people's nod. I don't remember the rest of the words.
That's all I know. As soon as they found out we weren't gods, we might be in a little trouble. What would they do to us? Yell at us for entering their sacred pyramid?
Yes, I'm
Sentence
sure
us to
yelling
death
at us.
for disturbing the hippo's watering hole?
Excuse me?
Do hippos live in Egypt? I feel like that's...
Yeah? I don't know.
I don't picture hippos in the desert, but I guess...
I actually have no idea. Okay, Google. Do hippos live in Egypt?
According to Metropolitan Museum of Art, unfortunately extinct in Egypt today, the hippopotamus population already suffered severely in ancient times, as human expansion restricted their habitat and they began to be hunted.
You freaking Egyptians are restricting the hippo's habitat?
So maybe there were hippos there at this time that we were in, but not now. I don't know.
Behead us for scaring them? Who knew? The machine / Moldifard always liked to put us in positions that got us in trouble.
Alright, an old voice called. Where are these so-called spirits? It asked. I turned to see none other than Merlin. Oh wow, he just happened to be like 12 feet from where we landed with our machine. Okay, none other than Merlin being dragged our way by a multitude of frightened children? Why are there children here? Who pointed and stared at us. When Merlin reached us, he stopped and motioned the children back. He eyed us warily. We smiled and waved to him. He seemed confused as to why we were not shrinking under his gaze. He appeared to be a rather mean person in this time, but his appearance was exactly the same, besides the clothes, which consisted of as little as legally possible of a short toga type thing. Hey, Merlin! Johann called amicably, breaking the silence. Merlin turned his powerful gaze on Johann, making him shrink.
Johann, this is before the medieval ages. He doesn't know us yet. He hasn't even started calling himself Merlin yet, I explained to Johann. Then I addressed Merlin. Hello, sir. We have traveled here from a different time.
Oh, no.
We met you in the future. And you told me to tell you these 3 words to let you know that what I'm saying is true. He told me to say,
How do you...
Fertjungi. Whatever that means, I recalled. How did you
I couldn't even remember that for like a week ago!
My brain's straining to remember the way to pronounce the strange words.
What is a Fertjungi?
Fertjungi!
What does it mean among you?
Merlin gasped, blinked, stepped backwards, and nearly fell.
Wow, I shocked him with my immense memory brain. Super EJ triumphs again.
Crafsalot says, how did he remember?
I didn't even remember that we were supposed to tell him something.
Me neither, man. But I remember now.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. This is just the writer trying to take a shortcut so that we don't have to, like...
gain trust or anything.
You don't have to build a character relationship if you just tell him Fertjungi.
The only word that's even a little bit pronounceable.
It was just keyboard spam. There was no sensibleness.
The vowels are not doing it.
It did not help. I tried to add some. It didn't help.
How do you know this? No one! I have never told anyone else my secret language.
He gasped.
If you know this, then you must have my gifts of reading minds. But I do not see in your mind that you are reading what I'm thinking right now, so I guess you do not. Then you must be telling the truth.
Wait. If he can just read minds, why can't he just read his mind that he's telling the truth? Why does he have to say Fertjungi?
That's a good point. Why does he need a Fertjungi?
No!
Why do you need any young fruit at all?
I know not who Merlin is, but I do know those 3 words. My name is Djedi. Jedi. Chief advisor and magician of the secret arts to the Pharaoh.
The Paroa.
I would very much like to talk to you people more, away from prying ears. Let us walk,
he told us, expression changing from scrutiny to wonder. Having little choice, we followed Djedi as he began to walk along the desert floor. The Egyptians continued to stare at us as we departed.
Should we warn him that he's going to die? Johann asked. What will happen if he knows?
Well, obviously he'll die anyway, because we already know he's going to die, whether he knows or not, I replied as we strolled along. I began thinking about the things Merlin had told me to say. He had also said that when he got mad at me and started to shout, Shingahi! I was supposed to say, Wank 3! What?
I was amazed I could remember how to pronounce
I am amazed too, but in the wrong ways.
Why would you not
Oceana says, well, have fun. Enjoy your time with Gwen. Ooh. Alright, see ya, Oceana. Have a good one.
Why?
Fertjungi. Wank 3, Eri through Thweetum.
I hate this.
Why did he literally say, when I start to say Shingahi, and then he cuts himself off? When I start to say that, that's
Shingahi.
when you say the whatever the heck.
And you better cut me off before I finish. Or
otherwise you will become
die.
a chicken and die. I mean, your bones will become jello. Oh, wait. I'm okay. I am okay.
Are you sure?
I am okay.
Are you sure?
Nope.
Okay.
Would you like me to close the vent if you're cold? And I'm always cold, and I'm cold.
Sure.
So, yeah, okay. Let me stand on the swivel chair again.
Okay.
Yeeto Dito!
We have been walking for almost an hour before Nathan insisted upon stopping to rest for a minute. We were all sweating, and the only thing we could think of besides the desert heat, the sun baking on us, and our need for water was reaching our destination, wherever that might have been. Nathan knelt down, refusing to budge. Nathan, come on, I encouraged, unzipping my backpack and removing my last 3.5 bottles of water. After we had started walking, I had decided to save them as long as I could, knowing that in our Egypt adventure, water might be a good thing to have. Here, drink some, but remember, once we're out, we're out. That's all the water I have for us this entire adventure, and
Just have Gwen go pick up some more water!
Exactly, you didn't bring more than 3 bottles, like, oh, you'll be fine, okay.
Did I not refill them? Didn't I have more than that when we started?
Yeah, you had like 6.
Why did I not refill the water before we went to freaking Egypt?
'Cause you're dumb, I don't know.
Why am I dumb?
I don't know, you need Fert Youngie.
I do!
That's all the water I have for this entire adventure. If we need to douse the gasoline fire, this is all we have. If you need a drink later, that's all you have. Ration it carefully. Also, didn't you just put out your flaming self in like the hippo watering? Didn't you just put out your flaming self in the hippo hole? The hippo water zone?
There
Can't
was.
you just...
Didn't I say that there was like a trench that goes from the Nile all the way here or
You
something?
thought maybe that's what it is.
Oh.
Even if it's not the cleanest water, like, it's still water. Like, you're not gonna
Well-
die. You're fine.
Okay. Well, apparently we're idiots, and we
You got
didn't
to ration it.
think of Gwen being able to like hop time traveling to the grocery store and get us like a tub of ice cream while we're chilling out in Egypt, or refilling our water before we left.
Whoever heard of being prepared?
Yeah, going to a desert? No, I don't need to refill my empty water bottle that I used. That's fine.
Who does that?
Not I, for surely.
I told everyone as I passed out the water, I wouldn't drink the water here, as this is ancient Egypt, and there may be microbes in the water these people's
As
bodies
opposed to
are used
regular
to.
Egypt.
Well, ours are not, I warned. Everyone quickly uncapped the bottles, now unsure of how much to drink. There were 6 of us and 4 bottles. You said 3.5, so Mom and Dad had to share. I didn't want to share with my
friends.
So I decided to go without. Oh,
'Cause,
okay. I thought you
wow.
were just gonna be like, I don't want to share, so I'm taking a bottle for myself.
I didn't want the cooties of
Yeah, honestly,
sharing with a
that's probably
girl.
why. Though I was extremely thirsty. Each of them drank about a quarter of their bottle, half in the case of Mom and Dad. I looked on thirstily.
Thirst.
I am such thirst.
It's like the mannequin head. Thirst. With an E.
I love the mannequin head meme. I don't know why. It just always
It
makes me
is
laugh.
funny. Wouldn't the water be less polluted and cleaner than it is these days?
Microbes, I don't know.
But like, if it's the Nile or something, then I don't know, whatever. Unless people are dumping like raw sewage from their city into the river and we like drink straight from that.
Pee-pee water.
Cholera.
Cholera again.
I love how it said, I didn't mention it before, but remember it was like, oh yeah, Albert and Jason went straight from that first adventure where they were like starved for a month, and then they just straight up went to something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're still skeletal,
Yeah.
and okay.
They're having a great time. Because who needs to have not PTSD? Anyway. Your turn.
Okay,
Okay.
where are we?
That one.
Come on.
Yes.
Come on, oh wait. Come on. Oh wait. I'm confused.
I got confused too.
Why is the narration getting confused about who is who?
Just to remind you that Djedi is in fact Merlin.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate that. Come on! Jetty called. Refreshed, everyone else stood, continuing to walk. I followed sullenly, because I still didn't want to share someone's water, but I didn't want to die from heat stroke or anything either. Gradually, the desert to my left began to swim in my line of vision. I looked to see waves of heat flowing off the sand. I blinked and the desert was gone, replaced by a sea of sparkling blue water. I knew it was a mirage, but my mouth didn't think so. It urged me to run into the water. I shook my head, burped, and turned my gaze back ahead of me, my head swimming. Maybe I would ask Nathan or Johan for a drink after all. Then I noticed the city in front of me. Dejeti quickly identified it as Naf.
Like tough, but Naf.
Naf! I'm just what I am. A city very close to the pyramids of Giza. I remembered reading somewhere that it was known in our time as Memphis. Did I do research? Is this accurate?
Maybe.
Whatever. I don't care enough to figure it out. It was a huge Egyptian city with thousands of people. The road we were walking had quite a good deal of foot traffic going to and from the pyramid building site. As we walked past the final sand dune before the city began, which actually half buried the first house, betraying the fact that sandstorms sometimes came through the area. Thank you for that information in this comma area. I noticed the trench on the right side of the road, which ran parallel to the road. It had been hidden by the camel caravan that had been walking beside us until now. Conveniently. I walked over and peered in. There was water! It was the trench that had been dug from the build site. Why couldn't I have noticed this earlier and taken a dip?
Because you're stupid.
Yes, I very much
Also, Pengu's back. Hello, we're in Egypt now. That's all. That's all you need to know.
Also, Ashley's old and gone now.
Ashley just is babysitting herself, so whatever. Dejeti called me back before I jumped in, so I never got to... Majetti? Oh yes, Dejeti is Merlin, but he is before Merlin, so he is Dejeti now, in case you didn't know.
Kill me.
Called me back before I jumped in, so I never got my refreshing swim. We walked along the main road of the city, observing the many goods the merchants had to sell in the market. It was loud in the city and very crowded. People pushed and shoved from everywhere to get through. There were many small shacks and makeshift shelters along the road, and a few large buildings. Suddenly, the crowds in tightly packed houses dispersed into large fields of mud and crops. There were a ton of people who looked very sad, working on squashing clay into wooden molds to make bricks in the area.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We can do it.
It's not fine.
It's okay.
It's not fine. No part of this is fine.
We can survive.
Can we?
Maybe.
Oh, no.
Cruel overseer switch. That worked too slowly. At my inquiry, Dejeti notified us that these were the slaves of the Egyptians.
Oh, wow, I wonder who they are!
Then we came to the Nile River, where there were docks, boats, and an abundance of people. Water!
Water! Oi!
Shouted.
There be water!
Unable to resist any longer, I dived headfirst into the river, splashing headfirst into the muddy, murky water.
Nice.
I crashed into the muddy bottom, 2 feet under, sinking up to my shoulder.
Did I just shove my head like an ostrich into the... Why?
My face hit the mud too, and I tried to pull away in disgust.
Good job.
With the mud holding my arms and other ideas.
Are you going to drown in -1 foot of water?
It sucked me back down.
Bro, you survived being crushed by a mountain, and you're sticking your head into the mud.
You're so dumb. I tried to pull away in disgust, but the mud holding my arms and other ideas, it sucked me back down. I was now beginning to run out of air because I hadn't taken
what
a
a
very
crisis.
big breath when
I'm
I
so
dived in.
invested. I am surely going to die. It's not like I have friends and family right beside me and a freaking time machine on call ready to like bring me to the future where they can pump my lungs of mud or something no matter what happens. EJ, congratulations. You actually did do research. Memphis is in fact the city closest to the Giza pyramids. Wow, that's cool. They later moved it to southwestern Tennessee.
Got it.
Huh?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh no.
Super EJ needs the north. Yes, it does. Finger says, whoa, big brain. Such big brain. I hadn't expected to stay under longer than a few seconds. I pulled my arms free with the use of my legs and a weak effort and burst out of the water. My group was laughing at me. I was covered in mud and standing in the 2-foot deep water that I just dived headfirst into.
My face is muddy. Yay.
Mud on Ashley should have been there.
Yeah. You should have dived into the clear part of the river where you can see that it's deeper, Erica teased. I laughed, throwing a ball of mud from my arm at her.
Wow, rude.
She was happy to get into why was she happy to get oh fine, she's happy to get into a fight. So she hopped into the river as well. I swam away, about a quarter of the way across the huge river. I'd like to think my face is still completely brown. Where there were less reeds and stuff growing in the water, and there was less mud. The current was much stronger in the middle of the water, and I found myself nearly being swept away. Moses zips by.
Zip by.
I quickly swam back to Erica, who was waiting in the basket.
Yeah, I assumed. I didn't think he was just like on a paddle boat or something.
Hi guys, I'm Surfer Moses. How's it going? The current was much blah blah. I found myself being swept away. I quickly spam back to Erica, using meat to paddle. Who was waiting in the area about 5. Wait, what? Waiting in the area about 5 feet deep with a fistful of mud. It looked like we were having fun, and we were. So Nathan joined us. The water felt awesome. I was sad I couldn't drink any. I mean, you could.
I love the writing. Just, I was sad.
I had some tears in my eyes.
I had a feeling of non-happy.
Yes, Johan jumped in with Mom and Dad, as Gigetti called.
I know you all are hot and tired, but don't start having
sick
too
and
much
tired.
fun. We've got more to walk. That's a sentence.
Okay.
Gigetti called to us. Erica was on top of me, in the 2-foot deep water, splatting mud in my face relentlessly.
Okay.
I couldn't see, so was she trying to cure your blindness like Jesus?
Yes.
Because you're blind now. You're welcome.
Okay. All that bone shattering.
I couldn't see, so I stuck my face in the water to wash off the mud. Erica followed, rubbing still more mud on my face underwater.
Oh, thank you.
I tried to push her off of me before she drowned me. This turned out to be unnecessary, as she jumped off me almost immediately.
Okay.
I surfaced to find out why, finding that Johan had hit her in the back of the head with a mud ball, and she was now chasing him around. I laughed. Even Mom and Dad were enjoying themselves in the water after that long walk. I stood and turned to find the machine sitting on the dock behind me. The many people along the river that saw it beginning to freak out. Gwen opened the hatch and motioned for me to come there. I came.
Okay.
Hey, Evan, I consider Erica playing with you to be a dangerous situation. You okay? She asked. Oh, jealousy. Oh, not during. Oh. Hello.
I am
Marini.
so
Aqua.
done with this. I am so done with this. Oh yeah, I'm fine. She knows when to stop. She wouldn't actually drown me, I explained, still shooting mud out of my nose. Each
Ooh.
nostril filled with like 12 bricks of mud.
Oh, that's
What?
not what I meant, Gwen stated, rolling her eyes. You know, you, Erica, together. Get it? She asked, giving me a look that told me to be careful.
Could you be any more obvious, please? I'm not understanding your
She was
signals.
a girl. Can I make it any more obvious? Sorry. She asked, giving me a look that told me to be careful or I'd be in
Dangerous
trouble.
situation.
Oh, I didn't get it. Of course.
Lewis says, "You need me to take her out, Evan."
She slammed the hatch. Then I got it. She thought Erica liked me, and even more disturbing,
what?
she cared.
Hold on, where was that? So I didn't get it until she closed the hatch. What happened?
She
just
like
now?
slammed the hatch, and then you're like, oh, she's mad.
I didn't get it. She slammed the hatch. Then I got it. She thought Erica liked me, and even more disturbing,
Disturbing.
I'm disturbing many things. Wait! I yelled, trying to grab the hatch, but Gwen had already departed an instant before.
Wow, this is some tea.
This is the Hallmark movie happening in time traveling and magic and what is the story? What is
Nothing.
the story?
Absolutely
Why
nothing.
is it so much nothing?
I don't know.
Can we please delete the past 135 pages and just like get to the point?
We don't know the villain's motivations. The hero doesn't have motivations except having fun.
There aren't what motivation? What's motivation? I don't think
Nobody has any,
I don't
except
think
for
there's-
these girls that are fighting over EJ.
Oh my gosh, there's no motivation except for the love triangle. I hate
That's
it.
why we're all the most invested in that, because nothing else matters.
I mean, hold on. I had a thought. I lost it. Oh yeah, maybe I didn't have a concept of other humans having other perspectives at that. What's that theory of consciousness or
Oh.
something? I can't
The
remember.
Thing.
Yeah, that's now you get it.
I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it's called either.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I guess I did because I'm telling stories from other people's perspectives, but I sure don't act like it considering their heads are as empty as a cotton ball.
Head empty, no thoughts.
Okay.
Ryan says, Gwevin, Evica, what will it be? Find out next time. Same Super EJ time, same Super EJ channel. I vote Evica, hashtag Team Evica. Yeah, I'm still Team Evica, I think, because Evica seems slightly more likable, I guess.
She just rubbed mud in my face.
But that was like a
That's what's
playful,
friendly time.
and you started it. So.
Did I?
Yeah,
What?
you yeeted mud at her, and she
Oh,
was like,
that's fair enough.
"Fight me!"
And I lost.
And
I let her though because
Oh.
I am such a gentleman. And I
And then
don't.
Gwen's over here being like, I'm gonna let you be tortured unless you're actually gonna die, and then I'll save you. But like, if you're not in immediate danger of death, then I'll just let you suffer. So
Thank you.
anyway,
Also, I'm here to just throw shade on your relationship choices.
yes, you and Erica. Ugh, his
Vomit.
feeties.
Ugh, his sweeties. Alright, where are we?
Somewhere in that paragraph.
Darn, I muttered. Dejeti called us back to him, and we quickly assembled!
Avengers!
Scramble. He motioned for us to get in a boat and sail across the river. Johan had the bright idea to try to swim across it rather than use the boat. Okay.
Okay.
We wished him luck, and he took off. We helped row the boat, and we ended up passing Johan. Once we reached the other side, he was about 3/4 of the way there, and very tired after attempting to stop himself from being swept downriver. Suddenly, a huge hippo burst out of the water near Johan, and he screamed, diving
gosh.
under the water to escape the angry animal. When Johan surfaced, he quickly looked behind him to make sure he hadn't been followed. The hippo had gone back to peacefully eating the plants. While Johan's head was turned, however, an alligator or crocodile? I knew there was a difference and how to tell it, but I
course you
couldn't
do.
think about it right then. But I was pretty sure crocodiles lived in the Nile? Nile crocodile. I lunged at him from his side. Johan began swimming at turbo speed!
Like a cartoon. No?
Water being kicked up from behind his feet, and the crocodile gave up. Oh, did it now?
Cool.
I doubt this, but okay. Johan was unaware of this, so he splashed out of the river screaming. We all began laughing at him as he almost died. He glared at us.
There's a lot of laughing at people almost dying.
Apparently, yeah. Oh, we just
we
lost
just
the
lost the
game.
game.
How could you, Pengu?
Freaking heck. I could have just been drowned, squashed by a hippo, or eaten by an alligator, and you guys laugh. Some friends you
Yes.
are, Johan yelled at us.
Cat face. It was your idea to show off your swimming skills, I returned. We kept the insults coming as Dejeti led us to the rest of the city, which was across the river. We went downtown, and we noticed the crowds thin. We were coming to the center part of town, where only the rich, able to afford big houses people resided.
Love that.
And I could...
That sentence. We were coming to the center part of town where only the rich, able to afford big houses people resided, and not as many people lived. Sentence
Why?
structure.
Okay, let me edit that for you. We arrived at the center of town, the rich neighborhood that was sparsely populated.
There you go.
Something like that. Okay? You don't need to put
Rich,
the
able to afford
able
big
to
houses.
afford big houses
That's what
people.
rich means.
Not even the people that were able to afford big houses. The able to afford big houses people. That's such a clumsy way to word that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. One building stood out especially. It was truly enormous and looked very grand. It had giant stone statues carved into stone on either side of the door, and I remembered reading about this very place in one of my history books. Okay. Sure you did. A picture of this same place, only in ruins, sat next to the information on the page telling all about the Pharaoh's palace. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, you just happened to be there. That's important. Picture of this. Wait, up. Sorry, lost my place. We entered the huge building, passing through several grandiose chambers before coming to a big garden, walled off on all sides. We passed through it along with another large hall, before finally finding the throne room, which was obviously what it was, considering the gigantic size of the chamber and beautiful artwork on the chamber walls. Not the throne, though. That wasn't a tip-off. It was the art on the walls. That's what made us figure it out. There were great columns that were on either side of the room, leading to a throne, fit for, well, a king. It was made of solid gold, and there were 2 braziers on either side of it, near the servants that were fanning the pharaoh. I hoped this wasn't our destination.
Hanger says, same man, and I bought it. Yeah, we're all losing the game.
Bought what?
The Lost the Game thing.
Rip.
Craftslut says, you know what? I'd stand Johan and Erica just because both of them suffer Kyle's syndrome.
You're kind of right.
Aww.
You're kind of right, yeah.
Very true. They could get horribly injured together. Trauma
no.
bonding.
Oh no.
Whoops.
You have a point. I'm sad.
Looks like I'm not the only one who just puts my characters through a bunch of crap for no reason. You did it too.
I mean, trauma is just interesting. It adds drama.
Trauma's so fun, guys.
Yeah.
I love trauma.
Gotta add some character trauma in order to keep your story moving.
It's so true. It's scary how true it is.
I thought it was about to say, like, we went through Solomon's Garden and created the 7th wonder of the world.
Oh boy.
But nope. That's Solomon's Garden is totally somewhere else, right? Mesopotamia? I don't even remember.
I don't have a heckin' heck.
Who cares?
Penger says, yes, it is! Traumatize all your characters.
Traumatize.
I mean, it's better when you actually deal with the trauma instead of this where it's just like, I got bonked on the head by a car-sized rock, but I'm fine.
Well, most of our trauma so far is physical, not emotional, so it's not too bad to get over.
Getting physically extremely injured can also be mentally traumatizing.
Well, yes, unless Gwen just, like, automatically heals you and there's no lasting consequences immediately.
But still pain.
Fair.
Like,
imagine the pain in AJ's mind as he got crushed by bajillions and bajillions of pounds.
And your bones shattering 37 million times. I think that'd be a little traumatic.
I have never experienced such pain, and now I'm totally fine and rubbing mud in my face.
Yeah, exactly.
My concerns are laughing at my friend Johan as he gets chased by an alligator.
Oh, and also like the part about the friggin' ring race man like chopping chunks out of your arm.
Oh yeah, that's also
like, that's
honestly more terrifying than anything. I should really pay attention to him when he says, by the way, after you go to Egypt, you're gonna freaking die. And I'm like, that sounds like a great plan. Let's go there. I can't wait. Can't wait to meet up with you again and have you chop my arm again.
Woo!
So much fun.
I love it. Trauma is when you do not eat for a month in ye old prison and your dad won't give you his PB&J. That's so true.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
You're so right. I could have given them the PB&J like so
you were
much.
Withholding food from your child.
Who was literally starving to death. Like an inch from death, and I'm just like, yeah, you guys go throw some grenades. That's a good.
You can
use
keep
of your
fighting,
time.
right?
And they're just like, please, can I have
Trauma
some
is
more?
when you kill your character's parents. Honestly, kill EJ's parents. They serve no purpose.
You are so correct.
Give him the Disney character treatment.
That would honestly have spurred so much better and different events and made things
you
a lot
like
more
gone
interesting.
Back in time to, like,
there would have been an actual reason
motivation,
to like go do
maybe
things.
Even some development if we're lucky.
Bruh, we need to rewrite the story.
Kill the parents.
Kill them. This is why Disney does it. We've discovered the reasons. It's a good inciting incident.
I was kind of hoping that when
the inciting it hasn't really happened yet.
There hasn't been an inciting incident.
Only half of it has happened. We've got the machine, cool, but we haven't had a reason for anything to happen yet.
Yeah. Because you know
that happens like movies, probably at page 200. That's when the inciting incident happens.
In movies, it says like you're supposed to have your inciting incident in like 20 minutes or something, 15 or 20 minutes. But this book, it's page 136, and we still haven't had it.
Still haven't had it. We'll get there, I'm sure.
Oh boy. Anyway, trauma is banishing/hunting your OC for an innocent crime. I did that to one of mine. She got banished for something she didn't do. That's fun. But also, I can't really use that character right now because the server's dead. But still like her. Anyway. I didn't look at the Paroa, sorry. I merely took one look at the crown and looked back at Dejeti, who was leading us to the left. We passed between two columns before walking along the other side of them to a side door. I was about to follow when I happened to look to my right, seeing two kids bound up in chains being guarded by several guards, kneeling at the foot of the mound that raised the throne up much higher. I happened to notice their modern clothes and familiar features. I abruptly stopped as Dejeti opened the door. It was Albert and Jason! Are they still emaciated? They were just as emaciated as they had been the last time we had seen them. Oh boy.
GG, boys. You're dumb.
What did that remind me of? I don't know. Anyway.
Dejeti, I called. Those two guys are a part of our group too. Are they in trouble? Should we help them? I asked. Dejeti glanced over, noticing their attire. He sighed, closing the door.
Don't let anyone know I told you
Exposition!
this. But the Pharaoh can be pretty annoying and stubborn at times, Dejeti admitted. Let's just hope he hasn't already set his heart on an execution, he mumbled.
His heart.
Bible reference. Marching towards Albert and Jason. I followed, but only to hear what was going on. I trusted Dejeti to handle the situation. As we came into the Pharaoh's line of vision, he stopped talking and scowled at us. I looked at him. He did not look pleased.
What is it now, Dejeti? The Pharaoh sighed. Oh, he sighed. What is it now, Dejeti? The Pharaoh sighed. He brightened as he noticed me. Oh, got me another one of those weirdos, have you? I was just about to sentence these two to death. Excellent, we'll have a triple killing right here on the spot. Guards, bring me some buckets to catch the... Why would you bring buckets?
To catch the blood.
Why, though? Why, though?
Why, though?
He called, snapping his fingers. The guards quickly bustled off.
Wait!
Why do you
called
need
with authority.
buckets for blood?
Stick it under their necks as they get decapitated, you know?
Why, though? Why do you need... What are you gonna use the... Why?
They collect the blood to pretend they can also turn water into blood. Big brain.
Because they know that's gonna happen.
Yes, they of course do.
I'm sure. Oh no, are we gonna have to stick around for 10 plagues? Is that how long we're gonna
Not
be
the next
here?
100 pages.
Oh, probably. I don't doubt it. I don't even know, man. I'm scared. I'm upset.
I'm upset. Wait! Dejeti called with authority while giving me an I told you so look. The guards stopped in fear, turning slowly to find Dejeti confronting the Pharaoh. They let out small cries and dashed from the hall. They seemingly knew when a Pharaoh got mad at Dejeti, the guards were usually ordered to kill him. This evidently...
Wow, I am assuming so much.
You are assuming a lot.
I'm Sherlock levels of assumptions here.
Yeah, this evidently...
I can tell based on their body language that their left ankle is twisted because of the last time they tried to attack Jedi and he knocked them over, and then they have weaknesses and there's scorch marks on the wall and you can tell the calculations complete. I can survive 93 pillars landing on me.
I was watching a video about Sherlock and how like it went downhill or whatever, which I didn't notice when I was like watching the show, but it talked about how there's no really opportunity for the audience to like be invested in the mystery and solve the things like before Sherlock and feel big brain, because they just don't tell you things until Sherlock comes up with them and is like, I am smart for I know this, and you're like, oh, but I did not get a chance to know this information and solve the mystery. So it's been a while since I've actually seen the show, but watching that video made me realize like, oh, maybe he's not that smart because he just...
It does the same thing as this. It doesn't tell you anything, and then just like, oh, things happen.
And then it's like, I'm clever, I promise, because look, I have spawned this information, and I'm like, what? So... And also the 4th season of Sherlock, which is wild. Do you remember that?
You mean
with, like,
having a random sister
and,
arrive and
trauma repressing something about best friend dying or some heckin' heck.
And like Moriarty came back or
Moriarty.
something? I don't really
Except
remember
he wasn't
what
actually
happened.
back, he just like was working with What's-Her-Face, the sister lady, and she like played videos of him, and then I have no idea what was even happening in that season.
Gonna be honest, I don't actually remember any of this.
I barely remember either. I was just like, that seems like a totally different show than Sherlock. Anyway.
And then it tried to go back to status quo somehow.
Yeah.
Which didn't make sense. But okay.
I'm confused.
Me also. Anyway.
I should watch that again just to know what my opinion on Sherlock actually is.
They're back and in trouble again. Get them a PDBGA. Stop. Yeah, we haven't eaten. Like, have we mentioned eating or like taking a break other than Huh?
in the refrigerator.
Well, yeah, other than that, when we took a week break, but, like, didn't we spend several days, at least, in, like, maybe different people time traveled to different amounts and they spent different amounts of time, but in total, at least everyone spent a couple days in Camelot, and there was no mention of eating, drinking, getting supplies, going to the bathroom, anything. We just all tanked on like heroes. There was no downtime, there was no relaxing time. It was constant battle, knockout! Wake up! Battle. Grenades and chaining things to time machines and flying through the air and apparently a jet for some reason and whatever.
I cannot even remember half the things that happened in this book.
It's so bad. It's getting worse. The writing, the quality of the sentences is getting a little better. The actual sense being made is getting worse. Strangely.
The last time I knew what was happening was like back in Arizona.
It was a lot simpler when it was just the like short scale, like, oh, little Jericho adventure wraps up with a nice little bow. It was complicated and confusing, but we did go to the future. And we took a break and captured some Israelites and they saw the end of the world and Super EJ Yote a time machine at the planet and okay, maybe it wasn't too simple, but it tried.
Let's just go. Oh yeah, they seemingly knew that when the Pharaoh got mad at Djedi, the guards were usually ordered to kill him. This evidently usually ended in Djedi blasting the guards with magic. The Pharaoh, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, slouched down in his chair, resting his head in his hands.
What is it now, Djedi? The Pharaoh suddenly asked. Sullenly, I tried to say.
These boys, all of these so-called weirdos, are friends.
Imagine the Pharaoh of Egypt saying weirdos. He said Furtyangi.
Yes, he said that to me.
He said Furtyangi. What the heck does Furtyangi mean? I don't know. I must learn what he means because... heck if I know.
Please do not ask questions. I will deal with the magical side of the kingdom. You deal with the politics, Djedi explained. I will be taking them to my chambers. I know that you prefer...
Ferk chamber.
No. I know that you prefer to do things your way, but I'm afraid I must insist upon being contrary to your wishes. This is all I have to say. Good day, Djedi finished respectfully. I began to unchain Jason and Albert as they stood, greeting me silently, as we began to follow Djedi from the hall.
Just a moment, Djedi. Why did he just become, like, British?
Just a moment, Djedi.
The Pharaoh ordered, stopping us in our tracks. Djedi, with his back still turned to the Pharaoh, rolled his eyes. Whose voice is this?
The British Pharaoh.
I've already said I would have them killed. If my guards were to know that they were not killed, they would think me to be a weak leader, unable to enforce my wishes. The Pharaoh spoke as he stood up and began to circle Djedi. Oh, okay. Power play. I am the sovereign king, ruler over united Egypt. If my will was to be subjective to yours, my faithful subjects may think I am weak, and all our many slaves would rise up against their weak ruler and overthrow him. We must maintain order. I am in charge, and you answer to me, not vice versa. I therefore order...
Save your breath, Pharaoh! Djedi interrupted.
Lay into him.
Let's go.
Oh no.
You're only Pharaoh because of your heritage. Who, may I ask, is the only Pharaoh in the line of them who is unable to use magic? Who is the weak link? Who is as stubborn as a mule and stupid as a goat? Who do the people mistake for a god? The rest of the Pharaohs could use magic. The people had reason to believe they were gods. But you are the one who broke the line. The only one who couldn't live up to the family name. So you just pretend that you can, making up for the fact that you can't by ordering all the other young magicians in the land to do your service. You keep the best ones, such as me, your best. As your advisors and secret police, we do all your dirty work. We figure out your problems. We maintain your image, monitor the people, and help in building projects. We even do the supernatural, making you seem to be as great as your father and his father before him. You, the mighty god, the kingly idiot. You live like a god and you treat everyone like they're below you. You're a selfish brat.
Oh my
you take
God.
credit for our
He's
work and
getting
expect us to do everything for you. And who benefits? You! Why should we care if you're overthrown? Maybe your slaves, by which I mean us, are tired of your leadership. Perhaps we don't like the fact that you're as stubborn as a mule, spoiled as a cat, and stupid as a warthog.
Oh my gosh!
The only reason we're still working for you is because the people would be unwilling to trust any form of leadership if they find out that the line of pharaohs aren't really gods, merely people who can use magic, and you cannot. We are waiting for you to die, and your son to run off and marry that girl he's interested in, so we can finally have someone who thinks straight on the throne. Who knows? It may be me! Jenny shouted at the pharaoh.
He's got murdered by words!
That was half a page of just roasting.
It would be a full page if it was like actual books. Holy cow, this man just unloaded years of suffering and trauma into this man.
That was amazing. That's my favorite part of it so far.
There was a lot of exposition in there
There was.
that didn't quite make sense, but man, that was funny. This pharaoh's just like, oh! I think Dejetti's fired. He's fired, right?
I hope the
You
pharaoh
think?
cries. That would be like,
Just bursts into tears.
Merlin is savage.
Merlin is savage, yes!
Cat says, walk into this ranch and OMG, I love it.
Dejetti snapped and it was fan-freaking-tastic.
Weak Link, is that a reference to the Prince of Egypt movie? I don't know.
Sorry.
Trauma is making the children witness their father get stabbed and killed by their stepmother. Ha 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 ha. Oh.
Oh,
Lovely.
boy.
I'm losing it. This is great. The roasting will die.
Holy
Jenny
cow.
is savage. I'm living for it. The pharaoh ran crying to his room. Jenny snapped and it was fan-freaking-tastic.
That was great.
That was beautiful. I love it. Good job,
What a
Jenny.
scene.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I want to be in that room just to watch the pharaoh's face.
I'll be in the room where it happens.
So I guess his guards already left, otherwise they would have tried to stab Jenny.
Yeah.
Well, maybe they wouldn't because they know they would end up as piles of ash, but
Per Evan's assumption.
holy heckin' yikes times.
See how he reacts.
The pharaoh had stopped, standing there with his mouth hanging open, amazed that anyone would dare say this, such a seditious paragraph, that was more than a paragraph, to him. You had better pull your act... Wait, what? Oh, Dejetti says this. You had better pull your act together, Dejetti told him, obviously pleased to see the stupor he'd caused. Dejetti turned on his heel and walked back to the door and out of the hall, followed by Albert, Jason, and I. I glanced back to see the pharaoh's teenage son run up to his father and grasp the pharaoh's arm. By the son's actions, I could tell he was confused as to the reason why he was not his father's center of attention. How do you tell that stupidly obvious and ridiculous thing? Whatever. It was evident that the pharaoh practically worshipped his son normally. How is that
know that?
How do you know that? Okay.
Alrighty.
Anyway, Erica, Nathan, Johan, Mom, and Dad followed Dejetti as he slammed the door behind us, grinning with satisfaction.
Oh man, I've always wanted to use that. I feel 100 years younger, Jenny cheered. Did you see the look on his face? Oh, I am very happy right now.
Are you very happy right now?
I'm going to get in so much trouble for that. He's going to be really stubborn for weeks now. Anyway, back to business. You guys are from the future, you say?
Yep, I agree. Nearly 3,500 years in the future.
Alright, and I assume you had a purpose for coming here? No, not at all.
So, Furtyoungi means,
Furtyoungi!
by the way, we came from the future, and he's like, oh yeah, so you guys are from the future?
Furtyoungi.
Or did we say that in addition?
I
don't
don't
know.
remember.
Neither do I. Of course, I responded. One was just to have another adventure, quirky and relatable and crazy. But the other was to meet up with these two guys here, I explained, motioning to Albert and Jason, who had shyly moved off to the side once I had finished unchaining them. Okay, because they're all a hive mind and they just stand up in the side. Jason gave a timid little wave, but Albert was completely absorbed in staring in Gwen and Erica's direction, presumably in an attempt to determine whether or not either of them looked like his mom. I rolled my eyes.
I mean, one of them has red hair. One of them, I assume,
Yeah,
has different color hair.
how would you struggle to figure out which one it was? Would you not know your mom's name?
Evidently not.
Apparently he's a freaking idiot.
Sir Craftlot says, someone animate this, please.
Yes!
That would
Oh
be
my
so
gosh. Dejetti just like laying into this pharaoh and he's just like,
If someone animates it, you have to make the pharaoh just cry and like run away to his room. That's funny.
Holy cow.
Kengu says, I would watch this movie. Ryan says, turns to Evan, watch, I'm about to ruin this man's whole career. Oh, Sir Craftlot says, wait, Gwen's here? Where's the time machine?
Oh yeah, why is Gwen here? When did she get
I have no
here?
idea.
Did she get here?
I think you might have
Hold up.
forgot. Wait,
we
no,
had
she was there on the dock, wasn't she?
Erica, Nathan, Johan,
left.
Mom, and Dad follow Jetty. There's no mention of Gwen. Why is Gwen
The last
here?
time we saw her was when she was like, you and Erica, slams door and leaves.
I think there must be a continuity error here.
Oh,
Either that or Gwen just shows up at this moment and then disappears after.
Hello, I'm here to make you wonder if I'm your mother. Bye.
Here, I'm just here to stand next to Erica to make everyone confused about whether it was me that he was looking at or in fact Erica.
Oh.
Wow.
When you lose your
Darn.
Oreo in your glass of milk.
So good at keeping
you'll
it from the
get
audience.
a surprise at the end. Stromfrong says, oh, do I have another assignment? If you are up for it, we would
Oh my
love to see
gosh.
this Jetty just destroying the Pharaoh.
Just like facts and logic hitting the Pharaoh in the face.
Becoming progressively redder with rage.
Like he wants to punch him in the face so bad, but he can't use magic, so he'd get destroyed.
Tea.
Yeah.
Where were we?
We are waiting for you to die.
If Gwen or Erica was eventually going to become his mom, I didn't want to know. Ew, girls, I hate them. That would be weird. I didn't
would
even really
be
like
weird.
either of them. Besides, they were
Ooh,
my friends.
roasted them
That's what
both.
Simba said. She's my friend. Sorry.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
I
I've thought
didn't remember
hard.
this.
Did I like either of them? I
what?
have never liked girls before,
Yeah.
as my sheltered homeschooled life
Oh, wow.
kept me away
Bringing
from
in the
stuff like
homeschool
that.
stuff, okay.
Yeah, you just blame your entire life on like, I was sheltered and homeschooled. That's why I hate females. Ew. Kept me away from stuff like that for the most part. What was I thinking about? I didn't need to worry
what
about
were you
romance
thinking
right
about?
now.
Blame Albert.
I tried to push those thoughts to the back of my mind, but that proved to be impossible. Great. Why had this randomly had to come up? Now that I was-
Randomly happened to happen. Definitely not like the writer has obscure insecurities or whatever that he's projecting on main character Super EJ.
Now that I was thinking about the issue of romance, I began calculating whether or not I liked Erica and or
Calculating?
Gwen. Stop it! I scolded myself. Shaking my head, I tried to focus on Jetty, but all I could think about was Erica, who was standing next to me. Did I like Erica?
Did Gwen disappear
or Gwen?
again?
I don't know.
Is she there still?
She's a figment of your imagination.
Okay. Nathan was listening to Evan's dad. Okay, he doesn't have an identity other than being related to Evan. Listening to Evan's dad explain the whole last adventure to Jetty. The goat, the finding of the machine, etc. Introductions were in order shortly afterward, and Nathan quickly bored of the storytelling. He noticed Erica turning to look at Evan worriedly. Evan, who seemed to have zoned out, was now staring off into space. Erica touched his hand with hers, and he jumped a foot in the air!
What is wrong with him?
He's on a hair trigger. He's got trauma. I don't
Apparently.
know, man. That was the
Maybe
bone
he does
that
have
broke many
PTSD.
times.
I don't know.
Probably. He just deals it in a very weird way.
Just leaping whenever a female touches him.
He looked at her and she laughed. He then excused himself from the group for a moment, and Nathan noticed him go off and begin banging his head against the stone wall in what seemed to be a vain attempt to stop thinking about something.
Why would you know that?
Because people are all Sherlock. All of them are Sherlock.
All of them.
Everyone can figure out everything that's happening with everyone else, even obscure details that they couldn't possibly know.
Yep.
Johan raised his eyebrows at Nathan, and Nathan shrugged. Evan was really smart, cool, fun, and awesome. But he could be strange sometimes. Maybe he was examining the intricately decorated stone walls, and he was angry he couldn't remember how to translate one minuscule detail. Yes, he's banging his head on the wall. Why can't I see this symbol that I'm banging my head
Not
into?
perfect a flaw.
I'm trying to read the braille with my face. Johan went to go see what was going on with Evan.
You think we should warn Jenny
Mergetti?
about dying? Evan's mom leaned over and asked.
Well, I think he'll die anyway because we already saw him die. So
Didn't we just have this conversation?
We did. We had this exact conversation.
Okay.
Just I think with Evan and someone else who I honestly don't remember who.
Ooh, riveting.
Well, I think he'll die anyway because we already saw him die, so we know he will, whether he knows it. What? This literally is the exact same.
Word for word.
Hold up.
I'm
What?
having deja vu.
Was it with Nathan? Was it Nathan?
I don't remember. We can
Is Nathan
control
just
F.
parroting what Evan said? Okay, sure, why not?
When she's with you, do you get deja vu?
Whoa, okay. Well, obviously he'll die anyway because we
Oh,
already know he's
Johan
going to die
asked.
whether he knows or not. I replied. Whether he knows or not.
Okay.
What the heck?
So Nathan just knows exactly what he said because reasons. Whatever.
Psychics! But I would rather not tell him because then he would be sad until he died, Nathan guessed. Evan's mom
Okay.
relayed the information to Evan's dad via whispering
We're playing telephone.
as Nathan left the group. Which was beginning to bore him.
His one personality trait is that he gets bored.
I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, everyone ignores him. He is useless, so yeah, it makes sense why he gets bored. Nathan found Erica. What? Oh yeah, Nathan left the group, which would be good. Nathan found Erica, who had also left the group, looking for Evan and Johan, who had vanished. Oh, Nathan stated. Erica, do you know where...
No, I was going to ask you.
Okay.
Looks like our calm little adventure is getting a bit more complicated.
Oh no! What a quirky situation!
I see the way you're acting like you're somebody else gets me frustrated. Life's like this.
What just happened?
I don't know.
I can't see anymore.
Good.
Ah!
Sorry.
Ah, what's happening?
I am sorry.
Why is this on me?
What are you running?
Why are you running?
Ooh, look how cool I look.
Wow, you are so cool.
Oh, I forgot my cross necklace.
Oh no,
Oopsie-doopsie.
people will never know you are a Christian.
Oh, no,
You
they
better
will never
insert
know I
more
am a
writing of
Christ, I
getting
am.
saved in the thingy because they will not know you are a Christian.
Yeah, just wait 10,000 hooky, but
What the heck is happening?
I don't know.
Where was I? Looks like our calm little adventure is getting a bit more complicated, Erica replied, biting her lower lip this time instead of her upper lip because that doesn't make sense. Evan and
What do you mean?
Johan,
It doesn't make sense. You could do that.
you can, but it said that like Gwen was just like biting her upper lip in like nervousness or whatever. Who does that? Just like,
I mean, I do that.
I don't know, it seems more not weird to whatever.
Whatever.
Why am I nitpicking? Evan and Johan had been there not 2 seconds before. Albert and Jason, who had lost interest, came over to see what was going on as
Everyone's bored.
Evan's dad finished the
Why do
story.
we have 8 characters here again? What are we gonna
No
do with
idea.
8 characters?
No freaking
I don't even know
idea.
what the point of us being here is.
Same.
Don't leave, guys, Jenny called. You all need to hear what's going on here. Don't you want to know why I said what I said to the Pharaoh?
He yelled.
Not really.
I mean, it was hilarious to listen to, but I guess we'll never know. Everyone reassembled except Erica and the 2 disappearing wonders. Okay, well, I guess at least 5 out of the 8 people will know what's going on, maybe? I don't know. But not the main character, because who freaking cares? Erica was standing where they had last been with a fearful look on her face. Nathan was worried too, but he wasn't that worried. Evan and Johan knew how to take care of themselves. Did they, though? Evan almost drowned in a mud puddle just now, and Johan has amnesia. They'd find their way back. Perhaps. Hopefully.
1111, make a wish.
I wish that I could poop.
Excuse me?
How many years has it been
50.
since Thomas Hunter pooped?
Oh, well, it's 11:12 now. Guess I don't get to make one.
You're not supposed to tell your wish, otherwise it doesn't come true. So I guess I'm never gonna be able to poop again.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm gonna cry.
Oh, let's get some more tea. Evan was trying to get the thought of Erica and Gwen out of his head by repeatedly banging his head on the wall.
How's the escape plan coming?
This proved to be a rather ineffective method of focusing thoughts on other things. I realized that trying to read the Egyptian writing on the walls with my limited knowledge on the subject.
We need to wait for Oceana to be here. She'd be loving this.
With my limited knowledge on the subject might have been more effective. However, why do you just know things about everything? You should not be able to read any hieroglyphs. What the heck?
I don't know how to translate a single freaking hieroglyph now. Why does Super EJ know how to do that?
Because he knows literally everything. Or at
Literally.
least a little bit about
He
everything.
memorized the Rosetta Stone.
Yes.
He is the Rosetta Stone. He writes the Rosetta Stone when he's back here. Clearly.
However, it did result in something very important happening.
Oh, did
My
it?
head evidently had triggered a secret passage.
Why are there so many secret passages?
You happen to
How
just
does that-
bonk your face on a trigger for a secret passage? Okay.
Why does that just happen
Cool.
so often?
And the wall opened as I tried to stop the momentum of my head, which carried me into the room.
Excuse
as
me?
the wall rotated, pushing me in and trapping
How heavy
me
is your
within the
head?
room. This is like some Scooby-Doo stuff
It really
happening
is.
right now.
Daphne just got kidnapped again.
Uh-huh.
Let's split up and look for clues, gang.
I found myself in Jetty's room. I know this because of the secret entrance. The
Dolores Gator? Oh my gosh!
Skater on the shelf in the corner.
What the freaking heck is a Dolores Gator?
Not a Deluminator,
We
definitely
still don't
not.
know what a Dolores Gator is.
And the same clutter of junk that had been on Merlin's floor back in Camelot. I heard a gasp behind me and I whirled to find Johan, who had evidently been pulled into the room by the closing wall as well.
Oh, hi.
I greeted
Hey, we
him.
got two characters. Maybe they can bond.
Maybe they can do anything. I greeted
is so
him
much
and
better
looked.
chocolate.
Can I have these?
But you don't even like milk chocolate.
We want to get.
You're gonna waste all my good chocolate?
No. Even though, do you still have a stash of like 8 billion bars?
This is
or
the last
it-
one. This is the last one. I've been having them since like Christmas or whatever. A little bit at a time.
Gotta stock up again.
Yep. Do you want a piece? Or
I don't need one.
Oh.
I just like tastes.
would you like one of the worst chocolates? Because I don't really like it
care.
anyway. Okay.
I noticed little more than what? I noticed
I'm
little
really
more
good.
than the same stuff from Camelot.
Stuff!
However, on the table there were 2 Egyptian bracelet things made of gold, which instantly made me remember putting the little yellow stoned ring that Merlin had given me. Specifically to put inside one of them.
What?
I don't even remember this happening, but okay.
Why?
I dug in my backpack to find the little yellow
But
ring,
why though?
which was a paper-thin yet still rigid circle of stone. I picked up one of the golden bands and slipped the ring of the yellow stone into it. It fit perfectly. No one would ever be able to tell that it was there unless I
How
specifically
did that not
looked
get
for it.
crushed by 1 billion pounds of stone?
I don't know. As the color scheme somehow... They didn't even say that. As the color somehow matched as well. Whew.
Okay. What are you doing? A voice asked. Assuming it had been Johan, I sat down by the door with him to begin explaining the "when you meet me, do this" conversation
boy.
I had previously had with Merlin.
Hey, you back there! Don't you know it's rude to turn your back on someone who is talking to you?
The voice continued, a high-pitched squeak coming from behind me. I stood, confused. The voice seemed to be... Oh, I remember. The voice seemed to be coming from the skull on the shelf. I moved closer to investigate. All of a sudden, a bright orange lizard scampered out of the eye socket of the skull. It is the lizard. Are you remembering?
Did I name this lizard?
Yes!
What did I name it?
Remember I... Okay, we'll get there.
Because I remember that you were like, oh, I need a name for like a weird little orange lizard, and I like said something weird, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I asked you for a name for the lizard, and you were just like, why are you asking me to name a lizard? And I'm like, just give me a name. I'm trying to think of a name, and I can't think of anything good. Just tell me something. And you were just like, I'm like, very well, and you will see what I ended up putting as the name.
Oh boy. That is a very interesting memory that I didn't know I had.
Ekapati it is.
I do remember that.
I hate
Ekapati.
I mean, it's not too bad of a name, but because it was made up by just like saying random syllables, it makes me just hate that it exists.
Ekapati.
Ekapati the lizard. He's kind of cute. He's
Didn't know I had
honestly
that
a lovable. It's just Pascal. It's lovable because it's just
Aw,
Pascal or something.
Cute.
Anyway, where is it? Bright orange lizard scampered out of the eye socket of the skull. I jumped backwards in surprise. The little lizard crawled along the shelf, eventually standing on the edge, on all fours, staring me down. I stared back. Hey there! The lizard squeaked. I returned a cry of surprise and fell backward, landing on my rear. Ah! The lizard scampered to the floor and ran up my leg. Oh, okay, that's personal space. Ending up on my knee. He smiled, if it was possible to call the lizard's strange but friendly facial contortion a smile. It flicked its tail smugly. So, what are you doing with Jenny's bracelet? The lizard asked. The lizard was definitely Jetty's pet and would tell him about the bracelet, which I still held in my hands.
I began. Well, I doubt you'll believe me any more than Jetty did before I told him the nonsense words, but Jetty himself told me to do this in the future. It's hard to explain. We came here from the future in a time machine. We met Merlin, or Jetty as he
This is
goes
a
by
lizard
now.
you're talking to! This is an advanced concept to be speaking.
Yeah, I love that he's not even that weirded out. He just like goes into full exposition mode with this lizard, but okay. In the future, and he told me to put this little ring inside of his bracelet. I don't know why or what it is or what it does, but he told me not to let him know. If you need proof, Merlin also told me to say these 3 words to prove that I was telling the truth. If they mean anything to you, Gunand Zithunu Flurtrungi, I told the lizard. His little mouth dropped open in surprise, revealing sharp little teeth.
Wow! Jenny never told anyone but me his secret language!
I thought he said he hadn't told anyone. If he's told the lizard,
He does not
then
count
he
you
has
as a
told
person.
someone.
Ekapati, what
So,
do you do?
oh no, he doesn't count as a person. Oh no, he doesn't get rights. But wouldn't he just assume Ekapati told someone about something?
Ekapati. Ekapati.
Oh, whatever. Apparently, whatever. Maybe he just reads over Jetty's shoulder and like learns his
Yeah,
secret
maybe.
language or something.
Wow! Jenny never told anyone but me his secret language! You are defiantly...
You are
defiantly are telling the truth!
You definitely are telling the truth.
Alright, I promise I won't tell to Jenny. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ekapati, Dejetti's faithful friend. Technically a lizard, but a friend nonetheless. Dejetti has taught me much of his magic, though I cannot cast spells. I love to learn, and I have a certain proclivity for math problems. I am Sir Crafsalot. I call myself his assistant, but I can't really help him that much because I'm a lizard. I'm mostly just someone for him to talk to. But who are you?
The lizard asked. I was about to answer, but then the wall slid open again, and I hurriedly replaced the golden band as Ekapati scampered back onto the shelf.
There you are, Jenny cried happily. I'm glad we found you. I just got a summons from the Pharaoh, and I'm not fired!
Surprisingly.
I want you guys to be there while I help him figure out what he should do about
He literally
something.
said, I hope you die. I can't wait for you to die.
Die!
How do you not get fired after that?
I don't
Or executed
know.
by literally everyone?
I want you guys to be there while I help him figure out what to do about something. I hope it's not what I think it is.
It probably is. I guarantee you it is.
Oh boy.
What are we gonna do?
He invited us. Johan and I exchanged glances and shrugged. I looked at Ekapati. Why is that kind of fun to say? Ekapati.
It's kind of, it's like falling down the stairs. It's like a rhythmic little...
Ekapati.
But shish.
who was watching from the skull's eye socket. He gave a little wave, then seemed to reconsider, scampering down the shelf across the floor and up my leg, continuing to rest on my shoulder.
Don't touch the legs, okay?
So if a girl touches your hand, you jump 10 feet in the air.
If a lizard
but
touches
if a
my
lizard
leg.
crawls on you, you're fine with it.
Okay.
Sure. I can do
I've never been out of that room before, but I just have to see what's going on.
Ekpati whispered in my
I've never been out of that room before, but I just have to see what's going on.
Ekpati whispered in my ear. He then wriggled into my backpack to watch what happened. What? To watch what will happen before I could respond.
Keep me safe.
He pleaded. I grinned.
Aw.
I would love to have a lizard like that. Well, technically you do now because he just decided that he's yours now. He's never left this room, never left the safety of the room, and now he's just like, you know what? A random time traveling stranger? That's a great place to be.
Woo, they're soulmates.
What? EJ and ex-lizard confirmed? A new addition to the Love
We got
Pentagon.
Remy, we got Gwen, we got Erica, we got Ekapati.
It is a
Anyone
pentagon.
else? Wasn't Moldy Fart an option at one point? The toxic relationship?
Oh my lord.
Cropsalot says, Ekapati equals Sir Cropsalot. You know, I'm not even mad right now.
Hey, we just said your name is fun to say, so...
Ekapati.
Oh,
here we go! Can't friggin' wait for this. I will not let your people go, Pharaoh declared. Now get out of my sight before I execute you, he ordered.
Sovereign Prince of Egypt, son of our proud history.
The two old men that stood before his throne in the gigantic throne room did not budge.
I thought it was
People
a
lined the
surfer dude.
walls. Evidently interested in the outcome of the request now posed by the two men, Dejeti had led us to the side, giving us a front row view of the procession, which we now had been observing for nearly a half hour. The pharaoh finally noticed us and spoke loudly to Dejeti. See, this is why I killed all the male children all those years ago. We may be having a revolt on our hands. Let's show them their place, shall we? Pharaoh asked. Dejeti shook his head. The situation was apparently revolutionary. Some random slave, identifying himself as Moses, had brought his brother Aaron and was pleading for the Pharaoh to let his people go into the desert to make sacrifices to their god. His people,
Lowercase g god.
Oh!
How blasphemous.
His people, the Israelites, were all enslaved by the Egyptians.
Hey, we know them. They chop mummies or mermaids. No, zombies and robots.
Oh, yes, we know them.
They're really good at that.
We're all enslaved by the Egyptians, and Egyptians, and were mostly just referred to as the slaves by the Egyptians. The slaves were treated awfully, given extremely hard work, and whipped for not fulfilling their quota of bricks that they were forced to make. The only job requiring extremely extraneous hard labor that the Egyptians refused to let the slaves do was the building of the pyramids. Okay. As the pyramids were considered the sacred tombs of the pharaohs. Is this accurate?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't
was
care.
pretty sure that they did build. Okay, whatever.
I don't
Who
care.
were considered to be gods because most of them could use magic. The Egyptians didn't
What?
want the pharaohs who were considered to be gods because most of them can use magic. Keep up, EA. The Egyptians didn't want the tombs to be defiled by the slaves.
Okay.
Cropsalot says, Thus saith the Lord, thus
Snobs.
saith the Lord, since you refuse to free my people, thus saith the Lord upon the land of Egypt. What?
What?
That was a lot of thus saith the Lords.
Did he actually? Wait, what is that in there?
I was just reading what I don't know.
Oh.
The Lord commands that you let your people go.
Aaron stated with authority. The Lord commands. Whatever.
Whatever.
The Pharaoh's face began to turn red in anger. I could understand why. Pharaoh, the most powerful man in Egypt, had just been overridden by his chief advisor, and now some random slave was attempting to do the same thing.
The power of the Lord is demonstrated in this way.
Aaron called, laying down his staff on the steps leading up to the Pharaoh's throne. As if by magic, whoa, the staff trembled, then transformed, growing scales and an impressive head, while the texture and color were changed to match the color of the sand. What? The staff had become a killer king cobra.
Whoa.
Ekapati, who had been watching from my backpack, squeaked in fear and burrowed into my backpack. The snake turned its deadly gaze on the pharaoh and flicked its tongue in anticipation as its neck spread out and it reared up, hissing menacingly. Keeping this position, it began to slither up the steps, advancing upon Pharaoh. All the people along the walls were screaming and gasping, but the Pharaoh seemed unconcerned. He stared the snake down as it slowly approached him.
Jetty, the Pharaoh called smugly. Jetty quickly mounted the stairs and stood to face the snake. Show these stupid old men that this new development is of no consequence. This is a simple trick. Show them! Do the same thing and prove how weak their god is, Pharaoh ordered. Jetty grinned, snapping his fingers, then motioning to a few people in the crowd who quickly dashed up the stairs as well, forming a semicircle around the Pharaoh's throne and the snake. Jetty and the 5 people that had answered Jetty's call turned to face the snake. Moses and Aaron, meet my wise men, advisors, magicians, sorcerers, and secret police. That's a lot of titles. The Pharaoh sneered.
Is that like 5 different people, or okay, they're all the same thing?
Jetty's men each threw down their staves, which became equally menacing snakes. Jetty, who did not have a staff, grabbed a huge fan that a nearby servant was using to fan the Pharaoh with. He threw the fan staff down, and it became an enormous serpent. The people around the walls, consisting mainly of nobles and high-ranking Egyptian officials, began to clap and cheer as the huge snake reared up and hissed.
Yay, woo. See? Such a simple trick, the Pharaoh applauded as Jetty bowed. The snakes hissed at one another, sizing each other up. Suddenly, Aaron's snake lunged, mouth opening wider than one of Jetty's recruits' snakes, and Aaron's snake swallowed up the other one whole. The magician whose staff had just been consumed stepped back in fear. He looked at Jetty in confusion. That's not supposed to happen. At a loss as to what he should do. It was evident that the other people Jetty had summoned were his apprentices. That's also
evident.
And he was the master. Staff snaking must have been a lesson they had already learned, but evidently not snake-eating combat. The other 4 apprentices jumped back as Aaron's snake lunged again and again, swallowing the other 4 apprentices' snakes. Amazingly, Aaron's snake wasn't getting any bigger as a result of eating nearly 5 times its own weight and size. Aaron's snake was exactly the same size as before it had swallowed the other 4 snakes, which seemed impossible. Didn't he? Whatever. Aaron's snake should have been bursting!
Jetty's huge snake lunged, attempting to eat Aaron's snake, but Aaron's snake nimbly dodged and bit Jetty's snake's head. Jetty's snake immediately died, steam seeping from where sizzling venom from Aaron's snake still boiled. Evidently, magic snakes have powerful venom.
Do they now?
Aaron's snake then swallowed Jetty's snake as well, slurping loudly as though eating spaghetti.
Oh no!
Why?
I promise you, I didn't see that it said spaghetti.
Snake spaghetti.
Oh, why are my quips exactly the same as my 11-year-old actual brain?
Oh dear. Jetty seemed taken aback. Aaron mounted the stairs and grabbed his snake by the tail. It instantly transformed back into a staff.
Oh, I ate all your stabs. What will you do?
Pharaoh, I am... Oh wait, is this... What's his
That
face?
is Moses.
Pharaoh, I implore you to let our people go before our Lord's vengeance strikes down upon you and your people, Moses stated loudly with a slight speech impediment, like me.
I will not let you and your people go. Now get out of here. I have urgent matters to discuss.
We have some business we should discuss. Because you do not I forget his voice. Because you do not listen, the wrath of the Lord God Almighty will be upon you, Aaron shouted. Then Moses and Aaron turned and left the hall. The court adjourned, and the people along the walls all began to leave. The Pharaoh called for Jetty, stopping him in his tracks. He sighed, then began wading his way through the crowd. I had the feeling I knew what the meeting would be about. Why'd you let your snake get eaten? How could you make me seem so weak twice in one day? You see what you started, etc., etc. Pharaoh would scream. Ekapati poked his head out of my backpack. I love him. Still trembling.
He's the best character so far.
Yep.
Don't worry, little guy, I told him. No more snakes.
Yikes, Ekapati shuddered. I haven't been that scared since I first found Jetty after being chased by a bunch of snakes just like that, he moaned.
Tragic backstory.
I laughed. You think that's funny? Ekapati growled. My teeth may not have poison in them, but they do hurt, he yelled.
Sorry, Ekapati. I apologize.
Oh man,
that was something.
That was something indeed. Is that a good stopping point, do you think?
Yeah, maybe. I send a pestilence and a plague into your house, into your bed, into your streams, into your sheets, into your drink, into your bread, upon your cattle, on your sheep, upon your oxen in your field, into your dreams, into your sleep, into your break, into your yield. I send the swarm, I send the horde, thus saith the Lord. Oh wait, this is you're playing with the big boys now scene.
Hi. How's it going, Papa Monkey?
Good. Are you streaming?
Yes, we are reading.
Reading about Moses,
Yes.
as you do.
As you do.
Time travel and the story of Moses, and probably completely undercutting and negating and causing heresy. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
I think it's intentionally left to where, oh yes, it is the power of God, but like because magic exists, it kind of pointlessly, I don't know, it draws it all into question. I don't know, whatever.
Is this to make you look 11?
No, it's because someone redeemed the thing that makes us put on hats.
That was
and-
my hat. He stole it. He
Oh
switched
yeah,
with me.
I did. Sorry.
Where's your top hat?
I
Who's up for a top hat?
I'm always
I
up
think
for
it's
a top.
outside on the bookshelf. I'm not sure.
Sorry to disappoint my fans, but I'm going to bed. Get
Good night,
out.
Papa Monkey. We're probably actually ending the stream here, right? Or are we doing any more? Alright, this is a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Hang on. Weren't there like 30 chapters? Let's 142.
so.
Remember 140. Oh my god.
42.
Ah! What did I do? What did I do? What did I do?
I don't think you did anything. I think
I
you're
might
fine.
have. You never know. I don't know if I did anything or not. It's possible. Let's check the.
minimum.
Okay.
There's 30 chapters.
Duty tips.
So we're starting chapter 15. So we're a little under halfway.
Yeah, or you
little.
could have just looked at the page numbers. Except there's like 50 million cover pages, so.
Yes. So we're a little under halfway, no matter how you
Yep.
slice it, but we're getting there.
So like 4 more streams, maybe, kinda, I think.
Maybe. Oh.
And then maybe more to look at whatever the heck else you had written for the second book or whatever.
I mean, honestly, it's mostly just notes, I think. I know there's like at least a little bit of something, but not much.
I see.
Like there's some scenes. All I remember is that like Moldy Fart like finally caught up to us or whatever, and he freaking blows up our house. Like
Oh, boy.
actually blows up our house, and we don't have a place to be anymore.
Oh no.
And I think he also takes the time machine, so we're like, oh no, what do we do? And then we're like on the run, trying to like drive away from magical monsters attacking us, and we're like, oh no, and it's like Percy Jackson kind of. And then we're like escaping, and then there's 5 billion bullets, and there's a bunch of guys, and then we have to like recruit the other squad, like Johan and Erica and Gwen and whatever, and then somehow, some way we are doing things with things, and the next part of the thing happens. I don't remember. I don't care. It's just a bunch of more action scenes that aren't really important.
Great.
So I mean, we can, but like it doesn't get to anything important. I don't think.
Does any of this get to anything important?
What is the point of this story?
I don't know.
Just ruining everything. Just
Yeah.
ruining history, ruining life.
Yay.
More or less. Well, thank you all for watching this stream and for cringing at my past writing decisions with us. It's real fun. Yeah.
If you need
They're painful,
recaps,
but
I started
fun.
editing these and putting them on my YouTube channel, and apparently they're like 2 hours shorter without all of our commentary breaks.
I hope you keep me falling off my chair.
I'm sure I
I'm
will.
just like running away and like, no, cannot deal, going to die now. Thank you, bye.
Oh boy.
You boy.
Ekapati.
Ekapati. I kind of like Ekapati.
Ekapati. It's
I
still
need
so fun to
I need
say.
to include an Ekapati character in something else now.
Ekapati.
Put him to good use somewhere. Bye. Thanks for the enjoyment. All right. Have a good night, everyone. God bless. Don't forget to drink your Nort.
I need food. I'm
And-
kind of hungry.
Yeah, that's why I've been nibbling on chocolate, but I probably should not eat anything else because
I'll die.
No, I don't know. Did you finish? What? Okay, sorry, bye. Go ahead and end
I think
it.
she was coming back, and that's why she was saying.
Yeah, we're ending the stream. Bye, Millie, and
Thank
everyone
you
else.
for coming. See you next week.
Bye.